Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝘂𝘵𝘕_𝘕 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Outside POV 21 Izuku was walking home from school after another long and miserable day. Katsuki wasn't going easy on him today. It was insult after insult. Hit after hit. Told him to take a swan dive off a roof. No one was home to reassure him now. To tell him that everything was going to be alright. One person died. His mother, 𝗵𝘃𝗫 Midoriya, died in a car accident the day prior. 39 Izuku was going to have to go in the foster care system. He couldn't. It was a nightmare. If it wasn't his mother he'd go home to, then he didn't want it. 2 Everything was ready, he was leaving. He has all the money they had left. He was picking it up along with some warm clothes, a few of his notebooks and his plushie. The plushie his mother gave him when he was 5. 11 He had to walk by the same road as Bakugo so he ran. He didn't have the energy for anything the blonde had to say. He didn't care if he'd insult him, he wasn't seeing him again anyways. Izuku ran right past him. Nerd. Don't you dare walk in front of me. Katsuki yelled at the smaller boy who ignored him. 6 When he got to his house, there was a car. The Child Protective Services were already there. He climbed on the side of the house careful not to be seen and grabbed his duffel bag and changed in more comfortable and warmer clothes. He climbed out of his window and ran. He didn't have a destination but word about his disappearance will get around quickly. It's a small town after all. Lucky for him, most of them didn't care about a quirkless kid. They said he was just a burden to society. They weren't wrong. That's what he kept saying to himself at least. 6 His mother wasn't there to tell him it was a lie and that he could change the world if he wanted to. 3 But why would he want to? His only life goal is unachievable. To become a hero. He doesn't have no one to hold on to. He thought of dying and as much as it sounds satisfying, he didn't want to deceive his mom. He was already a disappointment, he couldn't let all her hard work disappear. 3 He also needed to not let them win. To prove them all that he could be a hero, maybe not to fight villains, but he can still help save others. 1 He continued running, not caring where he was heading. 3 It must have been hours. It was late, the sun was getting down. He looked around and found a convenience store. It looked clean so he walked in. A sandwich should be more than enough. He went inside and took a 1L water bottle and a chicken sandwich and some nuts. He went to the cashier who looked half dead. 7 Hi. Izuku mumbles, giving him what he was holding. The man gives a half smile and scans the articles slowly. While he was doing so, Izuku looked at the TV above them. He saw a picture of himself and he was declared missing. 13 bucks. The man brings back the boy from his trance and Izuku hands him the exact amount of money before putting everything in his bag and leaving. He puts his hood up and walks away. He needed to find somewhere, anywhere, to sleep. He found a small park that had a playground. He went in one of those tubes between the 2 parts of the playground to settle for the night. For he was cold but he didn't care, he felt safer and the wind was blocked where he was. He put his bag down and took out his sandwich and slowly ate it. Trying to make the moment last. He also drank some water and he was satisfied by his meal. Izuku took out one of his hoodies and used it as a blanket and the duffel bag as a pillow. He took out the plushie and held it close. He was scared someone would come take his stuff. 3 Like in those movies or those books. 1 He put some of the money inside the little pocket of his plushie, just in case. 1 He was tired, exhausted. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sleep. 5 Bakugo was worried. Izuku had acted weird all day and when he yelled at him earlier, he didn't even took a glance back at him. 13 He was terrified of the idea of his childhood friend killing himself. That he'd listened to the words Katsuki said, the same words he regretted the second they came out. 29 He reassured himself saying that 𝗵𝘃𝗫 won't let him do anything too stupid. 17 That's what he wanted to believe. 9 He got inside his home taking his shoes off quickly throwing them somewhere in the entrance. I'm home, old hag. He yells, going in the direction of the stairs, but he stops hearing sobs. He was confused and slightly worried, so he followed the sounds and it brought him to the dining room. Mitsuki had her face in her hands crying. Katsuki! Katsuki! How is Izuku? His mother asks between sobs, making Katsuki frown. I don't know. Why should I care? He asks, annoyed and confused. For I know you two grew apart, but I think you could see if he was off. She points out, irritated, but her voice was broken. Yeah, he was. Now would you tell me why you're crying? Katsuki asks, frustrated. He didn't understand SHT of what was happening and he hated it. I just had a call. They're looking for a foster home for Izuku since Inko died. They wanted to know if I'd be willing to take him in. She explains, and Katsuki's eyes go wide in panic. 6. Unlike what he thought, Inko wasn't there to stop him from doing something stupid. 3. Hag. Deku went up by his window earlier. He left by there too with a bag. I didn't think much of it, but Katsuki didn't have to finish his sentence for her to understand. 2. Mitsuki couldn't blame Katsuki for not knowing, but she was panicked and took her phone to do a call in another room, which only left a worried and guilty Katsuki. He didn't want Deku to die. He couldn't lose him. Why did he have to have such an ego if it meant he'd lose those he loved? He never should have took Izuku's presence for granted. A life without Izuku simply felt impossible. So impossible that he never even considered it as a possibility. 53. New book F.ers. Hope you enjoy. Izuku ended up being able to close his eyes the night before and was now being waken up by the laughing children, which immediately put him on high alert while he packed his stuff in his bag. 1. He was a 14-year-old boy, so he was still small. Even compared to his classmates, he was always among the shortest. He took his bag and carefully left, earning a few suspicious looks up and down from the teachers, but if he ran he'd simply look suspicious. He was barely in the middle of the school year when he actually thought about it. He was definitely out of place since everyone had to be at school. He'd have to find a better place to hide. Good thing he had a free day. He'll try finding somewhere safe to stay. Once out of the park, he starts walking on the not-so-crowded streets, having some sort of idea where he was going. There is an abandoned warehouse that's maybe 2 hours of walk away. The place was barely even approached because of all the haunted stories. Midoriya wasn't scared since a few years back. He had went to explore the place, curious about the rumors. There was nothing except rubbish. At that time he felt disappointed, but now he was more than happy that the place was safe. For he walked and his stomach started to hurt. Izuku was used to 3 meals a day, so going to the bare minimum was certainly going to affect him. Maybe slowly decreasing the portions will help. 23. He looks around and after a while he spots a dollar store, so he goes there trying to be quick, scared to be recognized. He grabbed some bread and some tuna cans. He was taunted by the candy ale but went against it and went for the essentials only. 7. He found a blanket for $3. It was cheap and all, but it was perfect. He took 2. It was February, so it was cold out, especially for someone as small as Midoriya. 18. He also took a small camping lantern that was powered by sun. He directly went to check out to avoid being taunted by other stuff. The lady was young and looked in another world, so she didn't even analyze the boy. Izuku couldn't help but sigh in relief. 28. $09, she says after scanning everything. Izuku had over $1,000, so he had for a few weeks or months of food with that money. He paid for his 3 packs of bread, 2 bags of nuts, 20 tuna cans that were at $2 for the blanket, the lantern, a small watch and a small flashlight he found with a pack of 8 batteries. 21. He left the store with a plastic bag and continued his way. He looked around trying to recognize the surroundings, and after a while he was able to replace a toy store that he went a lot growing up. He walked on the sidewalk that was now more crowded. He went along, blending in the mass and easily passing through the people. He walked for about an hour before he found a small park, and he took the occasion to go fill his water bottle that was now almost empty. There was a few kids his age around, but only one group got his attention. When he recognized them, he put his hood on and ran off terrified. He couldn't deal with anything they would say, but one of them already recognized the messy green hair. 1. Deku. He turned to see Bakugo, who was coming in his direction with his friend group. Izuku ran even faster. He ran in an alleyway, still hearing the footsteps of the group and Bakugo's yelling and friends laughing in the back. There was a fence and he threw his duffel bag first on the other side and then the other food bag. The group was dangerously close by now and Izuku didn't need to think twice to climb to get on the other side. He took his stuff and ran, not looking back once. He heard Bakugo's screams but he didn't care. He was hungry and tired. He didn't have the energy of getting beaten up. Once far enough he looked back and he saw Bakugo standing there alone. Izuku could have sworn to have seen guilt on the blonde's face but he blamed it on the fatigue. He continued walking slowly and he looked around, seeing he was in a large field. It wasn't the streets anymore, it was more natural. He didn't have to worry of the police finding him here and even less coincidentally bump into his childhood friend who was also his main bully. He had walked for maybe an hour or so when he was able to see the warehouse. He was happy to have found some sort of shortcut. He sat on the ground and took out 2 slices of bread and he put half a tuna can to make himself a sandwich and ate some nuts with it. For it was peaceful, he felt at ease. After he finished he was a little scared of going inside since it was giving off creepy vibes. He finally went to the door and after a while, he managed to get inside. It was only illuminated by the windows at the top of the building and ceiling. It was dusty, which made Izuku cough, but it was hotter inside than out. He went up some stairs and was standing on a half floor. It wasn't closed and he had full view of the place. There was a container at the middle and it was scarring the boy, who swore to himself not to get close of it. He took out his blankets and took the first one to put on the floor and kept the other one to cover himself at night. He placed the lantern at the sun so it would charge. Apparently once fully charged it should last up to 16 hours. Which is great for nighttime, especially for someone like Izuku who is afraid of the dark. For he was satisfied of his setup and took out of the duffel bag everything that was hard, which meant his notebooks. The rest was clothes that he left inside to continue using the bag as a pillow. He was tired though, he didn't sleep much and had a long walk. Maybe a small nap will do good. Katsuki was with the group he hanged out at school with when he spotted the green-haired boy that soon after hid his hair and started running. Bakugo ran after him yelling his name, but his friends followed him laughing, thinking it was to annoy the Viridian boy. When they got at the fence, Katsuki wanted to go past it, but he couldn't, like if some sort of force was holding him back. When he saw Izuku running with his bags he felt bad. If he wasn't so bad to the freckled teen, then he'd go home with him, where he would be safe. But now, he's alone, defenseless, and Katsuki couldn't even blame Izuku for running. For all the other boy could know, Bakugo just wanted to harm him. That's what he always did after all, terrorize his entire existence. Bakugo had finally left after realizing that Izuku wasn't coming back. Izuku has been hiding in the warehouse for about 2 weeks now and his days consisted of him sleeping, eating, and exploring. He found a few things interesting around, like newspapers. He had fun taking notes on old fights with heroes and he discovered new things on All Might that weren't on the internet anymore. He never went to see what was inside the container though, it scared him too much. The night was slowly settling down, so Izuku had opened his small light. He was planning on going to find a bigger source of water since all he found was a water fountain 20 minutes away, which wasn't a very big source, it was just enough for his water bottle. He wanted to at least rinse his clothes, so he was planning on filling up a bin he found in the warehouse. He jumped when he heard a loud noise and immediately closed the light and moved to the corner. He decided to peek on the conversation. The reunion is soon, is everything ready? Yes, everything is here, we only need to install the bomb and our plan is going to be complete. Bomb. Izuku was slightly panicked that he's been living with a bomb this whole time, but he kept his mouth shut. 9. So both All Might and Endeavor are supposed to be there, correct? It seemed that there was a third man. Correct. Good, now. The third man didn't finish his sentence before Izuku could hear commotion and the place was being stormed. Izuku did his best to stay out of view and he was able to recognize a few pro heroes. There was R-rated hero, Midnight, that he recognized. He couldn't allow himself to be seen, so he stayed in the corner, tears in his eyes, terrified that anyone would notice him. The commotion slowly calmed down and the police was there to take away the men from earlier. Izuku was holding on to his plushie for dear life. He had his eyes closed shut waiting for the commotion to calm down, and when it did he opened his eyes. He looked to see a man sitting maybe a meter away from him. 5. You're the kid who went missing, correct? The black-haired man asks and Izuku stays silent. 25. I'm underground hero, 𝘕𝘳𝘧𝗏, but my name is Shota Aizawa, the man says, trying to gain the kid's trust. Why are you here? The black-haired man asks the boy, who finally looked up at him. No one came here. I was safer here. Izuku mumbles. I see you have a bunch of notebooks, do you write? Yeah. I do hero analysis. It's dumb, I know. Izuku mumbles, tears forming in the corner of his eyes. He brings his legs closer to his chest. It's not dumb. The black-haired man says, wondering who put that idea in his head. 16. Please don't make me go back. I can give you money, but please. The brunette looks at him with pleading eyes. 5. I don't want your money, kid. Aizawa says, trying to find a solution. I just can't let you in a position that you could be in danger. The hero explains to the boy who was crying. I'm quirkless. Quirkless people never get treated well. I don't want to. I want my mom. Izuku sobs, tears streamed down his freckled cheeks. 17. I know that you're right, I won't lie on that, but come with me for now, you can stay with me and my husband. We can try finding a solution afterwards. Shota suggests, and the Viridian boy looks at him unsure. 46. I guess you must know presently, the man asks, and Izuku looks at him excited. He would listen to him on the radio every day. Izuku nods to the men, who felt relieved to see that the boy had more trust. He's my husband, I know he'd be happy to meet you, I'm sure of it. 20. Izuku thinks about it, doing the pros and cons, but I'm quirkless. You shouldn't waste your time with me. The freckled boy mumbles. Do I look like I care? You're not wasting anyone's time here. He was annoyed by whoever put that idea in the teen's head. A kid his age wouldn't think that if he wasn't told. 6. Izuku stayed silent, wondering if he could trust him. He looked sincere of his words. Maybe he was nice. Midoriya was unsure on what to do. We can also go get something else then tuna to eat. The pro says, and Izuku blushes from embarrassment. 12. Oh. Okay. Izuku was unsure of his choice, and Aizawa was internally celebrated his victory. 5. Grab your stuff, we aren't coming back here, especially that it's a crime scene now. Aizawa orders, and the boy nods, putting the stuff in his bags, but kept the plushie in his hands, scared that it would get mixed with the dust and dirt of everything else. I have everything, Izuku mumbles, getting up and reluctantly following the men. So, you're 14, correct? Aizawa asks the boy, who nods. Once out, the warehouse officer comes rushing after seeing the boy. Izuku Midoriya. The officer asks, making Izuku think that maybe this was a trap, that Aizawa wasn't going to keep him. 7. I'll be bringing him home with me, I'll figure the rest out in the morning. Aizawa explains, making Midoriya feel relieved. Perfect, I'll take out his disappearance notice. Thank you, 𝘕𝘳𝘧𝗏. The officer says before walking off. Let's go. Izuku nods at the tired-looking men and follows him to his car. 6. Bakugo was refusing to talk to anyone, they all seemed like a nuisance. There was still no sign of Izuku. Katsuki tried going again where he last saw him, but there was no one. His classmates were cheering that Izuku was gone, which infuriated Katsuki to his core. It had been 2 weeks and it felt like a year to the blonde. Mitsuki was also worried, but even the police had no leads except some security footage of him. 24. Katsuki's life was a loop, he only slept, ate and studied. He was still minded on becoming a hero, that was their dream. Of becoming the best hero duo in the world. But he had to ruin it, destroy the friendship with the only person who never judged him for his explosive personality. Present MIC was asleep when they arrived the night prior. Aizawa took the time to introduce himself correctly to Izuku, and Izuku did the same before going to sleep. He felt safe with the tired hero. It was weird, but the fact that he was so straightforward made him feel like he wasn't forcing himself to do what he was doing. 5. Izuku was sleeping on the couch for now, until they make space for him for an actual room and bed. This was way more that he could ask for. He took a shower and he now had a pair of clean clothes. He felt better. Yes, he chose to go homeless, but it didn't mean he liked it. Izuku was still a joyful boy who enjoyed life. People around were simply playing with his self-esteem. Aizawa was furious on that part because he didn't understand how someone could hurt the Viridian boy for something so stupid as a quirk. 15 He learned that Midoriya wanted to be a hero, maybe not in the front lines, but saving people was his goal. Aizawa was a teacher at UA, so he took a mental note to speak to Principal Nezu. Especially after seeing the boy's notes, he found it terrifying how he had everyone's weaknesses written down, even his husband's. 47 Aizawa has an erasing quirk, so it wasn't useful in combat, so he relied mostly on quirkless fighting and support items so he could help Izuku develop his fighting abilities. He didn't speak of it to the boy yet. He wanted to bring the boy to UA with him first. He had an idea in mind. He had to see if Izuku was comfortable with it first. Izuku woke up startled by hearing yelling and panic. Aizawa soon joined, also startled by the commotion, and MIC was panicking since someone was on the couch. 10 Hisashi, this is Midoriya Izuku. I brought him to stay with us, so would you shut up now? The half-asleep teacher says with a scold, and his husband soon sways to a joyful mood. 15 Hey there. I'm Hisashi Yamada, sorry for yelling. Just wasn't expecting it. The loud blonde apologizes ashamed, which to Izuku giggled. It's okay, I understand. He smiles and the man's heart melts at how adorable the boy was. Shota, we're keeping him. He's too adorable. He squeals, making the brunette blush and Aizawa sigh. I told you he was staying here already. Now go get ready, we have to go soon. Yamada goes and starts getting ready. 24 Aizawa sits on the couch with Izuku. Like I told you yesterday, I'm a teacher at UA Hero course. Would you like to come with me for the day? I wanted you to observe the other students and maybe analyze them. I realized that you could maybe help them, especially with your talents at analyzing. If you're comfortable with it, of course. He explains to the Viridian boy who had stars in his eyes. Go to UA, he gets to analyze people, and he just got told he had good analysis skills. It was enough to make the boy cry, which made the teacher panic. For of course. Thank you, Aizawa. This is amazing. He sobs with a huge smile, and Aizawa felt relieved to see that the boy was simply happy. Then there was quick footsteps coming in their direction. Sho, why did you make him cry? Yamada asks, being almost ready to beat the SHT out of his husband for making his new prodigy cry. 11 It's happy tears, I think. Aizawa looks at the teen for confirmation and he nods. Okay then. You can make him cry more. Yamada says, going back to get ready, and Izuku laughs at how bad it could sound out of context. 40 Then you can get ready. I cleaned your clothes so you can change. I hope it's okay. The boy nods, wiping his tears. Thank you. Izuku smiles, grateful for all the hero did for him in less than 24 hours. Anytime, kid, he smirks, ruffling his messy green hair, and he goes to get himself ready. 2 Izuku folds the blankets and puts it all on the end of the couch. He finds his clean clothes folded on the table, so he grabs it and goes to change in the bathroom. He brushes his teeth and tries to place his hair in a presentable way. 1 He comes out of the bathroom after a few minutes and goes to the living room couch and grabs his plushie, playing with its ears, trying to pass time and calm down. He just met 2 pro heroes in the span of 24 hours and he also lives with them. On top of that, he's going to UA2 for a whole day. 5 It's a lot for little Midoriya, who felt like everything and everyone was against him, and suddenly he found somewhere that he was comfortable. It was a weird feeling, but he was happy that he was here. He knows that. If he would have stayed locked in there, he would probably give up. 2 Are you ready, Midoriya? He looks and sees the 2 teachers ready to go. He nods and gets up, carefully placing his plushie down and grabbing his analysis notebook. Oh, Shota told me you have notes about me. Can I see it later? Yamada asks, excited, and Izuku nods, taking out the one where there was his analysis. 2 They all exit the apartment and Izuku follows them from behind. So, Midoriya, be prepared. Shota's class only has 3 students. The loud blonde laughs and Izuku looks confused. He expelled the rest of the group in less than a month. 17 They weren't meant to be heroes. Their goals weren't worthy of wasting your time on. We already had that conversation. Shota grumbles in annoyance, making Izuku giggle. 3. Him and MIC were polar opposites. 29. For they now were in the classroom of Class 2A. Yamada had to go to his own class since he was an English teacher here. Could you tell me a little about the students? Just so I can start their pages. Izuku asks, and the teacher nods, taking out some files from his desk. So first off, we have myheroacademia. He's an extrovert. Never stops talking and is way too optimistic. His quirk is permeation. It allows him to become intangible, letting him pass through any tangible matter. He's getting better control of his quirk, and he is also very determined. The rest I'll let you observe on your own. 23. Midoriya writes down everything and lets 3 pages before waiting for the next student. Tamaki Imagiki, he's the polar opposite of Mirio. He doesn't trust himself and hates social interactions. He tends to take compliments and twist them in ways that it's some sort of taunting coming from the other. His quirk is manifest. It gives him the ability to manifest the physical characteristics of anything he's eaten as long as it's still in his system. He can now use more than one manifestation at the time. He still has difficulty with how to control the size of his features and how to change them during combat. 7. Finally, there's 𝗫𝗫𝘕𝗫. She's kind, talks a lot, way too curious, and is very blunt, making her seem insensitive, but she's actually just curious. Her quirk is wave motion. It allows her to take her vitality and convert it into energy, allowing her to release powerful spiral shockwaves. He explains the last one, and Izuku looks up at him sadly. 3. So that means she exhausts herself using her own quirk. He had tears in his eyes, and Aizawa internally panics at the boy's emotions. 13. Don't worry. They look at the door to see a trio, and the girl was the one speaking. I'm working on my stamina so I don't hurt myself too much. But thank you for your concern. She grins to the small boy, who blushes from embarrassment. They were all so big compared to him. They looked really cool too, so he was scared they would make fun of him. He was still a quirkless kid. Don't worry, Midoriya, they're oddly nice. They won't give a SHT about that. Aizawa tries reassuring him, and Izuku blushes, realizing he must have been mumbling. 1. Wow. Aizawa is reassuring someone. That's a new one. The purple-haired girl laughs, earning a death glare from their teacher. 7. Well, in case you didn't guess, I'm 𝗫𝗫𝘕𝗫. I'm myheroacademia. The second one grins. The third one just hits his head against the wall, grumbling something inaudible. 3. I'm guessing you're Tamaki Imagiki. Izuku smiles softly at the boy, who discreetly nods. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The Viridian boy bows politely. Now go get ready. Midoriya is going to observe your skills to get a better analysis of your strengths and weaknesses with your quirks. Aizawa explains, emotionless. Our very own analysis. 𝗫𝗫𝘕𝗫 asks, stars in her eyes. 2. Why yeah. That's what I'm going to try to do. Izuku stammers, anxious of what they might think of him. If they were going to think he was miserable. That's so cool. The 2 loud ones of the group yell in sync, which startled Izuku but then make him slightly happy. 8. Even Tamaki looked up, finding interest in all this. 8. We'll wait for you in the training ground. Aizawa shoos the 3 students, and he motions Izuku to follow him. 5. They're loud, but they are nice in their own ways. Are you okay? The teacher asks the smaller boy. Plus, they're nice, but are they going to treat me differently for being quirkless? Izuku asks, fidgeting with his fingers and looking at the floor anxiously. Not worried about that. Though I can't promise 𝗫𝗫𝘕𝗫 won't ask a bunch of questions. The teacher scoffs, making Izuku giggle. Then I can live with that. Izuku smiled, looking at his new guardian. For months later, Izuku never came back, and Katsuki didn't know what to do. The missing person warning of Izuku was taken down. From what Mitsuki had told him, Izuku was found and had been put in a family. That's all they knew. Not the slightest clue on where Izuku went. Not even if he was still in Japan. 5. He could simply continue going to school and focus on getting into UA. It hadn't even been a month. Izuku was already forgotten in the whole class. No one mentioned the boy, not even to talk mean things like they always did. It's like he never existed. Katsuki hated everyone there. They all annoyed him to his core. He doesn't understand how he preferred getting their respect over the one of Izuku. Izuku was gone and Katsuki wasn't totally at blame, but he knew that if the smaller boy was given hope, then he wouldn't have resolved at running away. He could be at arm's reach, Katsuki could hold him and protect him. Tell him that he was sorry. That he'd never hurt him again. That he loved him. 48. That's what Katsuki repeated, sinking himself deeper in his guilt. He loved Izuku, he realized too late, but he always had. But he pushed him away, to the point not only that he lost his chances, but to the point that he didn't even know if he'd see him again. If he had followed him home, asked him what was wrong that day. 11. If he was able to get across that fence, he could have apologized. 2. If he could go back to the day he pushed Izuku away for being quirkless, he'd hold him closer instead. He did nothing of the above. He put himself in this situation and brought Izuku along. F. He couldn't help but yell, hitting his wall from frustration. 1. He didn't realize tears were streaming down his face. 1. Katsuki. Enough. His mother came rushing in the room, worried for his son. She didn't think he'd be so affected by Izuku's disappearance at first. They knew he was safe after all. But Mitsuki knew why. You could say it's mother's instinct. If you two are really meant to be together, you'll see him again, Katsuki. Mitsuki says, touching his son's shoulder softly. 9. He won't talk to me. He must hate me. He sobs, still facing the wall. 10. I have my doubts you did bad stuff, Katsuki, but Izuku has a big heart. When you see him again, apologize. Do what you have to do to get him back. And for the love of God, let that thing pride of yours aside. She says teasingly at the end, but she was also trying to pass a very direct message. 10. Thanks, Hag. Katsuki grumbles, which made his mother happy. She ruffles his hair in an affectionate way. 17. But I swear to God, hurt him again and I will end you. Am I clear? She threatens him and he scoffs, shaking his head. Come on, get cleaned up, dinner's almost ready. She says, leaving the room. 17. The blonde teen sighs, going to his bed and taking the frame next to his bed. It was a picture of him and Izuku. When they were 3, Katsuki was playing superheroes with Izuku. He was protecting Izuku from the bad guys. 25. 8. Izuku has been focusing on helping the big 3 improve ever since he arrived. He had gotten really close to the 3 and he was even getting better at hand-in-hand combat thanks to Aizawa. He was shown around the school and he was able to help other classes to improve. There wasn't anyone who made comments on him being quirkless, which made him feel more at ease. He was now officially at Aizawa and Yamada's custody. He hadn't heard of Bakugo ever since then, which made him sad, but he knew it was to be expected. 1. Izuku had talked to his guardians about the bullying but never talked about Bakugo precisely. He couldn't risk ruining the blonde's chances of becoming a hero. He was still stuck on a dream they could become close again, but he couldn't continue hurting himself that way. He had to let go. 12. Today, Principal Nezu along with other teachers wanted to speak to Midoriya about his place in UA. He was guaranteed to get in with all he did so far. They were simply figuring out where he would be able to bloom the most. He nervously walked to the principal's office where Aizawa, present MIC, Nezu and All Might. Izuku had to rub his eyes and blink a couple times to make sure he was seeing right. 1. You can come in, Izuku, will explain, no worries. Aizawa tries to reassure the completely startled boy who was meeting his lifelong idol. Alright. He stutters, running to take a seat next to the dark-haired teacher. How are you today, Midoriya? Nezu asks the Viridian boy. I'm doing great. Tamaki was finally able to manifest more than one feature at a time. He smiles, excited for his friend's success. That's wonderful, Midoriya. Like you may know, today we were talking of your studies in UA. Is it still what you wish? Yes. He smiles at the mouse men who he got close to, and Nezu also helped him sharpen his analysis skills. Good. So, you might be wondering why All Might is here. Nezu starts and the freckled teen agrees. He is going to be teaching heroics this year. Whoa, seriously? The greenette says, looking at the men who nodded with his iconic smile, but something seemed off. Izuku immediately noticed. 15. Well then, let's get this started. Nezu claps his paws cheerfully. So we have general studies, support department and hero course. I'd like everyone's opinions here. Let's start with All Might. 𝘂𝑳𝑢 says, motioning him to speak up. 3. I'm sorry I may seem out of place, but how could someone quirkless become a hero? It's impossible. All Might points out, making everyone in the room furious except Izuku, who pretended his hand was a gun. 48. He pretends that he shoots, making everyone in the room look at him confused. Poof, you just killed someone. Izuku says with a small smile. All Might looked at him confused. 17. First off, you don't have my backstory, you have what 𝘂𝑳𝑢 knows or way less. From all you know, I may be unstable and only hanging on to a small dream. Society already brings us down for not having a quirk. Having the #1 hero who said anyone can be a hero just told you it was impossible. Now I'm dead, I threw myself off the roof. Izuku explains, making him frown. That won't change anything to society though. Now what if I was emotionally unstable and decide to go down the opposite path? I want to become a villain and I hurt people. Maybe no one will die, but even quirkless I could hurt people with weaker quirks. Firearms exists. There are many ways people could brutally die. Now All Might try reformulating it so the #1 hero doesn't destroy someone because of his personal beliefs. Izuku says innocently, but the tone sends shivers even to All Might himself. 75. Right. You're right and I'm sorry, I simply don't wish for you to get badly injured. All Might corrects himself, ashamed, and Izuku and 𝘂𝑳𝑢 clap together while Yamada and Aizawa look at their son proud and shocked. 12. Thank you All Might for your opinion. Now Aizawa, what do you think? 𝘂𝑳𝑢 asks cheerfully. All Might was looking lost in thought, only listening to half the conversation. I think we could build him a special program. You saw how he is when it comes to combat. He was even able to put Mirio down after only a few months of training. His analysis are also very helpful to the students. He could be a great addition in hero course to not only build himself so he can achieve his goal but also help others if he wishes with his analysis. It would maybe make him take out a few classes, and it could be replaced by either individual combat training or detailing his notes. He could choose. Aizawa suggests and 𝘂𝑳𝑢 nods in agreement. 4. Well, I believe our little listener could fit in anywhere he goes, so I would give him green card to choose, though I must admit that Shota's idea seems interesting. 26. 𝘂𝑳𝑢 nods agreeing, and finally he looked at Izuku, who was holding his chin thinking carefully. I honestly like Aizawa's idea, though I would also like to have a few normal classes. I know I could take out English for instance. Izuku explains, and the loud blonde teacher looks at him doing a falsely offended look. 3. Don't worry Papa, I already speak English and I could always continue to practice with you at home, that's why I don't think it's necessary. Izuku tries to reassure him and he nods, wiping a tear that fell. Thank you little listener, you're the best. He says, promising himself to hug the child later on. 17. This is definitely a good option and we'd have to discuss it more, but I would personally opt to agreeing to this. The small mouse man says with a smile and taking a sip of his tea. 2. Now that this is settled, would you be okay with helping us evaluate on who would be a good addition to our school? It would mostly be observing, we'll take care of the rest. 𝘂𝑳𝑢 asks Izuku. Yeah, I'd be perfectly okay with that. The Viridian boy says excited. 3. Well, it's settled then. Little listener is our little helper. MIC says proudly, making Izuku smile. 1. Go on then, I think you were going to help Nejaya next, correct? 𝘂𝑳𝑢 smiles at the boy, who nods. Okay. Thank you. Izuku smiles, getting up and bowing at all the adults. Izuku got out the office happy and he was on his way to go work up stamina with Nejaya. Young Midoriya. Izuku jumps, turning to see All Might rush out the desk. Hi All Might. Izuku smiles at the #1 hero. I believe I was wrong. You might get hurt along the way and you'd have to work twice as hard, but I believe you could become an excellent hero. All Might says to the boy, who was extremely happy at the moment. 24. Thank you All Might. It means a lot coming from you. Izuku says cheerfully. Well then, see you soon. Izuku then left to go help Nejaya, for real this time. Plus today was the entrance exams and Izuku was rushing through the crowded hallways to go see President MIC, who had forgotten literally the whole pile of paper for the written exams. 10 The Viridian boy entered the room after knocking softly. He went directly to his guardian and gave him the pile of paper. 2 Thanks, little listener. He whispers at the best of his abilities. The whole room of students who were trying for the hero course were looking at the smaller boy except for one who was lost in thought. 11 It's okay, though. Aizawa might kill you later. Izuku chuckles softly and the distracted blonde looks at the front, recognizing the voice instantly. The voice he was longing to hear. 7 Izuku. Katsuki says under his breath, and Izuku looks in the direction but looked away quickly. He was scared that Katsuki still wanted to hurt him. He wasn't going to bother and provoke him uselessly. 10 See you later. Izuku smiles and runs off since he was supposed to go help other teachers. Katsuki was looking in shock at the boy. He looked happy. Was he here the whole time? He barely looked at the blonde, though it was to be expected. After all, the last words the blonde told him were for him to take a swan dive off a roof. 23 But he kept wondering why he was here. He looked like he was familiar with the hero. Was he going to be in UA? Why wasn't he doing the entrance exam like the others? Was he already accepted? He had a million questions that he had to put aside for now. If Izuku was in UA, he had to get in too. It might be the only way of seeing him. 6-2 Izuku was helping All Might at preparing the practical exam with the big three, who also decided to come help. So, Nejaya, how is your stamina coming along? Izuku asked her curiously. 2 Great. I'm sorry again for using my quirk on you. She felt bad since she didn't give any warnings. It was by reflex since he had attacked her by surprise. Don't worry, if I want to become a hero, I'll be hit by different quirks, so I really don't mind since I have to build up my tolerance. He smiles at her. But honestly, those support items are really useful. You literally were able to go against the three of us with almost no problem. Mirio praises the younger boy, who smiled shyly at him. He wouldn't need it, I believe. His combat skills are surprisingly good considering how little time ago he started. Tamaki says with an almost invisible smile. 5 Tamaki was able to open up to Izuku and was now a lot more close to him since Izuku didn't mind the fact that Tamaki didn't like to talk much and he never tried to push him in situations he isn't comfortable with. 4 Unlike someone said, I believe that our little Izuku could become an excellent hero even without a quirk. Nejaya glares at All Might, who tried to make himself go unnoticed. 5 I apologized already. I've been proven on firsthand that young Midoriya is truly extraordinary. I won't be doing the same mistake twice. All Might laughs awkwardly, making the 4 others laugh. 3 All Might decided to spar Izuku and the smaller boy was allowed 1 support item and he was able to immobilize All Might. The group and the teachers that saw it are still teasing the teacher about it. 12 Don't worry. Izuku laughs. Wait, I think it's about to start. Izuku points out, seeing a group of students across a glass. Come on then, you have to help evaluate too. All Might motions Midoriya to follow, which so he complies after waving goodbye to his 3 friends. Behind that glass was Katsuki, who felt his heart twinge. Izuku's bright smile. He looked so happy. Katsuki didn't make him smile like that since they were kids. Bro, you good? Katsuki turns to see a redhead who was looking at Katsuki, worried that he saw as pity. None of your 𝘕𝘂𝘵. He tsk in annoyance, and the redhead only saw a chance of making a new friend. 10 That's cool, dude, a hero Kirishima. The redhead grins ear to ear, showing his sharp teeth. I don't care. Katsuki grumbles, ready to hit the boy. 2 The technical exam begins. The conversation was cut by the doors opening, saving the redhead from being murdered. For 5 the exam was ending and Izuku was able to spot a lot of students with immense potential, and the amount of quirks were making his internal fanboying go crazy. 3 Katsuki Bakugo. He has quite a flashy quirk. Nezu thinks out loud. Kacchan's quirk is really cool. He had a good control over it since we were young. His body produced nitroglycerine like sweat and he can release it from his hands. When he's nervous or angry, he tends to accidentally create small explosions, which is one of the things he should work on. He is really smart but also very loud and impulsive. Izuku rambles about Katsuki's quirk and personality. You know him? Aizawa asks with a frown. He was my childhood best friend. We went to the same middle school. Izuku says, still focused on the exam. 3. The teachers all noticed the was, but Izuku was so focuses on the evaluation that he didn't notice the look the teachers gave to each other. 4. The loud alarm resonates in the arena announcing the end of the exam. Izuku was mumbling to himself about the different things he observed the students recovering. 1. Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo, is he one of those who hurt you? Aizawa asks, getting straight to the point. No, of course it hurt when he stopped being friends with me, but he wasn't hurting me. Izuku lies with a sad smile. Then do you want to go see him? He looked like he wanted to speak to you earlier. 𝘕𝗫𝐶 points out, trying to see any type of incomfort. We are planning to talk about the results tomorrow, so you could go if you want. Yeah, I don't see why not. Izuku smiles and he gets up, bowing. I'll join you guys at the teacher's lounge after, Izuku says, walking off. But he wasn't planning on going to talk to him. Planning is the key word here, since the second he tries to get to his friends, someone grabs his wrist. Izuku, can I please talk to you? Izuku was surprised not only for being called his real name but for the please. Oh. Okay, Kacchan. He stutters, slightly scared. Can we go somewhere with less people? I promise to only talk. I missed you. Katsuki admits, embarrassed and slowly letting go of Izuku's wrist. 9. Okay. We can go in the gymnasium. No one is there at this time. He mumbles, unsure, and Katsuki nods, following Izuku across the students. Kacchan. There are cameras everywhere here, just so you don't try to hit or other. It could ruin your chances on getting in. Izuku mumbles, slightly afraid, and Katsuki feels his heart drop. Of course. That was meant to be one of his first thoughts. 6. I wasn't planning to. He says, ashamed, and Izuku nods, bringing him inside the gym. Izuku, if it's because you're afraid I'd tell someone of what happened, I promise not to say a word. You don't need. Izuku was cut. No. He yells from pure frustration, but not to Izuku but to himself. For Izuku took a step back, startled. No. I want to say I'm sorry. He says, looking at the ground, making Izuku freeze. I never should have pushed you away. I never should have hurt you during all those years. I should have stayed by your side. You're the only one in that shitty school whom the option should have mattered. I never should have told you to kill yourself. Never. I regretted it the second it came out, and my pride. My stupid pride. Katsuki had tears in his eyes. When I understood you ran away. I was scared. Terrified. I couldn't lose you, and I'm sorry that's what it took for me to understand, but I never want to lose you. That day I saw you at the park, I didn't want to hurt you. The other extras, I don't know why they followed, they are dumb. I just wanted to bring you back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Katsuki says, finally looking up at Izuku's eyes, and they both had teary eyes. Izuku didn't think twice before going to hug Katsuki. The blonde was shocked, but soon held Izuku back. I promise. I promise to not hurt you again. But don't leave, Zuku. Katsuki whispers, hiding in the crook of the Viridian boy's neck. 58. I won't, Kacchan. But please tell me this isn't a joke. He whispers. I swear it isn't. Ask the old hag how many times she walked on me rehearsing that 𝗧𝗏. I swear to All Might, it was worse than embarrassing. Katsuki sighs loudly, making the smaller boy giggle. 2. Auntie must have laughed at you. Izuku giggles, slowly leaving the blonde's arms. She didn't since I was a emotional mess, but now. I swear I'm hearing about that 𝗧𝗏 every day. Katsuki grumbles, making the other laugh softly. 1. So, mind to tell me what the hell happened for you to end up here? Katsuki asks, playfully, making Izuku chuckle. Well, Eraserhead found me in the abandoned warehouse after they caught some villains. Now he and his husband are my legal guardians, and since they are teachers here, I've been helping students train, and I was able to analyze a bunch of them. I also learned how to fight. Izuku explains cheerfully under the soft gaze of the other. 1. That's nice. So, are you going to stay here? Katsuki asks, curious. Yeah. I'm going to be in the hero course. Though I think it's supposed to be a secret. Don't tell anyone, please. Izuku pleads, making Bakugo smirk. Don't worry, nerd. I ain't telling 𝘧𝗔𝗔 to no one. So, friends? Katsuki asks nervously, making Izuku's tears come back. Of course, Kacchan. I'll always want to be your friend. Izuku says with a huge smile which made Katsuki's heart skip a beat. 29 good. So, can you tell me how I did today? He asks teasingly. No information will be diffused for him. The public. Izuku says more as a question. Not their opinion, idiot, yours. Katsuki smiles and Izuku blushes slightly. Kacchan did great. You have an amazing control of your quirk, you seem to have become more precise with your shooting style, you definitely gave an impression. Also, you seem to be able to keep your quirk activated for longer period of times. But are your forearms okay? I know you tend to hurt yourself when it's used for too long. Izuku looks at the other boy worried. 10 I'm fine nerd, I know my limits now. Izuku gives him a skeptical look. Most of the time. When I'm calm. Katsuki corrects himself embarrassed. 3 But you know if you get hurt, recovery girl is really good, she can even heal broken bones. Izuku explains cheerfully, making the blonde frown. You seem to be speaking from experience. It was an accident. We were training and I was still only beginning. Izuku defends himself, looking away embarrassed. Idiot, he scolds, flicking his forehead. 3 Izuku. We found you. Present MIC entered the room panicked. Is everything okay? He asks worried. That idiot just went on full-on protective dad mode. We were just checking to see where you were at. I see everything is doing alright. Aizawa asks after arriving. Yup. He was scolding me on breaking my bones. Izuku laughs embarrassed, earning a scoff from the tired teacher. Good. You deserve it. Shota smirks and Izuku pouts. It didn't take much for the two guardians to notice the way Katsuki looked at Izuku. They don't know what happened in their past, but they knew that they didn't have to be scared for him hurting Izuku in the future. Izuku had accepted to go out for the day with Katsuki. He missed his friend, his apology meant the world to him. It was like every single cell of his body was celebrating. 4 Does the arcade sound good? Katsuki asks the freckled boy, who quickly nods. Oh. The one with the all mic games, right? Izuku asks cheerfully, and the other nods with a small smile. They were walking and there wasn't a lot of people, but one group stood up to Katsuki. Zuku, hold my hand, okay? Katsuki says to the Viridian, who tilts his head confused but still doing so. 7 Bakugo. Seeing you found that quirkless loser. Wanna let us in for the fun? Izuku tenses up, looking at the ground, and Katsuki intertwine their hands, trying to reassure him. F off. You aren't doing 𝘧𝗔𝗔 and 𝘕𝘕𝑚 leaving. Katsuki groans, keeping a tight hold on Izuku's hand. Oh, Bakugo found himself a little girlfriend. One of the boys teases, and Izuku was holding tightly to Bakugo's hand. 23 Shut the F up, 𝘬𝘕𝘏𝑈. 𝘕𝘕𝑚 leaving your thing worthless anyway. Katsuki scoffs, pulling Izuku gently next to him to pass around the group. Katsuki, Bakugo lost some guts here. His going to the weaklings level. One of the boys laugh, and this time it was Izuku who was ready to hit. He looks around and there were no cameras and literally no bypasses anymore. He lets go of Katsuki's hand and innocently walks up to the boy. 15 Don't worry, you'll grow some too one day. Until then, try maybe not making a fool of yourself, it's going to come right back at you sooner or later. Izuku smiles at the boy who was mocking him with his friends. Nerd, let's go. Kacchan orders, he didn't want his friend to get hurt. But don't worry, just remember that I'm quirkless, okay? Izuku smiles, and right after he throws him a punch. 7 The two other friends decided to do the same, and Izuku was able to bring the three of them down quite easily. You know, I wonder what it's like. Talking like being your superior but can't even stay against a quirkless loser like me for 30 seconds. It's pretty sad, don't you think? Izuku asks innocently. 28 Shut up. We weren't even trying. One of them says, rushing to get up. Wanna go at it again then? Just to settle the score and all. Izuku smirks, taking a step forward. We're leaving. Go to your Fing boyfriend, you Fing 𝘕𝗏𝗏. One of the boys yells, running off. 39 Izuku goes back to Katsuki, who was pretty shocked. Remember me that we have to spar, I wanna see how good you got. Katsuki teases, earning a blush from the younger boy. Oh okay Kacchan. Izuku stutters. Did you get your letter yet? The Viridian boy asks, already knowing the boy's results. Not yet. Katsuki mumbles, anxious. Don't worry Kacchan, okay? I know you'll definitely love your results. Izuku tries to reassure his friend, who looked sad. Is that an indirect way of saying I was accepted? Katsuki asks in a teasing tone, making Izuku panic. And no. You were rejected. Izuku lies, and Katsuki raises an eyebrow, amused. 10 Oh really? Katsuki asks with a smirk. 2 Izuku nods quickly. Yup. Definitely refused. You got the worst results. Izuku lies again, and Bakugo couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry Deku, I won't say a word. Katsuki ruffles the smaller boy's hair. You better. Izuku glares at him, which only turned out adorable. 4 Katsuki smirks, and they continue their way to the arcade. The hag told me to say hi, Katsuki says to the boy. How is auntie doing? Izuku asks, looking up at Katsuki. She's fine, she'd like to see you again, she was happy to learn you were in you. He smiles softly at boy while resisting the urge of holding to Izuku's hand. And she might also kill you for scaring the SHT out of us like you did. Katsuki teases, making the freckled boy laugh nervously. Yeah. Sorry about that. Izuku mumbles, looking at the ground ashamed. Katsuki took Izuku's hand, not knowing how to reassure the boy. Don't be sorry nerd. You're the last person to blame in all this. Katsuki says, trying to reassure his friend. You were just protecting yourself. Anyways, you're here now and you look way happier, so I guess it happened for a reason. Though never do that again. I swear to God, if you do that again, I'm going to murder you. Katsuki threatens, making the smaller boy giggle. 5 I promise Kacchan, even if you don't want to be my friend anymore, I'm not going to disappear again. The Viridian boy gives a sincere smile, and Bakugo, who looks at Izuku with a serious frown. 12 Don't think like that nerd. I'll want to stay your friend even if you hate my guts. Izuku smiles at Bakugo with a lot of emotions. I missed having Kacchan as a friend. Izuku cries, hugging the tall blonde from the side. Crybaby. Katsuki snorts, wrapping his arms around the freckled boy. 6 After a few seconds they let go of each other, but Katsuki kept holding Izuku's hand. It didn't bother the smaller boy though, like that, he wasn't scared to lose Bakugo in the crowd that would come soon. Kacchan, I never asked, but how did the exams go? Izuku asks, referring to the middle school final exams. Crushed all the extras and got the highest grades in the whole shitty excuse of a school. Katsuki grins proudly, making Midoriya giggle. 1 And after you call me a nerd. You are just as much as 1. The smaller boy teases, making the blonde laugh and push Izuku's shoulder playfully. 3 That's because I'm not a fanboy, unlike a certain nerd I know. Katsuki smirks. You know you're just as much of a fanboy as I am. Izuku laughs. I'm not. Katsuki defends his pride. Tell that to the face you did when you saw All Might last time. Izuku teases, earning a scoff from Bakugo. 7 Katsuki pulls Izuku by his hand, making the other yelp after tripping on his own feet. What was that for? Izuku laughs after standing up straight once again. What are you talking about? Katsuki asks, trying to flabbergast the Viridian boy. Kacchan, Izuku whines while laughing, looking at Katsuki, who found the smaller boy more than adorable. 4 Would you look at that? We're here, the blonde exclaims, pretending to be surprised. Izuku laughed, pulling Katsuki inside. For they spend about 4 hours doing random games, and most would turn into a competition thanks to the one and only Katsuki Bakugo. It didn't bother Izuku at all, since that's how Kacchan was. That's the childhood friend he always knew and that he loved spending time with. Wanna go get our prizes? Katsuki asks him, and he nods, excited. They stay close to one another as they walk through the crowd. Kacchan, look. It's a plushie of present MIC. There's also one of All Might. Izuku looks at the different prizes in awe. Want to take both? Katsuki offers the boy. You can take the All Might one and I'll take the present MIC one. Izuku offers and Katsuki agrees, knowing that he will most likely give his to Midoriya. 8. They left the place with a smile and like agreed, Katsuki brought Izuku back home. Today was the first day of school and Katsuki was there early to hang out with Izuku before it started. Katsuki was obviously accepted in UA Hero course and he was also the one who placed the highest in the entrance exam. 13. Izuku and Katsuki were in the empty classroom of Class 1A. Since Aizawa would be their homeroom teacher, he trusted them not to cause chaos. Yet, Katsuki took a seat in front of Izuku and turned his chair to face him. I can't believe we both got in you, Katsuki says in a long sigh with a small chuckle at the end. Izuku lays his head on his desk still looking at him. Me either, I knew you would but me. It's just so weird how things turned out. He smiles softly. Still want to become the Wonder Duo? Katsuki asks smiling when he saw his friend's eyes lit up. 7. You remember? He asks shocked and excited. Tsuke, of course I think do, he answers like it was obvious. We'll be the best Wonder Duo ever. Izuku giggles looking up at Katsuki who was looking at him with a small smile. Won the thing best. Katsuki smirks admiring the Viridian boy, but their moment was cut short by the arrival of the new classmates. One Izuku couldn't help but become nervous and looked down at his desk. Hey! You're the guy from the entrance exam. A redhead grins going to see Katsuki who was looking at him annoyed. F off. The blonde glares at him in pure annoyance. Oh, and you're the guy who was with All Might, right? He asks in Izuku's direction and he nods. 𝘕𝘳𝘵 you placed second in the practical exam. Your quirk hardening gives the power to harden and sharpen any or all parts of his body, causing his flesh to become jagged and rock-like. Izuku thinks out loud looking at the boy who was taken aback. 3. Nerd, you're mumbling again. Katsuki touches the shoulder of the smaller boy making him come back to reality and blush. Sorry. He stutters looking at Kirishima embarrassed. No worries dude. But I don't remember seeing you at the entrance exam, what's your name? He asks Izuku who was nervous. Izuku Midoriya. It's nice meeting you, he says timidly. 5. Wait. Aren't you the kid who went missing? He asks Izuku who instantly became uncomfortable. Shut the hell up shitty hair. It ain't your thing business. Katsuki answers for his friend. My hair ain't shitty. 𝘕𝘳𝘳 says touching his hair understanding that he shouldn't push on the matter. It isn't Kirishima-kun, your hair is really nice, Kacchan just gives nicknames to everyone Izuku explains with a small smile. 3. Oh, so your name's Kacchan? He asks looking at the blonde who was twitching an eyebrow. Call me that one more time and I'll blow you off. Katsuki threatens closing his fist tightly. 36 but he just called you that. Kirishima looks at them confused. 4. Deku's the only one to the rest I'm Katsuki Bakugo. He spats at him. 20. Okay Bakubro. He grins ear to ear and Katsuki was ready to blow him off. Don't call me that either. He wanted to blow the redhead's face up. 1. Katsuki. Stop it. Izuku says firmly and Katsuki sits back down with a tsk. 23. So you two are friends? He asks and Izuku nods. And I ain't looking for new so all you extras can F off, Katsuki says annoyed and Izuku sighs loudly. I'm sorry Kirishima-kun, I swear it's nothing personal. Izuku says with an apologetic smile. Stupid Deku, don't apologize for others. Katsuki glares at Izuku. Sorry Kacchan. He mumbles earning a long sigh from the blonde. Idiot, he grumbles sinking on his chair. 3. Anyways, Midoriya, how did you become his friend? Kirishima asks and the Viridian boy thought about it for a second. Our moms were great friends and me and Kacchan just ended up growing up together, he explains leaving out a lot of details. 10. Nice. He grins and he walks away waving and going to see a yellow-haired boy. You know Kacchan, you could try making friends, I'm still going to be there if you want to. Izuku gives a small smile at Katsuki who grumbles curses. Whatever nerd, I ain't here to make friends. He answers annoyed. 14. Everyone take your seats in silence. The tired teacher comes like a caterpillar in the room with his yellow sleeping bag. 3. The students did just that and Izuku softly hit his head on the desk discouraged by his guardian's weird habits. 8 I'm Shota Izawa or Eraserhead, I don't care. I'll be your homeroom teacher. He says in a long tired sigh. Izawa just stared around the room and Izuku mouthed something and he curses. 4 I guess everyone has to present themselves. You can state your name and your quirk, if comfortable. He waves his hand in dismissal. Front to back, left row starts. Yuga Aima, Naval Laser Mina Ashido, Acid Tsuyu Asui, Frog Tenure Leader, Engine Okako Uraraka, Zero Gravity Mashirao Jiro, Tail Denki Kaminari, Electrification 𝘕𝘳𝘕 Kirishima, Hardening Koji Koda, Voice Rikido Soto, Sugar Rush Mizo Shoji. Dupliarms Kyoka Gyro, Earphone Jack Hantasiro, Tape Fumikage Tokoyami, Dark Shadow Shoto Todoroki, Half Cold Half Hot Toru Hagakure, Invisibility Katsuki Bakugo. Explosion 16 It was Izuku's turn and he was more than nervous. Everyone had given their quirk. You don't have to tell them nerd, Katsuki whispers seeing his shaking friend. Izuku hesitantly gets up and takes a deep breath. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm quirkless. He says managing to not stutter and he immediately sits back down not daring to look around. Katsuki gave death glares to anyone who gave a weird look at Izuku. What's a quirkless loser doing in hero course? Minoru Mineta did the stupid mistake of opening his mouth. 82 The class stayed quiet and we could see the smoke coming out of Katsuki's ears and Izawa gave a dirty look at the student for saying such a thing about his problem child. 4 Say it again I fing dare you. Katsuki says his eye twitching. Minoru Mineta, you are no longer a part of class 1A. Now does anyone else have anything to say? Izawa says a dark aura flowing around him. 42 What? The boy yells and Izawa was ready to explode. People like him didn't deserve to be in his class. He's not worthy of being here. He'll die at nothing anyways. He defends himself but he was simply digging his grave. 1 He could beat your thing but in a heartbeat so shut the F up. Katsuki barks at him. Yeah right. Laughs more like he'd die in a heartbeat. The purple boy laughs and now, even some of the other classmates were starting to despise Mineta. 2 Leave my class immediately. Izawa says to the kid. 1 You probably only have him here to publicize for this school that everyone is equal, but you know just as much as me that he'll die the second he goes against one of us. He mocks. The class was silent and Izuku didn't want to be stepped on again, he had to stand up for himself. Do you feel bigger now? Because I swear you're just the same size. Izuku grumbles. What did you say? The purple head asks annoyed also startled that he spoke back. 27 You heard me. He looks back giving a glare to the boy who gulped. You act all big now, but how would it be if you actually went against any of us? The purple head asks with a mocking grin, hiding the fact that the boy's glare actually looked scary. Mineta out of the class now. You're expelled. And to answer your question, he'd beat you to a pulp. Izawa says annoyed and Izuku sits back straight and Katsuki gave him a proud smirk. 3 I looked so dumb. Izuku complains under his breath hiding his face in his hands from embarrassment. No you didn't, you looked badass, that's completely different than dumb. Katsuki comforts him in his own way. And look, now, the extra's gone. 5 He looks behind and the desk was indeed empty. Everyone were coming back to reality and Izawa was ready to continue his class. Now that this is over we're going to dash. The Viridian boy cuts him raising his hand. She didn't introduce herself yet. Izuku says pointing to the girl who was seated behind the purple idiot. 2 right. He says and looks in the girl's direction. Thank you Midoriya-kun, my name is Momo Yorozu, my quirk is creation. She says bowing slightly. 9 Thank you. Now back to the class. Free Piadi I have papers to fill, just don't break anything. The tired teacher says annoyed by the work that was added to his day. 2 Everyone gets up and Izuku was surrounded by curious eyes which made him anxious. So you're quirkless? How did you manage at the entrance exam? A brunette asks. Aren't you the guy that went missing? The invisible girl, Hagakure, asks. Wait you're the guy that was with All Might and 3 others at the practical exam. Kaminari points out. Izuku was getting anxious with all the questioning. Shut the hell up. It's none of your f***ing business. So you extras better leave him the F alone. Katsuki yells at them annoyed and they all stop. 1. It is true it is very inappropriate of us to act this way. Please accept my apology, Midoriya. A dark-haired boy with glasses named Leader says, chopping his hand up and down. 8. And it's okay. I understand. He smiles softly, his shaking slowly calming down. Why you can ask Q questions. J just not all at the same time. He stutters. How did you manage to pass the entrance exam? I was already accepted by then. I didn't need to pass any type of evaluation since I've been helping the students in the last year improve. He answers. Weren't you the guy who went missing? This question makes Izuku tense up a little more. Why yeah. It's a long story that I prefer not talking about. He answers, embarrassed and anxious. It's okay, dude. No worries. A blonde named Kaminari reassures him. But how did you help the other students improve? He asks, curious. 5. I analyze strengths, weaknesses and ways to improve their quirks. After I would do training with them. He answers, looking at his knees. That's sick, dude. Super manly of you. Kirishima says with a huge grin. 3. So you already met All Might. What was he doing there anyways? 1 asks, curious. Yes, but I don't think I'm allowed to say the why. He answers frankly and they all nod in understanding. Everyone was asking questions away to Midoriya and Bakugo was jealous. Not because he wasn't the one getting the attention, he didn't give a F. But because people were talking to his Izuku, they were making his Izuku smile, and his Izuku was being taken away from him. Was Izuku really going to stay by his side? He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the crowd was gone. 33. Hey Kacchan, I'm sorry I didn't want to ask in front of everyone, but are you alright? You kept looking at me like you were sad. Is there something up? Izuku had brought his chair next to Katsuki and was looking at him worried. It's nothing, nerd. He grumbles, looking away ashamed. Kacchan, you can tell me you know. It doesn't make you any weaker. Izuku whispers to not be heard by the classmates. I just don't want these extras to bring you away, and I couldn't even be mad at you for it since I'm in but. Katsuki grumbles, too embarrassed to look at his friend in the eyes. Don't worry, Kacchan, you aren't replaceable. No one could ever be like you. I wouldn't replace you with anyone. Izuku chuckles. Whatever. He grumbles, not looking back since he was blushing. 12. Do you want to eat with me at lunch? Izuku asks sweetly, making Katsuki snort. You really think I'd want to eat with any of those extras? He asks like it was unthinkable, making Izuku chuckle. Who knows, maybe you're not the real Kacchan and you're planning on making a bunch of friends to replace me. Izuku giggles and Katsuki flicks his forehead. Oh. What was that for? He whines. I'll never replace you, idiot. I learned the first time you're irreplaceable. He says with a frown, making the smaller boy blush. 5. You know, it isn't often, but that's what makes it special when you say things sweet like that. Izuku says, laying his head on the desk, still looking at the blonde with a soft smile. Shut up. He looks away, flustered. Izuku laughs, looking at his friend who still got flustered at compliments. Well, that's what he thought. Since Bakugo was blushing because he was the one saying it, if it were anyone else, they'd be blow off to space in a heartbeat. 9. Izuku was in the changing room with Katsuki putting on their PE uniform. Today Izuku was going to work one-on-one with Katsuki. Since he knew a lot on his quirk, he already knew what needed to be worked on. He would still need time to evaluate the other classmates before helping them. So, we could go see Mai after to see if she could do a support item for your forearms. Izuku offers, zipping his vest. I ain't need no dash. He stops when he sees the look Izuku was giving him. 8. Katsuki, it wasn't an offer. We will go see Mai and she will help us find a way for you not to get hurt more. Izuku says firmly. Tizkage. 5. Izuku smiles at his friend before heading for the door. So, would you like to work on your shooting styles, endurance, or control over your emotions? Izuku asks, making Katsuki frown. What do you mean control my emotions? He asks, annoyed, and Izuku raises an eyebrow, looking at him. When you live anger, for instance, you tend to get sweaty and you can accidentally activate your quirk, I just don't want it to become more than just a few sparks. He explains. 10, sigh, we can work on that. He grumbles in defeat knowing he couldn't fool Izuku. So. Either you can provoke an emotion on your own or I could push it. As we do that, I want you to focus on not activating your quirk. He explains. You do it. Katsuki answers and Izuku nods. Okay, just so you know. Anything I'll say isn't true, I'll use your weaknesses against you. I just want you to keep that in mind while we do this, okay? Izuku says with a small smile and Katsuki nods knowing where he was going with all this. 9 ready? Izuku asks going back. Katsuki nods looking at Izuku anxious of what he might say. You know Bakugo, I don't understand why I actually gave you a second chance, you'll just drop me again. You probably only came back because you wanted to make yourself feel better. I honestly wish I'd have followed your advice. If I would have dropped dead, it would have been so much more easy and you'd be so much better. You're weak, Katsuki. Always bringing others down to make yourself feel better, because you don't want to accept that you don't have the heart of becoming a hero. Izuku says teary eyes since he didn't like saying that. Katsuki was sad, frustrated, he hated himself. You aren't worth having any energy wasted on. You'll fail at becoming a hero, and even if you wanted to be a villain instead, you'd fail like you fail everything and everyone. He continues and Katsuki's hands were sparking since he couldn't move. He couldn't believe those words came out of Izuku's mouth. 30, that's not true. Katsuki had explosions coming out of his hands and they were getting bigger. 3, Izuku knew that it was enough for now. Katsuki would either run off or explode and hurt himself more. But Kacchan is the best of friends. I want to be by his sides till the very end, since even if he thinks of himself as a bad person sometimes, Katsuki Bakugo is awesome and he isn't perfect. No one is. And once you get to really know him, he's nice and has a huge heart. That's why I'd take all the time in the world if it means that he can become the best hero in the world. He smiles, getting close enough to get Katsuki to look at him in the eyes. 15, Katsuki had tears in his eyes as the explosions quiet down. Once it was safe, Izuku went to hug him. I'm sorry, Kacchan, but you did good. I think I know how it could be worked on more. He smiles, whipping the tears away with his thumb. 5, I'm sorry. For everything I did. Katsuki whispers, averting his eyes, and Izuku smile at him. You already apologized, Kacchan, and I already accepted. It's in the past and I didn't mean what I said. You're awesome, Kacchan, in so many ways, and I know you could become the best easily. If I didn't, I wouldn't be helping you right now. He tries to soothe his friend who pulled him closer in an embrace. So. How do you think I could improve? He asks with a smirk, trying to push away his feelings. Well, you were not only listening to what I was saying, but you were hanging on to every word. If you were in combat, you'd make more impulsive decision. Using your emotions when fighting is good, but you still have to stay in control. Izuku explains to Katsuki, who nodded. It's easier said than done though. Izuku adds in a long sigh. You think I can do it? Katsuki asks, and without hesitation, Izuku nods with determination, which made the blonde smile. And also, you're great, Kacchan, but I will never be your provoker again. I hated it. Izuku admits embarrassed, which made then blonde snicker. Don't worry, Zuku. I'll start practicing with controlling when I'm with the extras. How does that sound? Katsuki suggests, making the other smile in relief. 8, now, want to fight a little before we go see my. We still have a bunch of time. Izuku smiles at the blonde, who smirked confidently. I ain't holding back. You better not, Kacchan. With or without quirk. If it's with, I'll use a support item. Katsuki thinks about it. Without, we always do with quirk in class. Katsuki shrugs his shoulders, making Izuku smile. Okay. Izuku takes a few steps back, not losing his smile. Ready when you are. 3, Katsuki is the first one to move and he kicks Izuku on the left side without making him move. Izuku grabs the leg right before Bakugo could move it away and makes him lose balance by taking his right shoulder and tackling him to the ground. Katsuki, startled at first, wraps his legs around Izuku's waist and flips them over so that now, Katsuki has the upper hand, holding his upper arm over Izuku's chest. The Viridian boy takes the time to analyze Katsuki's position and hits his clavicle with his knuckles. The pain leaves him a second of weakness to push at Katsuki off and get in combat position once again. 15 Izuku this time takes the first hit, not letting time to his opponent to get back up completely, and Katsuki takes a step back from the shock of the hit in his abdomen. He had to admit, he saw Izuku physically grow more muscular, but getting hit was definitely a shock. Katsuki didn't get the time to recover before Izuku landed another hit on his face. Sorry. Izuku smiles before wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck, pulling him down, allowing him to push himself over Katsuki and pressure him to the ground. He restrained his arms and legs, 𝘈𝘆𝘐 them to the center of his back. I win. Izuku asks, unsure, and he lets go, allowing Katsuki to sit back up after he got a confirmation. 𝘊𝘩𝑑eku. Katsuki curses, rubbing his jaw, where Izuku hit, which made the brunette feel guilty. I'm sorry Kacchan, we'll put ice on it. Izuku says, slowly taking off Katsuki's hand to look at his injury. It's just a bad hit though, I don't think it's broken. Izuku sighs in relief and kisses Katsuki's cheek, making the blonde blush. Midoriya seems to realize what he just did, and his blush could compete with Kirishima's hair. I'm sorry Kacchan. It was just when we were kids I would kiss your bobos and I just did it by reflex. I'm so sorry. He says, embarrassed, making the blonde chuckle. It's okay nerd, just surprised me is all. I don't mind. He ruffles his green hair and Izuku looks away embarrassed. 49 Wow. Bakugo got defeated by our little cinnamon roll. They both look up to see the big three along with Aizawa enter the field. Aizawa gave Bakugo a "you better treat him good or I will end you" look that the blonde understood with no problem. He nodded slightly before looking back to the boy sitting in front of him. 9 Hey guys. Izuku waves, not bothering to get up. So, when are you going against him, Aizawa-sensei? 𝘕𝗫𝘳𝘕 asks playfully, making the older men sigh loudly. I won't fight my problem child. He says in a long sigh. Why not? Scared to be beaten. Mirio teases. There's a moment of silence where present MIC had the time to enter the gym. Because then he might not want to sign the adoptions paper, we'll see after that. He grumbles, looking at Izuku, who was looking at him teary eyes. Yamato was also looking at the conversation with a hopeful smile. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘐 Izuku couldn't formulate words. 10 Yamato then took out a paper. What do you think, little listener? Would you like officially being our kid? He asks softly, and Izuku was crying and ran up to hug both his parents. Aizawa wasn't the one for physical attention, but for his little family. He could make an exception. 8 Really? Like, really? He looks at them back and forth with a huge smile. Yeah, so what do you think? Yamato asks, also crying. He nods frantically, and everyone in the room was watching with a smile. It was a heartwarming moment, especially for Katsuki, who was happy that for his friend. He had gotten up and was watching it all happen with a small smile which didn't go unnoticed by the trio. 3 You like our little baby, don't you? 𝘕𝗫𝘳𝘕 asks bluntly, and Katsuki looks at her wide-eyed. No. He looks away embarrassed. It's okay Bakugo. Just hurt him again and I will murder you. Mirio warns him with a huge smile which creeped the SHT out of Katsuki. I ain't planning on it face. He grumbles, annoyed, which made the taller boy laugh. 17 So, what's the next move? 𝘕𝗫𝘳𝘕 asks, making Bakugo look at her in shock. What do you mean next move? He whisper shouts. Like, what are you going to do to tell him you like him in that way? Mirio elaborates. I ain't doing SHT. He deserves someone better. He says, sad but covering it by annoyance. So someone who put all his pride away, who does an effort to change for the better for him and that treats him like he's a king, isn't good enough. Mirio asks teasingly. You don't know all the things I did. He says under his breath. 1 Yeah no, saying to someone to kill themselves isn't really nice, I have to admit. Mirio says, irritated. But we also know that Izuku is smart and that you've been doing a lot to get yourself forgiven, even if he already did. That's not something someone with bad intentions would do. He holds Katsuki's shoulder. 11 We don't need to make yourself feel bad since you already do. What we saw earlier only proves it. 𝘕𝗫𝘳𝘕 says with a sincere smile, and Tamaki nods, standing behind, using all the strength he has to not go hide in a corner. 5 Whatever. He'll never accept anyways. He says in a long sigh. So you're not going to even try? That's not what I thought you'd do. Giving up before even trying doesn't seem like something very Bakugo-like, seems like an option a coward would take. Mirio smirks knowing he hit a spot with Bakugo, who tightens his fists. 11 I'll do it. I'll do it in the best thing way. He spats at him before walking off and joining Izuku, who was staring at them. 1. Wow, that actually worked. 値々 laughs and Mirio grins in victory. 3. The three looked at Izuku, who hugged Katsuki tightly with a bright smile, and Katsuki, who was looking over him with a soft and protective gaze. 4. Class 1A was having a nice day. They were on lunch break eating outside, and Izuku and Bakugo had made new friends, well, extras he could tolerate if you were to ask Bakugo's opinion. 2. In this group there was Mina Ashido, 𝘕𝘳𝘕 Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Hanta-Zero, Tsuyu Asui, and Okako Uraraka. 4. Izuku was sitting against a tree with Katsuki laying on his lap while Izuku was calmly playing with his hair. 4. Tanrikan, are you sure I didn't go to 𝘤𝘳𝘦𝘢𝘢𝘢𝑦 you in training? Uraraka asks Izuku, worried, which annoyed the Viridian boy, but he'd never let it show. I think you should have went harder since he kinda won. Kirishima grins, proud of his comeback to defend his friend. 13. Uraraka was in their group, but she was one of those who looked down on Izuku. He knew that and the others did too, so they silently agreed to put her in her place if needed. 7. Well, but I was scared of hurting him. She defends herself. Floaty Beach, you do realize he won against All Might, right? Deku can take a hit no problem. Katsuki glares at her and she grumbles something inaudible. 2. They were all left in an uncomfortable silence. Oh. Denki, you were next to the program. Did you want me to help you with anything in particular, or just what I observed is okay? Izuku asks the boy, doing a drastic change of subject. I'd like help for my brain to stop going numb after using my quirk. I don't even know if it's possible though. He laughs embarrassed. Don't worry about that, it's already in your program. The solution won't stop every side effects of your quirk, but it will at least make you functional and slowly reduce other symptoms. Izuku explains, making the blonde look at him, stars in his eyes. You're the best, Midoriya. He yells, raising his hands in victory, making the smaller boy giggle. 1. Also, thank you Midoriya-kun for all your help in class, you're really a big help. Ribbit, Zu says, making Izuku smile. No problem, I'm glad I can help. He blushes slightly at the compliment. 5. How are you going to help Todoroki-kun though? He doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone so far. Mina points out. I'm not fully sure yet, but I'll find a way. Izuku says cheerfully he wasn't sure how to approach the boy since every time he gets shrugged off in a heartbeat. 1. Maybe if he was less full of himself, then he'd actually make some progress. That shitty icy hot BS'er needs to learn how to accept help. Katsuki grumbles and Izuku looks down at his face with a playful smirk. 4. You can't accept help either, Kacchan. Izuku giggles, looking at his friend who was glaring at him. I accepted your help, that counts. He pouts. 5. True, he smiles, continuing to play with his friend's spiky hair. For the rest of the group were looking at each other with a knowing look as they watched the duo. Are you guys sure you're not a thing? Mina asks with a smirk, and Izuku tilts his head confused while Katsuki gives her his best death glare. What do you mean a thing? Izuku asks, confused, making everyone laugh. 8. It's so adorable. One looks like an angry Pomeranian and the other looks like a lost puppy. Mina squeals, making everyone but the two concerned laugh. Izuku was blushing and Katsuki wanted to kill them but preferred to stay on Izuku's lap. 10. Shut the hell up, Pinky. He growls at her and she zips her mouth shut, making everyone laugh except Katsuki, who was listening to the sweet giggle of his crush. 10. Midoriya, you're so lucky to not have boring classes. You don't have to do all the boring lessons. Kirishima whines, remembering they had English next PRD. Yeah. SCKS to be you. Giggles, I'll be able to train with a guy from General Studies while you're with MIC. Actually, the only reason he isn't in hero course is because he has a villainous quirk, and that his quirk wasn't made to pass the practical exam, a little like Aizawa's quirk. So I want to try helping him, and maybe he could move departments. Izuku explains, and the others found it cool to see him so passionate about something even though they barely understood what he just said. 14. That's cool, Mida bro. Tell us how it goes. Kirishima grins, making the Viridian boy smile brightly and nod. 3. Bakugo was looking at the greenette the whole time, and he felt like he was the most appealing human on earth. No one could convince him otherwise. It was subconsciously settled a long time ago in his mind. 7. 4. Izuku was sitting on the ground reading his notebook, refreshing the information he gathered on the boy. He gets pulled out of his thoughts hearing the door open. Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku asks, getting up. Let's just get this over with. He walks in Midoriya's direction, his hands in his pockets. 1. So your goal is hero course, correct? Izuku asks, which startled the boy slightly since he didn't tell anyone. Yeah. What about it? He asks, slightly annoyed of where this conversation will most likely lead. He'd be told that he can't become a hero with his quirk and blah blah blah. Just asking to confirm, I saw you perform at the practical exam. You should be in hero course if you ask me, but since the entrance exam was mostly on physical quirks and yours is mental, it wasn't your environment, and even if you used other students to destroy, the point wouldn't come back at you. Izuku rambles, getting further from what he was initially saying. Oh right, back to the point. You mostly stood up since you didn't even try to hit a robot whatsoever, so we read your file and that's why you're here and not the rest of general studies. The goal would be to make you pass another exam to transfer you to hero course since one of the students of class 1A was already expelled. The procedure of trying to get you transferred should be more easy. Izuku covers his mouth and looks at him wide-eyed since he just realized that what he just said was classified information that only a few people from the school board know about. 5. You weren't supposed to say that, were you? The boy asked, startled, but he was also extremely happy internally. I'm sorry. It's just that they're looking into it and there's only 4 people that know about it, including me, since nobody knows how long it could take and all, so they didn't want to tell until it was determined. I'm sorry, please don't tell anyone I told you. Izuku pleads. Don't worry about it. Though, how do you know all this? You're a student, aren't you? He asks, and Izuku was hesitant to answer. Well, this is actually a personal, so I could explain because I have a very big mouth and I'll end up telling. So, could it stay secret? The smaller boy asks. Of course, I'm just real curious right now. He admits, embarrassed. Long story short, my mom died. I ran away because being quirkless and in the foster care was bound to end bad. Aizawa found me after 2 weeks when they captured villains. He took me in. I was asked to help students train, got accepted in this school, and now I'm asked to help all students, and I just turned out knowing about all that. Oh, and I was also one of those evaluating the students at the practical exam. Izuku explains, and Shinso barely has time to blink since he was talking so fast. 2. You're Eraserhead's kid? He asks, and Izuku nods, seeing he wasn't being judged for what was just said. Well, not too much at least. 4. And you're quirkless? Izuku nods again. So you know how to fight without using a quirk? He asks, hopeful, and Izuku nods with a small smile. Truth be told, Shinso was scared of coming to this training session since his quirk was villainous, and most students rely on their quirks, so he told himself it would be useless anyways. But with all that he just learned, he not only trusted the boy more, but he had hoped that he could still work on his dream. So, Shinso, do you want to do this? Not because you're asked to, but because you want to improve and accomplish your dream. Izuku asks with a soft smile, and his eyes lit up when Hitoshi nodded. Then I have a lot of things on how to improve your quirk. Well, I only have what was written in your file, but I'm pretty sure I at least have the basics, so the more we practice, the more we could set more precise goals. Izuku explains, going to get his notebook, who was still on the ground. Okay, so, are you comfortable with using your quirk on me? Izuku asks, making the other frown. Why would you willingly want to be controlled by me? He asks, confused. Aren't you scared that I might hurt you? I don't think so, should I be? He asks, tilting his head confused, and Shinso nods, activating his quirk. Give me your notebook. Shinso orders, and Izuku does so, but when his hand comes in contact with Shinso, he snaps out of it. Izuku blinked a couple times, processing what just happened. Woo. So cool. Okay, so how did it deactivate exactly? Izuku asks in or taking his notebook back to take notes. When there is a physical shock, therefore when our hands touched, the quirk automatically deactivates on its own. I could also make it stop as I wish. The smaller boy notes everything down, mumbling to himself. Okay, so, for your quirk to work best, the less people that know, the better. Also, you have to be good when it comes to manipulation so that even if the person knows about it, they end up budging and answer you. Working on hand-in-hand combat will also be necessary, a support item too. Maybe I could see with Aizawa if you can try working with a scarf like him. Maybe a more personalized support item could be discussed with Mai. Izuku mumbles his thoughts, which almost came out as gibberish to Shinso. 6. Okay, we'll start with that and let's see where it brings us. Izuku grins confidently, Shinso nods, and that's how they started their first training lesson. It had been a month since the beginning of the school year and Izuku had grown closer to his new friends, especially Shinso, after discovering the many common things they had in common. Bakugo was jealous, but he kept it to himself. He couldn't stop Izuku from making friends, especially since Izuku always came back to him. He made sure he was alright and also hang out with him, but Katsuki had to try something before someone else took away his childhood friend, and he just needed to let him know. Izuku had accepted to go out to the park with him. He told Izuku that he had something important to say. Izuku was even happier to go since it was the park they would always go to when they were kids. They had agreed to meet at the train station and Katsuki had arrived half an hour in advance, just to be sure they didn't miss the train. Since it was late afternoon, it didn't pass as often. He was wearing a black t-shirt with a skull on it with a pair of cargo briefs. He hated to admit that he asked Kirishima for help since he had no clue how any of this worked. 5. As for the freckled boy, he was sitting on a bench looking at his friend from afar, wondering why he was so nervous. He had finally decided to get up and walk up to the blonde with a small smile. Kacchan, are you okay? You look nervous. Izuku asks, worried, touching his forehead for a fever. Don't worry, nerd, I'm okay. He smiles slowly, taking off his crush's hand from his forehead to hold it instead. Okay, Kacchan, tell me if something is wrong, okay? He smiles, holding his friend's hand tightly. 6. Katsuki feels a warm, cozy feeling when he sees Izuku's smile. Sure, nerd. Come on, let's go, he smirks, pulling him inside of the train. Izuku and Katsuki were shoved in a corner of a train since it was so crowded, which made both of them nervous because of the proximity. I thought it would at least be less crowded since it was late. Izuku whines silently, making the taller teen snicker. Thank God that we only have one station to do. Izuku nods in agreement, and after about 10 minutes they were there and Katsuki helped him get across the crowd. They walked to the park in silence. Katsuki was anxious and Izuku wanted to ask why, but he told himself that he'd tell him when he was ready. Izuku frowned seeing they arrived to a fence written, "No trespassers allowed." He didn't remember it being there. Come on, Katsuki whispered, bringing Izuku to a place where the gate was broken and they could pass. Kacchan, we could get in trouble. Izuku whispered, still following Katsuki. Only if we get caught, he smirks, looking back at the Viridian who chuckled, finding all of this amusing. 2. They went and they continued their way. Katsuki knew exactly where they were going. Izuku was following close behind. After about 3 minutes of walking they arrived next to a big tree where Izuku immediately recognized. I was scared it might be gone for a second. Katsuki admits, looking at Izuku who was looking at the base with nostalgia. 5. You better never forget about this. This is our spot and not one other extra is allowed here no matter what. Got that? Katsuki looks at mini Izuku with a proud grin as the boy was smiling with teary eyes. Crybaby, he snorts, whipping the tears off Izuku's cheeks. 10. Izuku and Katsuki went inside of their small base that had a small roof for them to look at the night sky. It was just big enough for the two of them. This is our secret base. Izuku smiles brightly, looking in the blonde's direction who was filled with a sense of pride. This is the Wonder Duo's base. Mini Katsuki cheers, making the other giggle while nodding. Izuku and Katsuki spend their night sleeping there. When they went back home in the morning, both their mothers were panicking with the police at their door. Let's just say the two boys were grounded for a month. 4. You remembered. Izuku smiles, hugging his friend with all his might. You really remembered. Izuku whispers in a silent sob. I'm sorry things didn't turn out like we wanted because of me, but I could never forget. He smiles, bringing the boy closer to his chest. They both stayed like that until Izuku looked up at the other with a soft smile. Wanna go wait for the stars to come out? Izuku asks, and the blonde without hesitation agreed, pulling him inside, and they managed to enter, their legs coming out as they lay on their backs. Izuku was looking in the hole above them where they could see the night sky settle in. As for Katsuki, he was looking at Izuku. What did you want to talk about, Kacchan? Izuku asks, turning his face to look at him. Zuku, do you know what it's like to love someone in a romantic way? Katsuki asks, and Izuku looks back at the sky with a blush. I guess. He mumbles, embarrassed. What would you say it's like? Izuku asks nervously. It's like when every time you see that person you want to only be with them, you feel nervous around them, like your stomach is twisting on itself, but in a good way. When you always want to see that person smile, and it feels like a blessing when you're the reason that they are smiling. It's wanting to stay with that person no matter what and protect them. He explains under his breath, not daring to look at Izuku in the eye. So the way I feel when I'm with you, it means I like you. Izuku asks innocently, and Katsuki turns his head quickly, staring at Izuku, shocked. That's how you feel? Katsuki asks under his breath. Well, yeah, I always have. He chuckles softly. Do you like me romantically, Kacchan? Izuku asks anxiously. Yeah, nerd, a lot actually. He smiles, bringing a strand of hair behind the other's ear. A blush creeped on Izuku's cheeks, and he looked at Katsuki's eyes, his piercing crimson eyes. Kacchan likes me. And I like him. Izuku thinks out loud. Zuku, would you be my boyfriend? Katsuki asks, taking Izuku's hand nervously. Yeah, I would love to, but it means you're mine too, right? He asks, unsure, making the blonde laugh. That's how it works at least. Katsuki smirks, making Izuku blush, realizing how dumb his question was. I just don't know how it works, okay? Izuku pouts, and Katsuki turns his body to face Izuku with a playful smirk. I guess we'll see where that brings us, because I don't have a clue either. The blonde says under his breath, making Izuku giggle. I guess we will, but promise me that whether it's as my boyfriend or my best friend, we won't stop being together. Izuku whispers anxiously. No matter what, Katsuki reassures him with a small smile he only kept for Izuku. Izuku also turns on his side to face Katsuki. I don't know what we're supposed to do now. Izuku admits, embarrassed. I don't know, wanna watch the stars together? Katsuki offers, and Izuku chuckles. That sounds awesome. Izuku whispers, and he decides to get closer to Katsuki, embarrassed, which surprised the blonde at first, but he wrapped his arm around the smaller teen, looking at the stars in a comfortable silence. It went a lot better than Katsuki had expected. Kirishima might not be such a bad wingman after all. 28 won the Wonder Duo were laying in their secret base for another night, admiring the sky that was cleared of any clouds. Did anyone tell you how your freckles look like stars? The younger version of Katsuki asks to the Viridian boy laying next to him. You really think so? Izuku asks, touching his own cheek, a small embarrassed blush covering his face. Of course. The loud blonde grins confidently. Izuku giggles softly, making the other's chest fill with pride. 5, and your eyes, it's like big gems. I think it's called emeralds. Katsuki grins at the other boy. 3 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗄. And Kacchan looks like a Pomeranian. It's fluffy like your hair, and you can act all tough like one, but sometimes you can be all nice. Like right now. Izuku giggles, and Katsuki smirks, going on top of his friend and tickle him, which made the other go on a laughing spree. Ha ha ha, Keiko-chan. Stop it, tickles. The greenette tries to beg for the mercy of his friend, who was already having a blast. I compare you to appealing things and I'm a dog. Katsuki asks teasingly. But a Pomeranian is cute. Izuku manages to say between laughters, making the other stop, letting the other finally catch his breath. 5, you think I'm cute? I'm handsome, not cute. You're cute. Katsuki pouts, going back to laying next to Izuku again. Okay, so you're a handsome Pomeranian. Izuku grins proudly, making the other laugh, and soon enough they were both laughing like there was no tomorrow. 23 1 Katsuki snorts remembering that night and looks at Izuku wondering if he also remembered or if it was already a forgotten memory. You know, your freckles look like the stars. Katsuki whispers making the other giggle. You really think so? Izuku asks looking at his new boyfriend. Yep, and your eyes look like big gems, I think it's emeralds, right? He says with a small smile. Izuku giggles knowing they both had the same memory in mind. And Kacchan is a handsome Pomeranian. Izuku says under his breath making the blonde snicker. They both smile losing themselves in the other's eyes, happy to be back here, together this time. Plus they may not admit it but they both came here to see if the other would also come but they never did at the same time. Izuku and Katsuki didn't tell anyone about their new relationship except for the parents. They both didn't know what they were doing and they didn't want to have the pressure of their peers. Aizawa had threatened Katsuki to death if he even thought of hurting one hair of his son. As for Mitsuki, she was over the moon. She still hadn't seen Izuku but she was okay with it since she understood that he wasn't ready to go in-house right in front of where he grew up. 9 Katsuki and Izuku were now in class listening to Aizawa talking about safety rules on a field trip they had organized soon at the USJ faculty. 16 Katsuki held his arm from behind and Izuku was holding his hand. They've been doing that a lot lately and no one seemed to notice. Katsuki looked tensed up today, according to Izuku, barely though. So if you didn't look at the explosive boy carefully, you wouldn't notice. Aizawa noticed the hand holding but he couldn't bring himself to stop it since they were both calm and attentive. It was also adorable. 3 Aizawa finished explaining what he had to and he was just staring at the classroom blankly. After a few seconds he took out his sleeping bag out of thin air and lays himself on the ground. Do whatever, don't wake me up unless someone dies. He grumbles dozing off to sleep making Izuku sigh loudly. After a few seconds the classroom started taking energy but still careful not to wake up the teacher. It was the same for Katsuki who turned his chair to face his boyfriend. Kacchan, are you okay? You've been acting nervous all day, did something happen? Izuku asks concerned. Dunno, just got a bad feeling about 𝗬𝗫 and it won't go away. He admits in a long sigh making Izuku sigh in relief knowing nothing drastic happened. Hopefully it's just something small. Izuku chuckles looking at Katsuki with a soft gaze. Yeah, better thing be. He sighs laying back on his chair. 11 Hey. They look to see Kirishima grins standing next to them. Right. There's also Kirishima that knows but he was swore to keep it a secret. Bakugo owed him for helping him figure out how to confess and all, so the wingmen deserve to know. Hey Kiri. Izuku smiles sitting straight to look at his friend. Are you guys doing anything this weekend? He asks excited and Izuku thinks about it. Sort of, why? Izuku asks curious. The couple wanted to go at their spot again and Katsuki wanted to maybe bring him on a date, but he didn't know how it worked. He was supposed to ask his mom what he was supposed to do, which might end up by being something extremely big, while he wanted something simple. We wanted to go shopping, me and a few others. He explains and Katsuki rolls his eyes. We ain't going shitty hair. Katsuki groans. Neither of the two dared insist since it looked like a definitive no, unlike most of the time where he would end up by giving in. Maybe another time, Kiri. Izuku smiles and Kirishima nods in understanding before going back to some other of their friends. Why aren't we going? Izuku asks curious and Katsuki crosses his arms over his chest and looks in the direction of the window embarrassed. I want to bring you on a thing date. He grumbles which was barely audible for the Viridian boy who blushed. Oh. That would be great, he smiles slightly flustered. I just have no clue what to do. He admits annoyed making Izuku giggle. We could just eat at our spot, Kacchan, it sounds like a perfect first date. Izuku whispers laying back his head on the desk never looking away from the blonde. You really think so? Katsuki asks feeling a wave of relief. Yeah, being in a restaurant or things like that seems like too much. Izuku admits and the blonde hums in response. He was more than happy to see that Izuku wasn't going overboard. He would have done something big if it's what he wanted, but the idea of just eating at their spot seemed perfect. He could make some food and bring it for them. For 3 the bell had rang and the students were getting ready to eat their food. They all ate in their classroom, allowing them to take their time instead of having to fight for a spot in the cafeteria. Izuku, could you drop this on MIC's desk in the teacher's office? He put it in my bag this morning by accident. Izawa whispers to his son, who chuckled before agreeing. Thanks, he says, sighing in relief. Want me to come with? Katsuki offers and Izuku shakes his head. I'll be quick, don't worry. He smiles, walking out of the classroom to the hallways. 5 Izuku was walking to the office when he stopped, startled by a loud message yelled in the intercoms. Villains have infiltrated the school grounds. All students must evacuate and get in security. Villains have infiltrated the school grounds. All students must. For the alarm was activated and the same message was announced in loop. Izuku felt slightly frightened, but he hid in the teacher's lounge. He was too far from the classroom to go back. It was the first time something like this happened, so the freckled boy was extremely nervous. The room was empty. The teachers who were there seconds before had went to check for the alarm in a rush. He went in the corner of the room and took deep breaths. His heart stopped when a huge cloud of black mist appeared and a man with light blue hair and hands gripped to his body appeared. Izuku didn't move a muscle and didn't do a sound as the man came in. But when the stranger looked around the room and he spotted Izuku, who was actually holding a very calm behavior even though he was anxious inside. "For who are you?" the intruder asks with venom. "I'm Izuku, and who are you?" He asks back, trying to seem neutral. "Shigaraki, tell me. What are you doing here?" He asks, taking a step towards the boy. "I'm a student here." He answers truthfully as he analyzes the physique of the other boy, who didn't look over. "You look injured, are you okay?" Izuku asks, worried. He had rashes all over his body. Shigaraki was slightly taken aback by his question. "7, why do you care?" He asks, annoyed, taking a step forward. "It just seems to hurt. You don't have to tell me. I was just wondering, since I have cream that I could give you that should help." Izuku explains, panicked, and the other boy just looks at him completely confused. "Is it related to your quirk?" I realized most quirk users tend to have negative side effects on their bodies. Izuku questions nervously. "I destroy whatever I touch. I destroy, and if I don't, my body craves for more." He explains, now walking to a desk, feeling less threatened by the boy. "I see. Here." Izuku cautiously walks to MIC's desk and takes out the bottle labeled with his name. "Take this, it should maybe help. It's mine, but I'm sure you could at least try." Izuku smiles, giving it to him, and the other cautiously take it. "1, why are you doing this?" The villain asks, confused. "1, because for whatever reason you are here, I can't stop you from doing anything. You seem to come for a reason, but not to kill. Not today at least, and I know that your irritated skin might be annoying to you, so might as well try to get something positive out of this." Izuku chuckles. 3 Shigaraki was unsure of if the boy was sane. "I'd love to chat more, but I have things to do. I hope we meet again," he says, taking a picture of a paper on All Might's desk, which made Izuku frown, but he got this far without being harmed. He already had his quirk and name, it was already something. 3 Remember me as Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villain. We will be those who will cause the fall of All Might, the symbol of peace," he says with a villainous tone, and Izuku nods with a smile. "Tell me how the cream works next time." Izuku waves goodbye to the perplexed men, who was confused on the smaller boys. Attitude 38 He leaves in the portal, and Izuku immediately loses his smile, rushing to the desk to see what he took a picture of. It was the schedule of Class 1A. What was he looking for exactly? Izuku doesn't think twice before rushing back to his classroom, where he bumps into Izawa on the way. His parent was going to find him since he was out of class when the alarm started. He just needed to see a man, Tomura Shigaraki, his quirk. He destroys everything he touches, and says he's the leader of the League of Villains, and I have no clue who they are. He said they would be the cause of the fall of All Might. I gave him my cream because his skin was all irritated. Izuku explains in a panic. 10 Izawa slowly processes the information of what was just said. Why the cream though? Izawa shrugs that part off because his son did weird things sometimes that was better not to question. 7 Izuku, calm down. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Izawa asks, worried, and when he shakes his head the teacher feels relief. He took a picture of Class 1A's schedule, the one from All Might. He came from some sort of portal, it was dark mist, it wasn't his quirk, which means he has someone he works with. His quirk, he said, if he touches anything it destroys. When he was holding or touching anything, he was always careful not to touch with his 5 fingers. When I gave him the bottle it confirmed it. Izuku continues, explaining a lot calmer this time. I'm sorry, I let him go, it would have been useless if I tried to fight against him, so I tried to at least talk to him. Izuku mumbles ashamed and the other snorts. He would have escaped anyways, you were able to give us information, you did more than great. I'd kill you if you had attacked anyways. He pats his head, reassuring the boy a little. Now go control your boyfriend while I go report to Nezu, we'll be able to check the security footage of what happened. He says, and Izuku nods with a long sigh before walking to Class 1A. The second he opens the door everyone was looking at him. Kirishima and Zero were holding Katsuki back. The dog is set loose to tackle Izuku down when he is spotted. 9 𝘕𝗏𝑆ℎ𝑇 Deku. You're a 𝘕 idiot. Katsuki scolds, hugging him tightly, making Izuku chuckle. 1 Thank God it was only because of the media who broke in. Uraraka says in a long relieved sigh, making Izuku tense up. It doesn't go unnoticed to Bakugo, who looked at his boyfriend with a questioning look. Yeah. Izuku mumbles. It wasn't the media, was it? Katsuki asks in a whisper and Izuku shakes his head no. Plus, and let me guess, you were with the villain who got in. Katsuki asks, slightly irritated. I was able to get some information at least. Izuku mumbles and Katsuki stares at him before sighing loudly. Idiot, the blonde flicks Izuku's forehead, making the other smile nervously. The class were also relieved to see Midoriya was okay. They aren't dumb though, they knew if it was really just the media, Aizawa would have came back with Izuku. Izuku was sitting in the small cabin, he was almost an hour in advance to meet up with Katsuki, but he needed to take fresh air alone. The pros had agreed to not cancel anything, they were doubling security, and they had concluded that if there was to be an attack, it would most likely be off school grounds. The only moment that this occurs would be at the USJ. Izuku knew about it, but he wasn't allowed to tell anyone. He ended up telling Katsuki the same day, which Aizawa knew about, but he shrugged it off, trusting Katsuki to shut up. Izuku, on the other hand, was freaking out internally. That man. It was terrifying, like he was a mere puppet. Deku didn't understand why he was let go that day. Was the villain so confident that he didn't feel threatened by his information being propelled? He maybe wanted to create fear to others. His goals were so unclear. 3 He was brought out of his thoughts by someone cupping his cheeks. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Katsuki asks in a soft tone, trying to reassure his boyfriend. What if someone gets hurt? When is it even going to be? I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want you or Aizawa to get hurt. Izuku wipes his tears, and he was on the edge of a panic attack. 4 Wanna talk about it while we eat? He asks, kissing Izuku's forehead. I brought your favorite. The blonde says, taking out some containers of his bag. Did you cook it? He smiles, looking at him with excitement. Of course I did, who do you think I am? He says with a proud grin as he sits down next to Izuku, placing the food in front of them. Thank you, Kacchan. He smiles, slowly opening his container where a still hot meal was waiting for them. It definitely smells great. Izuku giggles and shyly takes the chopsticks Katsuki was holding out for him. For why didn't you call me? I hate it when you're crying alone. Katsuki says with a sad smile. I needed to be alone, it's just, it feels dumb since everybody that knows aren't worrying about it. Everyone seemed to be underestimating the guy. He had something. Something that said that there was something more to all this. Izuku explains, looking at his knees. 2 Did you talk about it to your old man? He asks, looking at the smaller boy with worry. No. He mumbles. Then tell him, he'll trust your gut feeling. Katsuki moves a lock of hair and kisses his temple. Izuku seems to calm down and he looks at Katsuki. With a small smile. Thank you for listening to me. Izuku whispers, laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder. Anytime, nerd. He smirks, wrapping his arm around his lover. One Izuku takes a first bite of his food and Katsuki could see his eyes become stars. I'm taking that as you like it. Katsuki smirks as Izuku exaggeratedly nods his head yes. I knew Auntie said you were good at cooking, but this is at a whole different level. He smiles looking at his boyfriend who had a proud smirk. Glad you like it, he chuckles taking a bite of his. Mine is spicy, wanna try? He asks holding a piece with his chopsticks. No way. No spicy for me. He does an X with his arms making the other. Wow, didn't know you were a PP. Katsuki shrugs his shoulders and Izuku takes the piece he was holding trying to prove him wrong. 14 hot, hot, hot. Izuku pulls out his tongue using his hands as a fan trying to cool down while Katsuki was laughing his butt off next to him. 5 idiot, the blonde chuckles taking out a water bottle to give him. Izuku doesn't think twice before chugging everything in the bottle. Once the feeling calms down he takes a bite of his food and pouts. I'm sorry, but it was hilarious. Katsuki teases the other who pulled out his tongue with a glare. Katsuki takes another bite of his own food smiling at Izuku who had a small blush covering his cheeks. Why are you blushing? Katsuki asks bluntly making Izuku blush even more. Nothing. He mumbles looking away. Katsuki stares at Izuku intensely making the other blush. Why? He asks again. Because your smile is pretty. He mumbles and it was Katsuki's turn to blush. Idiot. He grumbles taking a bite of his food. They both ate in silence awkwardly wondering what they were supposed to do. 8. Your smile is also very pretty. Katsuki mumbles finally daring to look at Izuku who had teary eyes. Hey why are you crying? Katsuki asks going to hug him. I just don't know what to do. He sobs clinging on Katsuki's shirt. Katsuki looks at him kissing the tip of his nose. I really don't and I don't want you to get bored of me. He sobs and Katsuki did the only thing that passed through his mind and kissed him. It shocked Izuku who froze at first slowly melting in the fuzzy feeling that was created. 13. I could never get bored of you. Never. Katsuki whispers cupping his cheek. Izuku was still frozen in place looking at the blonde. You kissed me. He says under his breath touching his lips and Katsuki panics realizing what he did. I'm sorry I panicked, I don't ever want you to think I'll get bored of your dumbass. I didn't know what to do. Katsuki explains in a panic knowing he should have asked. He didn't want to ruin things so early. Izuku couldn't help but smile looking up at Katsuki. I liked it, did you like it? Izuku asks with a small blush. Of course I did. Katsuki grumbles flustered. 10. The two sat awkwardly in silence until they both bursted into laughters. Are we awkward for nothing? Izuku asks with an embarrassed smile and Katsuki scoffs. I feel like we're both trying too hard for this. Katsuki says in a long sigh. 7. Izuku nods in agreement laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder and taking another bite of his food. At what time do you have to go back? Katsuki asks Izuku who looked at his watch. Before 10 p.m., he answers with a small smile. Want me to walk you home? Katsuki asks and Izuku shakes his head no. Correction, I'm walking you home whether you like it or not. Katsuki scoffs. 4. But then you have to go back alone. Izuku says sadly. I can call the hag to pick me up at your place, maybe you could see her at the same time. He suggests and Izuku nods awkwardly. I guess I'll have to face her sooner or later. Izuku mumbles. Katsuki chuckles wrapping his arm around Izuku. Don't worry, you'll be just fine. They ate their food in a comfortable silence, none of them feeling the need to fill it. Izuku was the first to finish his food with delight, waiting for Katsuki who finished not long after. You never told me where you were when you disappeared, I mean Aizawa found you but. What happened exactly? Katsuki asks, it's been bugging him for a while now, he wanted to at least try asking. Well, at first I stayed in the park, after I got some stuff like food and water. After you know that warehouse that people say is haunted. Izuku asks and Katsuki nods with a small frown. I stayed there for the 2 weeks, that's when Aizawa found me. They were raiding the place since there was villains hiding a bomb there and were planning on trying to take All Might, Endeavor and other pros down. He convinced me by talking about MIC and food. Izuku giggles, slightly embarrassed. You were living with an actual functioning bomb. He shouts. Yeah, their equipment was hidden in a container. It was a creepy one, so it was the only place in the warehouse I didn't explore. He explains, looking away from his completely discouraged boyfriend. Katsuki didn't even know how to react. Dork, you're a dork. Katsuki grumbles, hugging him. He still thought it was his fault that Izuku left. No matter how much Izuku tried to tell him otherwise, he believed it with all his might. It's not your fault. Izuku says with a small smile. You seem to think of that every time we talk about my disappearance. Izuku mumbles, cupping his lover's cheeks. But it's a lie. If I were to be nice, if I would have followed you, if I would have taken your hand instead of pushing you away, maybe everything would be better. Katsuki yells, startling the other at first, but he calmed down. Katsuki! Stop it! You weren't completely innocent, the first won't lie. But you can't take all the blame. You, unlike everyone else, took the time to apologize. You realize what you did wrong. You did a long time ago. You did so much, Kacchan. You have no clue how happy I am to be with you, you get that right? And you know what? Maybe I wouldn't be in UA if things didn't go the way it did. So I'm not mad at you, Katsuki. I never was. I was hurt, yes. But I never thought that you were unforgivable. Not 1 second. Izuku says, tears falling and hugging Katsuki tightly. I love you too much to hate you. So stop. Stop thinking that it's your fault. Please. Izuku cries, and Katsuki wasn't able to move for a while, processing his words, and when Izuku was about to back away, he pulled him tight against him. I love you too, you idiot. I just wish that things were different. Katsuki mumbles, and Izuku smiles softly. They stayed in silence until Izuku finally backed away and he looked at the sky with a small smile. I don't. My mom said everything happened for a reason. Even if it was only the direction of the wind. Everything you did so far will bring you to where you are, so maybe we wouldn't be here together if things were different. We'll never know. Izuku looks at Katsuki with a small smile. So yes, I was brought down for being quirkless and for having an impossible dream, but I guess I'll just have to prove more people wrong. Izuku says in a whisper. If I didn't want to prove everyone wrong so bad, I might have ended things. That's what kept me alive that day. He continued in his head. Katsuki couldn't help but stare at Izuku, letting every word sink in. He was gorgeous, the night sky surrounding them and the stars and moon giving a special light in his eyes, big emerald eyes. Plus, you scare me sometimes. Katsuki chuckles and the other boy looks at him confused. You keep that smile, that dumb, stupid, gorgeous smile, no matter what. And your determination, it's mesmerizing, almost scary. Katsuki smiles, holding Izuku's hand. Never change, got that? No matter what. Katsuki says under his breath. Izuku was more than happy. He would wish to become friends with Katsuki again, but he never would have thought that they would be like this. I promise. He smiles and they share a short but sweet kiss. They lay down, Izuku laying on Katsuki's chest, the blonde's arm around his waist as they both look at the sky. Izuku kept wondering, is his mom watching over him? He likes to think so, because he wants to make her proud. Katsuki had just arrived to UA and was waiting at the front gates for our little cinnamon roll. He finally sees the black car where Izuku came running out, soon followed by his 2 guardians. Good morning, Kacchan. Izuku waves, running to his boyfriend. Hey Izuku, he smirks, opening his arms for a hug. They always arrived before everyone, so there was no one else. Ready for today? He asks, moving a strand of hair back. I guess. He mumbles, nuzzling in his clavicle. Aizawa and MIC were watching from afar with small smiles. To say that's the same Bakugo that we teach. Aizawa says in a long sigh, making the other laugh. But he's all sweet for our little prodigy. MIC chuckles, looking at the young lovers. I didn't even have time to warn him about loud blondes. Aizawa grumbles, shoving his hands in his pockets. But I'm a loud blonde. MIC says with puppy eyes. Exactly my point. He smirks, walking to the entrance, soon followed by his husband that was whining like a 3-year-old. 30 They joined the two who were talking about the field trip they had today at the USJ. Don't worry Izuku, I made sure to double the security. The black-haired man says holding on to Izuku's shoulder. Yeah. Thanks. He mumbles with a small smile that broke everyone's heart. Izuku wasn't the type to get bad feelings over things, that definitely had risen everyone's guard. Now, go to class, I'll be there soon. The black-haired teacher taps his head before walking off. See you later. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 grins, running off, leaving the two alone. Katsuki looked around before taking Izuku's hand as they walk inside. No one talked really, it was peaceful and comfortable well until Izuku had a bubble. Kacchan. We're going to meet Pro Hero 13. He says, coming to a realization, making the other scoff. Almost forgot how much of a fanboy you are. He teases, pushing him with his shoulder playfully. I'm not. I just enjoy the hard work heroes put in their work, and I like to show them how much it's appreciated and that they are also a huge source of inspiration. He corrects him, making Katsuki laugh. Fanboy and a nerd. He smirks and Izuku looks away with a pout. Katsuki laughs, pulling on his hand, slightly pulling him close enough to kiss his temple. Don't be mad, you're my favorite of both. He smirks, seeing the freckled boy pass to a bright red color. They turn to get in the empty classroom where they go to their desks, and the blonde turns to face Izuku. You better not do anything stupid if something does happen, understood? Katsuki says with a scold. I'm not dumb. I won't do anything that could hurt me or others. He chuckles, leaving a skeptical Katsuki who was concerned of how today will turn out. 13:05 They had arrived at the faculty and Izuku was fidgeting with his fingers, walking behind everyone. He didn't understand why they didn't cancel anything, like this was a joke. They raised the security around, but no one in the students were warned. Katsuki noticed the nervous behaviors of Deku. He slowed down his pace, now standing next to Izuku. The Viridian boy didn't notice anything, lost too far in his thoughts. 𝘠𝗕𝘂𝘓. Katsuki says, finally catching the other's attention, and he kisses him by surprise. What was that for? Izuku asks, flustered, making Katsuki scoff. So you think of something else, you're thinking too much. You're smart, you'll adapt no matter how this turns out. He tries to reassure his boyfriend, who nodded, still flustered. They walked behind everyone until they entered the faculty. Izuku looks at Aizawa, trying to see if he was not the only one with the weird feeling. 13, bring the kids out. Now. He says firmly, a portal appearing on the other side. Izuku recognized it immediately, and he looks at 13, who was trying to bring everyone out, but he couldn't move, not one single muscle. Deku, move. Katsuki says, but still nothing. He was going to go when a portal appeared under Izuku, who fell in. Deku. Katsuki yells in distress, getting the attention of the teachers as the cloud of mist disappeared once again. Aizawa felt panic. He ran to Katsuki, who was looking everywhere for a sign of his nerd, but nothing. Their search couldn't go any further because a group of men started running out of a portal. It was pure chaos. They were running to the teachers and students. 13 kids out. Now. Aizawa yells, but another portal appeared with a man made in dark mist, the same type that the portal was made of. No one is going anywhere. You'll do everything we ask you to, or the kid gets it. He says, neutrally, pointing to the other side of the arena where Izuku was being held by the neck by the blue-haired male who had a huge monster next to him. Aizawa. 13 asks. She didn't know whether to make the other kids escape or not. Aizawa was staring at his son, who was calm, but he notices that he was taping his fingers in a certain rhythm. Morse code. He understood quickly, and he looked at him wide-eyed. 3 Make them leave, they still need me to get to All Might, they won't kill me yet. 6 13 Leave with the kids. Aizawa says under his breath, looking at his son with utter confusion. Now. He yells, realizing they weren't moving. What the hell? Katsuki yells to the black-haired teacher, who looked at Katsuki for half a second, showing all the fear he was living at the moment. Bakugo, we have to trust Izuku on this. He says under his breath. Izuku was looking at the dark-haired teacher, scared to move a muscle. Did the cream work? Izuku asks under his breath, shocking the other, who loosened the grip, giving Izuku the time to pin him down. Seriously, did it work? Izuku asks again, this time with a hint of concern as he held the man down. See for yourself. He groans as Izuku let him go and get back up. Izuku took a step back and sat down on the ground. Izuku looked at the man with a small smile. 10, that's awesome. He claps his hands looking at the man's neck, who indeed looked less crusty. 7, the violin was looking at him with frustration. He felt like he was being made fun of. What's your quirk? Shigaraki asks, annoyed. Bold of you to assume that I have one. He giggles, making the other look at him wide-eyed. Then how did you get in UA? He asks, lost. The teachers were fighting the group of bandits, which made it impossible to continue their way to save the boy. For long story, but I can't tell since technically you're a villain. He smiles at him. What do you mean technically? He asks, taken aback. You're the leader but not the boss of whatever organization you're a part of. Izuku explains and the other frowns. You are under someone else's control, that's why I say technically, because I don't know if that's what you really wish to do. He continues, making the other mad. So tell me, Tomura Shigaraki, what's your story? He asks with a small compassionate smile. 5, stop talking. He barks, but Izuku doesn't lose the smile he was holding. No can do, I'm buying them time by talking. He explains. Why are you telling me? What's wrong with you? He yells to the boy, who tilted his head in confusion. I'm personally confused, I don't understand what you're doing. You want to make All Might fall, but why? He asks, confused. I don't know, okay? He yells. 5, he gives hope but takes it when he thinks that this person doesn't deserve hope. Izuku says, making the other freeze. That's why I lost some of my respect for him, when he told me I couldn't be a hero since I was quirkless. It hurt hearing it from the person that told that anyone could become a hero. Izuku explains, looking at the other. Why do you want to make him fall? He repeats his question. For I don't know. I used to look up to him when I was a kid. But Hero Society told me I couldn't be a hero since my quirk only caused destruction. I was kicked out in the street when a man saved me. He raised me and we want to end Hero Society, we're starting with the top. He explains thoughtfully, making Izuku hum. I see. That's some excuse. Izuku yawns, stretching his limbs and getting up. Excuse me? He asks the boy, getting furious by the boldness he had. For I see why you want to do it, sort of, but there are other ways on passing your point. I have friends who are in the same boat as you. They decided to go against it and do everything to become heroes. He explains with a small smile. To prove them wrong, that's what we're doing. Izuku says in a long sigh. 2, Izuku looks at the fight going on where more pros had joined. They were trying to get to Midoriya but always ended up being held back. So, your secret weapon is this guy, correct? He asks, pointing to the weird monster next to them. He hasn't been moving, so I'm guessing he's an actual puppet. Izuku asks curiously. Why am I even talking to you? He almost yells in annoyance. I don't know, but I don't mind. You're interesting and your quirk is something that's intriguing. So I guess I'd like to understand you more. He shrugs his shoulders and he takes out something of his pocket and waits for him to take it. Why are you giving me a freaking pencil? He asks, confused and irritated. 9, just take it with 2 fingers. Izuku smiles, waiting for him to do so. When he does, Izuku immediately lets go. Now all fingers. Izuku orders, looking at the object disintegrate. 3, Izuku takes mental notes. You don't decide what you destroy, do you? Izuku asks sadly, and the other confirms with a nod. It must be hard. He mumbles, looking at the other with sadness. 3, Shigaraki snapped he was losing time. Nomiu. Attack. He orders the monster, who was set loose, attacking the direction he pointed at. Where's the idiot? Shigaraki asks furiously, looking around for any sign of All Might, but nothing. If you're speaking of All Might, he's been there for a while, he's been waiting for you to lose your cool. Izuku explains, and on cue the man jumps from higher up. Izuku knew it was his cue, he had to move before Shigaraki and All Might fought because he'd be in the way. He looked around and the bandits were down, Izuku ran to his son, hugging him tightly. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? What the hell happened?" The teacher had a million questions, but he didn't even know where to start. Izuku felt like everything was going in slow motion. "I'm fine. Though something isn't right. Something is still off," he says, looking around in utter confusion. Like he was being watched. "He works with someone. He's following orders. Meaning they aren't alone," Izuku says, trying to understand. The student's face goes blank. "Izuku, we have to evacuate," Izuku mumbles, looking at the teacher in panic. "There's a bomb." He looks at the teacher in panic. "And it's ticking." Izuku felt like everything was going in slow motion. "I'm fine. Though something isn't right. Something is still off," he says, looking around in utter confusion. Like he was being watched. "He works with someone. He's following orders. Meaning they aren't alone," Izuku says, trying to understand. The student's face goes blank. "Izuku, we have to evacuate," Izuku mumbles, looking at the teacher in panic. "There's a bomb." He looks at the teacher in panic. "And it's ticking." Izuku focused, trying to find what Izuku was talking about, and he caught it. It was discreet, but it was there. Izuku looked around, evaluating how many people were there. There was the pros taking care of the mist-made man named Kurogiri, and he could hear the explosions of Katsuki right outside, meaning the students weren't far enough of the building. Like you might guess, the explosive blonde was being held back by Kirishima and Zero to make sure he didn't go back in. We don't know the size of it. For all we know, it could be small or big. It started ticking about when All Might came in. Now, we know they want to eliminate Hero Society, so probably the more pros are brought down the better. "Dad, we don't have much time left," Izuku rambles, looking at Izuku with worry. Izuku was shocked since he never called him that before, but he didn't mind, and now they had to make a run. "We have to warn everyone without alerting the villains, since they could activate it," Izuku mumbles, trying to make out a plan. For Izuku was listening to the mumbling while also thinking. Everything was in slow motion for both. "Where's Yamada?" Izuku analyzes the room. "We don't have the time to make it safe. He has to warn inside. Outside they have to get further. Judging by Kacchan's explosion, they're still close. We have 30 seconds until the bomb would activate if they can trigger it early," Izuku explains, and Izuku nods, taking the responsibility of the inside while Izuku out. The freckled boy ran to the door, and thanks to his small size, he went unnoticed. He went out the door, who was slightly open. He made eye contact with Katsuki, who was looking at him with panic. He quickly spots 13 and ran to her. "13, there's a bomb inside," is all Izuku needs to say for the rescue hero to understand the gravity of the situation. "Everyone follow me," she yells, catching everyone's attention. Izuku couldn't help but worry on what might happen inside. "Midoriya, they'll be okay. Right now you have to focus on following the rules." 13 tries to resonate with the boy, who was hurting to know he was leaving his guardians alone. "What the hell is happening?" Katsuki yells, making Izuku tense up, looking back at his boyfriend, and the hash blonde could only see fear in Izuku's face. "Izuku, what the hell is happening?" he asks, taking a step to the Viridian boy, who looked at him, but his question was answered. "Everyone must leave. A bomb has been implanted. I repeat, a bomb has been planted," 𝗵𝘃 yelled, using his quirk from the inside. Izuku counted the seconds in his head as the other students panicked. They had 30 seconds. If it's activated early, it would take 30 seconds for it to activate. The students were led by Ida, who was class rep and was helping the teacher maintain control. "Deku." Katsuki shook his boyfriend, who was internally panicking. 12 seconds. "Izuku, you have to come." Katsuki yells, and 4 teachers came out holding different of the smaller villains. Midnight had used her quirk to make sure they wouldn't wake up. Katsuki forcefully took Izuku, pulling him. He was too focused on his counting that he didn't really realize what was happening around. 5 more teachers came out. All Might, Izuku, and present 𝗵𝘃 were the only ones left inside. 3, 2, 1, 6. An explosion, making more than half the building blow up and catch fire. Izuku lets out a distressed scream seeing that no one was coming out. Calm down. Katsuki tries to say, but Izuku manages to leave his grip running to the scene. The two villains had escaped and All Might was trying to bring the two remaining teachers out, but he was also weak at the moment. Izuku made eye contact with All Might and the number one hero himself didn't seem to know if the two were alive. Izuku ran in against all the yelling from the surrounding pros and taking Aizawa. Izuku was almost half his size, but he was shown how to hold someone in case of rescue even if they were bigger. The greenette felt relief when he could feel the twitching of Aizawa's arm. They both ran out trying to avoid the falling debris. Izuku knew he was going to be scolded for going against the orders, but right now he was only feeling rage. He warned them it was a bad idea and almost no one listened. Now look where they are at now. Izuku was coughing coming out because of all the smoke. He saw officers and medics that arrived on the scene and the three heroes who were the most harmed were getting medical attention. Deku, are you okay? It was Katsuki who ran to him with worry. He would scold him later, now wasn't the time. I'm okay. Why didn't they listen? Why did they not cancel? Aizawa didn't think it was a good idea, so why? Why is this happening? I can't lose them too. Izuku sobs, holding on to Katsuki's shirt. Katsuki held Izuku close to him, rubbing his back, whispering reassuring words as the others' sobs got deeper and louder. Katsuki couldn't say a word to reassure the smaller male, he could only hold him for now. The classmates were looking with compassion. They had their doubts that he was related to their teacher, so seeing the state Izuku was in, they had more of a confirmation. Baby, everything is going to be alright. Katsuki soothes, cupping his cheeks, forcing him to look at him. Kacchan. I can't lose them too. He whispers, his voice cracking. You won't, that old man's going to go through it. Both of them got it to make it. Katsuki whispers, brushing his cheek gently. Izuku lets tears fall, looking at Katsuki with fear, not towards the blonde but because of the situation. Midoriya, you could have gotten really injured out there. Izuku cuts the principal who was trying to scold him for earlier. No one would have gotten injured if you would have taken the wise decision and taken the right preconditions. Not only did it endanger a whole class, but a lot of pros. And now All Might, Aizawa and Yamada are in hospital beds unconscious. With all due respect, what you did was irresponsible. If the students wouldn't have been there, you know just as much as me that it would have gone better. That if you actually considered that it was a threat, that you didn't underestimate him, we probably wouldn't be in this situation. So why the hell are we in this situation? Izuku was fuming, he was in distress, and the room with the principal and a few pros went silent. It wasn't the moment to speak because they knew he was right. They hadn't taken it as seriously as they should have. Izuku takes a deep breath and puts his hand on the table for support. Tomura Shigaraki is a puppet. He follows orders thinking it's his own. They don't want only All Might to fall, but the whole hero society. He was being trained to kill since he was a child. Izuku says in a long sigh. I had my confirmation, something will destroy only if he touches it with all 5 fingers. When he does, it turns into dust. He has no control over if he wants it to disappear or not. His quirk causes him a need for destruction. If he doesn't do it, his body craves it and he starts to hurt. For instance, he has rashes everywhere because it itches when he craves destruction. Izuku explains in a calm tone. Do whatever you want with what I told you because this is just the beginning. They aren't going to stop until they get what they want. It's only a matter of time before their group grows. Izuku says with disappointment. I'll face whatever consequences you give me for going back inside. I don't care because no one was helping All Mute that was barely standing, even those who swore to protect. His disappointment was felt by all. They were silent as they watched the boy get out the room. The boy who admired all of them had just made them feel his disappointment. I hate to admit it, but he is right. We weren't heroes today, we were cowards. Cowards, and that boy did more than any of us did. Midnight spoke up as the room fell silent. I don't know for you, but big or small, I'm never underestimating anyone again. We're lucky everyone is alive, that's all I have to say. She says under her breath, going out the room with shame. 𝗕2 Izuku was waiting outside Recovery Girl's office. She was still healing them. Katsuki had went to join him and was holding his hand tightly. Midoriya. They looked up to see Class 1A, the big three and Shinso standing there. I'm sorry. Okako yells, clapping her hands together and bowing to Midoriya, leaving them all confused. I'm so sorry for underestimating you all this time. I'm so sorry for doubting you for being quirkless. You were always one step ahead and I still looked down on you. I'm so sorry. She says, regret and tears falling. It's okay, Yuraraka-san, I understand, but thank you. It means a lot. He smiles softly. She stands up straight and wipes her tears. 3. I'm proud of what you did today, kid. I heard that you did quite a number in the meeting earlier. Mirio smirks, ruffling the freckled boy's hair roughly. Our little baby is growing up so fast. 𝘕𝘰𝘵 brings the smaller boy in a tight hug. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at their comments. Tamaki stayed back, especially with the amount of people around. He didn't dare to speak, but he gave a nod, telling everything he had to say to Izuku. 2. We'll take our leave. I feel like this is more of a personal matter. I really hope everything will turn out fine. Ida says formally, but he was trying to show compassion in his own way. Most of the students left, only leaving Izuku, Katsuki, Shinso, Mirio, Tamaki and 𝘕𝘰𝘵 in front of the infirmary. Midoriya. They turned to see Recovery Girl at the door. 5. Most of the students left, only leaving Izuku, Katsuki, Shinso, Mirio, Tamaki and 𝘕𝘰𝘵 in front of the infirmary. Midoriya. They turned to see Recovery Girl at the door. Izuku was the first to get up and look at the lady with distress, scared that something bad happened. You can relax, it's going to look worse than it is. Most of the wounds are superficial except for a few who are third-degree burns. You can go see them, they're awake. Recovery Girl explains, opening the door, and Izuku rushes inside without thinking twice. The married couple were laying in 2 different beds next to the other. Hi, little listener. 𝘕𝘰𝘵 says with a sad smile, opening his arms, and Izuku rushes to hug him. Sure, it's okay, we're fine. Yamada whispers, listening to the sobs of the boy. If you didn't warn us it would be much worse, so thank you. 𝘕𝘰𝘵 whispers, and Aizawa looks at the scene with sadness. Why were you the last to escape? Izuku asks, looking at both of them, and they both look at each other unsure. Izuku, he told us something. Something disturbing. About you. Aizawa finally speaks up. 1. Izuku frowns, looking at him with pure confusion. What is it? Your mother. How did she die exactly? Aizawa asks with concern. A car crash. She died of a car crash the day before I went missing. Why? What does it have to do with it? Izuku asks, starting to get anxious. And did you see her? Either at the hospital or at the funeral? Yamada asks. Yes, in the hospital. She didn't die on the spot. I had a conversation with her. I was there when she passed. Why? Why are you guys asking me all this? He asks, his tears falling rapidly. 7. Did she say anything at all? Aizawa asks. That I shouldn't stay alone, to not rely on BLD line but those I trust most. Izuku answers, starting to shake, and Katsuki goes to hold him, looking at the two with pure confusion. 1. What is this all about? Katsuki asks in annoyance, seeing the state his boyfriend is in. 3. Aizawa couldn't even put it into words. How to explain it to his son? The teacher had briefly explained to the 2 other pros what happened, making them worry too. I don't understand, what happened? Izuku asks under his breath. We don't know exactly, we need to figure it out, but one last question. Have you ever met your father? He asks. The 3 teachers were waiting for the answer impatiently. 27. 3. Aizawa, present 𝘕𝘰𝘵, and All Might were the only ones left, along with the 2 villains. They were helping the pro try to get rid of the blue-haired man who was trying to destroy him. It was pure rage, no sense in his fighting patterns, like he was a child in distress. Aizawa was able to get him caught in his capture weapon, allowing the 2 other pros to leave since the timer was running out. The eyes of Shigaraki were filled with distress, looking at the pro. My brother. Protect him no matter what, it's a matter of time before he knows he goes here. Shigaraki pleads, like it was someone else completely. Who? Aizawa asks, confused and concerned. Izuku. Protect Izuku from my mustache. He didn't have time to finish when the violin got absorbed in a hole. 11-1 He left when I was 3 years old. My mom said he left on a business trip overseas, but he never visited whatsoever. Izuku answers honestly. The possibilities of what was said by Tomura had high possibilities of it being true. His name. Do you have his name, young Midoriya? All Might spoke up from another bed of the room. Hisoshi Midoriya. Izuku answers, he didn't understand anything. We'll have to do a background check. See where he actually is. All Might says, and everyone could hear it, the fear in his voice. One Shigaraki and Kurogiri had landed back in their lair where only a man named Jiran and their only member, Spinner. They were standing there. Jiran had a huge grin, one of pure mischief. Like in our agreement. You failed this mission, you must accept the new recruits I found. He grins evilly, enraging even Kurogiri, who was a rather neutral person. You set up the bomb, didn't you? You set it up on purpose. Shigaraki asks with venom. Why would I do such a thing? We're associates after all. He says, and this man, he is a pure manipulator, a hypocrite. He's there for the money and only that, but they're not allowed to kill him. Not yet at least. Now welcome our newest recruits. The elder man says with excitement. Let's start with Mr. Compress. His quirk is compress. He can shrink anything or anyone inside of a small marble. He starts by pointing a man wearing a weird mask. Twice can produce more than Shigaraki cut him in pure annoyance. I don't care. Now shut up and leave before I kill you. Do not test my limits, Jiran. You know them. Tomura groans, scratching his neck, trying to contain himself. The room fell silent as the man left with a long sigh. But his smirk showed that he was satisfied by this outcome. 2-1 We'll do that later, All Might. Let's relax for now. I think we deserve it. MIC grins, trying to calm the tension. You know, our little baby did quite the impression today. Nejiya says, clapping her hands in excitement. Other than detecting a whole bomb. MIC asks playfully, and her and Mirio nod rapidly. He made all the pros and Nezu question their whole career. She giggles, making the pros look at the boy who was still lost in thoughts. Zuku, come back. Katsuki whispers, rubbing Izuku's arm, making the other jump back to reality. What? Izuku asks, looking at everyone in confusion. I was about to tell them how badass you were to make the whole staff question their existence. She laughs, making Izuku blush in embarrassment, remembering the events of earlier. Problem child, what did you do? Aizawa asks, raising an eyebrow. He yelled at them, and he swore. Shinso says with a small smirk, looking at his friends, who was feeling embarrassed. 9, you're spending too much time with Bakugo. Aizawa says in a long sigh, making almost everyone laugh. Is not. Bakugo says back, annoyed. Of course I do. Kacchan's my best friend. Izuku smiles, making them hold back laughs, knowing it was a lie. 8, how long do we have to pretend we don't know? Nejiya asks, not so discreetly. Know what? Izuku asks, confused. That Bakugo is gay for you and that you're gay for Bakugo, Shinso says with a blank expression, making the two concerned blush. No, we're just friends. Izuku mumbles, looking away, embarrassed. Even Katsuki sighed internally at how bad of a liar Izuku is. Izuku looked down, embarrassed. He took Katsuki's hand, unsure, and Katsuki took it with a small squeeze, and there was the confirmation. Both of the duo were silent while the others gave either fist bumps or high fives. Tell a soul and I will murder you. Katsuki growls, staring at them. Why don't you tell anyways? You two are cute together. Nejiya questions the couple. Because we don't want the pressure from others. Izuku explains, embarrassed. Yeah, 'cause extras like Pinky like to gossip and SHT. We don't need that. Katsuki adds, annoyed, making everyone, including the teachers, laugh since they all knew how true it was. We'll take our leave then. Rest well and we'll check up on you guys tomorrow. Mirio grins, pulling the others outside before a word could be added. The second the door closes, Izuku turns to the teachers with a serious frown. What does my biological father have to do with today's attack? He asks, not letting the chance for anyone to decline his question. We might believe he is the one controlling Shigaraki. Earlier, he said something about you being his brother. We believe you could have the same father. Aizawa explains, and Izuku frowns, shaking his head no. He told me that his boss found him when he was a child. He had been kicked out to the streets because his quirk was considered one of a villain. Izuku explains thoughtfully. I'm not tossing aside the idea just yet, but I doubt that I could be related by BLD to Tomura Shigaraki. Izuku continues, a frown forming. To everything that belonged to my mom, is it still all in the house or was it gotten rid of? Izuku asks dryly, not because he was mad but because he didn't like his own idea. Yes. Aizawa answers, curious of what the freckled boy was thinking. My mom. She kept diaries. She would always tell me that she wrote her life story in it. If there's something she could have known, it would be in there. He explains, unsure. He wasn't mentally ready to go back. They nodded in agreement with the idea, but they knew that Izuku is reluctant of his own idea. Not today. Today you deserve to rest. Do you think you could stay with Katsuki for the night? We'll probably have to stay here for now. Yamada questions, looking at the blonde who nodded. I don't mind if it's okay with Kacchan and Auntie. Izuku mumbles, looking at the teachers. But are you guys okay? He asks, worried, making Aizawa scoff. We're more than okay. Worry about yourself for now. We're under good hands. MIC reassures him with a thumbs up. Yeah. Tell me if you need anything. Izuku mumbles, making the black-haired teacher pinch the bridge of his nose in discouragement. We're the parents, we take care of you, not the other way around. He scolds him, earning a laugh from the three blondes in the room. 14 are right. Izuku chuckles with a small blush. We should go then, you guys look like you need to rest. Izuku smiles, looking at his dads with a smile. I'm happy you guys are okay. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have you anymore. Izuku confesses, making both men smile softly. We're happy too, and thanks to you, no one else was injured. You really were extraordinary today. MIC says, proud of his little prodigy. Thanks. He smiles softly, hugging both of them before leaving the place with Bakugo. This was only the beginning. Everyone thought. He was tied to a chair as he tried to free himself. He looked up and saw a man leaning against a wall. He recognized him. It was the man from the USJ incident. Where am I? He asked in a shaky voice. He couldn't hide that he was terrified. The blue-haired male didn't answer. He just looked at him, emotionless, but there was no doubt. There was fright behind that facade. Another weird-looking man with no face came in the room, opening his arms wide. What a wonderful family reunion. I can't believe we're together once again, Izuku. He had a psychotic tone. It sends shivers down the boy's spine. Who are you? Izuku asks, looking down, furious. How dared he say they were family? I can't believe my beloved wife didn't talk to you about me. She was the love of my life. You. No. It's too bad she was killed. The driver missed and she had to suffer. He sighs, almost sounded disappointed. You weren't even at her funeral. What an ungrateful son you are. He smirks, coming closer to the boy who was doing his best to remember everything. Every details of what was surrounding him. 3. Come back to me. I could give you a quirk. We could be a true family once again. He says, looking at his son in the eye. Join or die and watch everyone you love perish. His voice drops in an instant, showing he wasn't playing. Never. He says under his breath. Katsuki Bakugo will be the first to dash. He couldn't see anything anymore, like he was in a tunnel with light at the end. Izuku. Everything was feeling surreal to the boy. Izuku, wake the hell up, it's not real. We'll meet again sooner or later, son, be prepared. Is all he hears before jolting up awake. 6. His eyes snapped open, covered in cold sweat, shaking, heart pounding, looking around the room, scared that whoever he saw followed him here. Zuku, are you okay? He looks and his boyfriend was there, holding his shoulders in a panic. Izuku had been talking and crying in his sleep. Katsuki freaked out and jumped on his bed where Izuku was sleeping while he was on the futon on the floor. He says he wants to hurt you first. He was with him. He wants to bring me with him. He's my biological father. He wasn't making sense, his shaky breathing was making it even harder to understand. Izuku, breathe, this is making no sense. Breathe and tell me again, okay? He says, pulling him in his chest as he rubbed his back as an attempt to reassure him. He was sobbing and Katsuki would whisper comforting words as he waited for his lover to calm down. It wasn't a dream, Kacchan. He says, showing his skin under his shirt. It was swollen and the lines of the rope was still visible. Izuku could still feel it, that's how he knew, the pain. The face of Katsuki loses any color as he looks at the smaller boy terrified. Kacchan, I'm scared. Izuku admits, tears streaming down his face. 44 Katsuki had finally snapped out of his trance and hugged the boy. He couldn't say everything would be alright since he himself didn't know. We'll figure everything out, I can promise you that. He whispers. Izuku was sobbing and he suddenly froze, like he had an idea. Kacchan, we have to break up. Izuku says, taking the blonde by surprise. No, Zuku, why do you say that? He asks, confused and hurt. Because he said he would kill everyone I love, so if we break up, Katsuki just kissed him. He backs a little and looks intensely in the other's eyes. Would you still love me if we broke up? He asks, cupping the freckled cheeks of his lover. Of course I would. He sobs, looking at Katsuki terrified. Then it won't change anything. Deku, we'll figure things out, and if I'm too far from you, who would protect me? I need you by my side. He whispers, caressing the boy's face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I don't want to leave you, he said he'd go after you first, I can't risk losing you, Kacchan. He whimpers, hugging Katsuki. I can't lose you too. He mumbles. 8 Katsuki was heartbroken by what he was seeing, he didn't want to lose him either. You won't. We'll make sure we stay together, okay? Because I don't want to lose you either. He whispers. Katsuki didn't have any tears falling, but he could feel the tightness in his chest like he was crying. They stayed silent, Katsuki trying to put the pieces of the little information he had together, but he couldn't figure anything out. Was Izuku hit by a quirk? He didn't know, but something was definitely wrong, and what Aizawa said earlier that day certainly had something to do with it. His biological father. Maybe the hag knows about him. Katsuki finally says, looking at Izuku, thinking they might have a lead. Our parents have known each other since before we were born, they probably know about him. He explains, and Izuku looks at him with hope. If they could get to him before he got to them, then maybe less people would get hurt. You're right, and with my mom's diary maybe we could get more information. Izuku whispers. He told me he could give me a quirk. I don't want it, but how does that even work? He questions, confused. Katsuki was even more confused. What was he even talking about? Katsuki took his phone and it was 5 a.m. He could indeed see the small rays of sunshine go through his curtains. You can grab some of my clothes, I'll wake up the hag and get dressed after. We're dealing with this now. Katsuki orders, firmly, not leaving the time to Izuku to fully process as his boyfriend left the room. Izuku looked around and went to the wardrobe where he took a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and he hesitated between keeping his dirty underwear or taking clean ones of Katsuki. He wasn't really sure on what to do. He changed shirts, putting a black shirt, which was slightly too big, and looked at the drawer where there was the boxes, and he spotted a pack of new ones and internally apologized to Bakugo for taking a new pair. For he took his phone and texted both Mic and Aizawa, asking for whoever sees it first to call back. Katsuki soon came back and smirked at how adorable Izuku looked in his clothes. The hag's getting ready, can you call Mr. Aizawa saying to join us at your old house? He asks Izuku, who nodded anxiously. I know it's your first time going back, but it'll go well, I promise. He whispers, kissing his forehead and looking at him with a small smile. Yeah. You're right. He mumbles, looking back with a small smile before leaving the room, allowing the other to change. He stands next to the door waiting for Katsuki, but Mitsuki beats him at it. Katsuki only told her that Izuku needed help and that it was about the attack the day prior. He was speaking so fast that she didn't really process all the information. Izuku, are you alright? What happened? She asks, worried and checking the boy for any signs of physical harm. We'll explain more after, but did you ever meet my biological dad? He asks, worried, and he looks at him with terror. What does that 𝗬𝘗𝘵 have to do with it? She asks under her breath. I saw him in a dream. He answers and she frowns. A dream. If it's a dream then why? She doesn't need to finish before he lifted his shirt showing the now purple lines of the rope that was holding him earlier. It was real. He whispers. I don't know how it's possible, we're going to my old house, I need to go through my mom's diary to find anything that could answer our questions. We need you to also tell us everything you know about him, I'm gonna ask Aizawa to join us there. He briefs and on cue his phone rings showing the black-haired teacher. Plus he picks up and puts him on speaker. Izuku, is everything okay? He asks worried but his raspy voice showed he just woke up. I'm sorry, could you guys join us at my old house? My biological father is related to Shigaraki, what he said is most likely true. He says and Aizawa's eyes shot open. He had so many questions but he had to get there to ask them. Send me the address, I'll be there with MIC, can all might come? He questions. Yeah, we're going there now, I'll send the address. He answers before hanging up. Katsuki looked at Izuku who went to a random place in the grass and picked up a rock where he found a key of the house. Smart. Katsuki chuckled at the chuckling brunette. Wait, that's not a rock. He looks at him with a hint of disgust making Izuku laugh. Izuku held her oddly. Realistic. Dog poop. 3 No one would touch it. He chuckles and was staring at the piece with a sad smile. Odd from an outside point of view, but Izuku remembers clear as day how much he and his mother laughed doing this. Izuku snapped out of it and opened the door. The second he stepped inside, he wanted to throw up, it smells abandoned, it was no longer the comforting smell of home. Izuku covered his mouth trying not to cry, but the tears fell anyways. He couldn't recognize it, it had the same colors, same decoration but it felt so empty. Katsuki and Mitsuki didn't step in, even though they wanted to, it wasn't what the brunette needed at the moment. Izuku frowned seeing something, it wasn't something big but definitely noticeable to someone who lived there their whole life. Someone's been here. He whispers running to a frame. Like said, nothing big. He frantically opened it taking out the picture inside of it and he was fuming. This isn't the real one. He whispers feeling hurt. In the back, there was initially a note that him and Katsuki had left. A promise for each other. He had left a paperclip on top, so if someone took it from the wall, it would fall and indeed the paperclip was on the ground. Maybe it was one of the investigators of your case. Katsuki suggests thinking that maybe Midoriya was going paranoid. They already gave me back everything they took and even if they did they wouldn't have taken the time to replace the image. He explains showing the picture and Katsuki realized it was the same he kept on his nightstand. The one where Katsuki was saving Izuku from a villain. The promise isn't there anymore. He asks and he shakes his head no. He learned the promise by heart. I promise that if you ever need me, I'll be there to save you. Katsuki too on Katsuki was the same but signed with the name of Izuku. Izuku had started crying, it was small but it meant a lot to him. It's okay, I'll write you a new one. It won't be the same but I'll mean it just as much. Bakugo says hugging the smaller boy tightly against his chest. It could be him, if so, that's probably how he knows we're close. Izuku thinks out loud. Mitsuki was barely listening, she was still lost in thoughts. A knock brought them all back to reality and Izuku went knowing it would be the 3 pros they were waiting for. When he opened the door, he noticed they had bandages but they looked in a better state than the day prior. What happened? Aizawa asks in a firm but worried tone. Izuku motioned them to follow him to the living room. He had a dream. Katsuki starts off which made All Might get annoyed. You're telling me you're basing this off a dream? This is way more serious than He stopped when Izuku showed his abdomen in chest and soon his arms, it was clearly bruises from a restraint. I was tied in the dream and woke up with this. At the exact same places I was tied. He says explains as he looked at the shocked expressions of the teachers. So forgive me for thinking it was more than a dream. He grumbles pulling his shirt back down. 12 What happened in this dream? Aizawa asks with concern. Izuku explained, word for word all the way to every facial expression. He remembered it as something that just happened. Not like in an actual dream where some parts get blurry once you wake up. All Might looked at Midoriya like he just saw a ghost. Just by the description he knew who he was talking about. So far, everything makes sense. Shigaraki is a puppet, yes he's a villain and has the intention to cause harm, but what he's doing right now isn't his doing. Izuku says firmly as everyone looked at him confused. Hag! Where did Izu's shithead of a biological dad actually go? Katsuki asks looking at the pale women. This. I should start from the beginning. She says under her breath looking at Izuku with guilt. Izuku, you weren't born quirkless. She says making the others look wide-eyed at her and waiting for her to continue. The doctor you went to when you were a child, he lied, what he showed and said was a lie. She explains. Inko didn't believe it, so that's why you did more tests, except that time you weren't with her for the results since she didn't want to get your hopes up. She explains ashamed. The other doctor confirmed that you did have the anatomy, saying you were waiting to receive your quirk. But it was taken in some sort of way. She explains with a pained expression as the freckled boy looked at her, but no one could tell his emotion, not even himself. He left and the last contact you had with him was on your 4th birthday, like you already knew. But he wasn't on a business trip. The room was silent as Mitsuki sank in guilt. 3. Why didn't you tell him? Katsuki asks annoyed, but Izuku takes his hand, pulling him softly for him to sit back down. I don't know why, Inko made me swear to keep it a secret. I decided to listen since it wasn't my place to say a word. She explains in full honesty. Everyone was shocked. The timeline made sense since he left when he was 4, which is also when kids start getting their quirks. In the dream or whatever it was, the man said he could give me a quirk. I won't lie, I really don't understand. Izuku admits. All Might was sure on knowing who this person was, but he wished that it was all a near coincidence. Mrs. Bakugo, what was his quirk exactly? Of his father. The number 1 hero asks with worry. Fire breathing, but I believe he had more than one, even though Inko kept denying it. She answers. 3. Izuku got up with no explanation and went to the room he longed to avoid, but he needed answers. Especially that people would be in danger. Izuku took a deep breath, opening the door, and everything was just like it was left. Izuku took a chair, placed it next to the library, and took the 6 notebooks that were kept at the top. After he went to the nightstand and he opened it, taking off a plank inside where he found a diary right under. He was looking for batteries one day, that's how he discovered that hideout. And for those over the library, Inko would always levitate confiscated objects over it. So it was pretty obvious it would be there. I'm sorry, Mom, but we need answers. He mumbles. He always hated going through her personal belongings. Katsuki was waiting for him at the door of the room. It's for your safety, I'm sure she wouldn't be mad. He whispers, kissing his forehead. I know. It just feels like I'm intruding on her privacy. He explains as they walk out, taking the time to close the door behind them. Katsuki looked at Izuku with sadness. It was a lot to take in for himself, so he couldn't even imagine what Izuku could be feeling. They got back to the living room and Izuku put the books down. He looked at the front pages and they were dated from what year to what year it was written. The freckled boy looked at one book at a time and decided to start with the one written 2107, it would be around those dates. There was also a piece of paper coming out the book. He opened to that page and he frowned seeing the paper fall out. 15 to Izuku, he looked at the page in utter confusion. No one was rushing him, but their concern and curiosity was growing. Dear Izuku, if you read this, something must have happened to me. I'll start this by saying that I love you so much. You might not understand why I did what I did, but it was to protect you. Let's start with the beginning. When I was young, I fell in love with a man, Hisoshi Midoriya, your biological father. Our love grew and one day I learned I had you. We were over the moon, and when you were born it was the best moment of my life. Time passed and he started to change. He was controlling and he was showing you things. He was making you learn different things that were concerning, like how to manipulate people, how to fight, and the one that made me snap was when he was showing you how to kill. He had stopped talking to you. You were almost 4 at the time. That's also when I learned that he had some sort of curse. It was a quirk that allowed him to steal quirks from others. But one day, he left. Nothing was left behind, not even a note. To when I saw you weren't getting your quirk, I brought you to the doctor. When he diagnosed you quirkless, I was broken, but I couldn't believe it. I went behind your back and made a different doctor redo tests, and he confirmed that the other lied. Your body was ready to welcome your quirk, but there was nothing. You're smart, Izuku, you must know by now what happened. 1. Izuku, if something were to happen to me, remember, don't go to him. Start a life, make your life and choose your family, that's all I have to say. 1. I love you, my baby, never forget that. Read my journals, everything is there. Good luck, Izuku, don't ever give up. No matter what, follow your dreams. 1 love, Mom. Izuku saw tears fall on the paper he was holding on to. Katsuki rubbed his back slowly, trying to bring him reassurance. All Might couldn't believe someone as pure as Midoriya could be related, even less the son, of one of the worst villains to exist. All for One class had started 3 days after the incident. Izuku and Katsuki weren't allowed to go out without being accompanied by a pro hero. It was a safety precaution the time they found something more stable. But you might guess, someone did not take it well. 1. What do you mean I can't go out without a Fing hero? I can defend myself just fine, I don't need 𝗕𝗈𝘕𝗏𝗔𝗪's help. He says, getting up ready to storm out of the room. Katsuki, sit back down. Izuku orders. Katsuki stops his tracks, swearing under his breath as he sat back down. Everyone in the room was jealous of the power Izuku had on Bakugo. 2. Like we were saying, we are going to put in place a dorm system. Until then, since you two are the most targeted students, we need to assure your safety. Nezu explains, he won't make the mistake of risking people's life twice. 1. I believe that you two shouldn't go out if not necessary right now, which also includes seeing each other. Nezu explains. What? They both ask, confused. Only until the dorms are installed. Nezu tries to reassure them, and Izuku didn't know how to say he wasn't okay with it, but Katsuki did. No. I'll see Deku whenever the F I want. I'll take the bodyguard, but ain't no way I'll just see him in Fing class. Katsuki spats, annoyed. The room was silent, reminder that the mouse didn't know about their relationship. But the decision was already taken. 1. Izuku was looking at the board. He and Katsuki had to stop seeing each other outside of school, so they had to join in class instead of at the entrance like they normally did. They also couldn't see each other since the incident. Nezu reassured them that they would get the dorms ready soon, but it felt like forever for the two. 1. The brunette's face lit up seeing the blonde enter. Kacchan. Izuku smiles, going to hug his boyfriend hurriedly. Happy to see you two, nerd. He smirks, kissing his forehead, seeing that no one was there. Dad told me they'd announce it today, for the dorms, and apparently the constructions are going quicker than planned, so it'll be ready soon. Probably within the week. He explains as he nuzzles in the other's clavicle. Katsuki smiles, running his hand in Izuku's hair. Good. He mumbles before they reluctantly let go. Their classmates would come in soon after all. They go to sit at their desk, chatting as they usually do and discreetly holding hands. Ida was the first to come in, greeting his classmates, which Izuku responded joyfully, and Katsuki with a groan. I wanted to thank you, Midoriya. I have heard of what you have done, and it was truly a heroic thing for you to do. He says, doing his weird robotic arm movement which Izuku had grown to get used to. Thank you, Ida-kun, I'm just really happy no one else was injured badly. He smiles softly to the taller teen. Yeah, it's true. The way you were so calm and all was super manly. Kirishima arrives, looking at Izuku in admiration. Soon student after student arrived, and they were praising the flustered teen. Katsuki was proud of him, though he won't lie that he hated it when people were all touchy and close to his boyfriend. 1. Everybody take your seats, we have an announcement to make. The tired teacher groans, entering his chaotic classroom. They were slightly shocked seeing him all bandaged up, but they quickly snapped out of it, rushing to their seats as they see their principal enter the classroom. They all seem to catch on that it must have something to do with the incident 3 days prior. They sat silently as the small mouse climbed on the desk, using it as a podium to be seen by all. Well, children, first off, I truly apologize for endangering all of you because of my mistakes. He bows to the silent classroom. They had no clue what he was talking about. You couldn't have known, sir. No need to apologize. Ida says formally. He was surprised that they didn't already know. Then again, Izuku and Katsuki weren't the type to gossip. Thank you, Ida, but sadly we had been warned about the attack. I had underestimated the villains and by doing so, I put everyone here in danger. He explains, ashamed, shocking the whole class. I see. Ida sits back down, slightly disoriented. He always thought of adults as people who were responsible. How could they make such a reckless decision? A question was being asked in the head of many in the classroom. How did you know? Kaminari asks, confused. He would be surprised if someone sent a letter like, hey, just so you know, we're coming to blow up your class or anything like that. When the teachers were silent, Aizawa hadn't tried to step in. He was against the plan at the UJ from the beginning. He was not going to waste his time explaining something like that. Nezu has to face this on his own. He was also not paid enough to do any of this. For, when the alarm was activated a while back, one of the students was able to have a conversation with him. They were able to get a few information, including the plan to attack the school, more precisely, the pro-heroes and their intentions. He explains. Why didn't they corner him or something instead? Zero asked, confused. His quirk is to disintegrate anything he touches. It could have cost him his life. The man wasn't there to attack, so the student took the wise decision by doing so. The principal explains calmly. Now can we go back to the announcement? I don't think those information are necessary for their studies. Aizawa says tiredly. Right. Well, with the past events, we will be installing a dorm system to assure all of your safeties. We will be talking to your parents for them to fill the forms in the next days. Nezu explains, waiting for any questions. Why though? Isn't it the pros who were targeted? Why are we moving? Ashido questions, confused. A few concerned students are also targeted. We have put in place safety precautions for now, but we cannot risk having anyone else endangered. The security here has been doubled and the dorms will assure the safety of all students. He answers her question and everyone was silent, every single one wondering if they were a part of those students, all except those who are concerned. Don't freak out, those who are concerned already know. So no need to think you're special enough to be targeted. Aizawa says in a long irritated sigh, earning a glare from Izuku, who was discouraged by his boldness. 13 The class was silent, both relieved and offended by the way it was put. That is all. Have a great day, children. Nezu bows before climbing down the desk and walking out the classroom, leaving Aizawa with a class of concerned teens. Aizawa started his lesson trying to pass to another subject, but he knew they weren't focusing on the class, probably thinking about the situation at hand, therefore he was doing a revision of past classes. But the heavy tension among the classmates was being unbearable. Izuku was tapping his fingers on his desk in a repetitive manner and no one could bring themselves to ask him to stop even though it annoyed them. A nap wouldn't be a bad idea, Aizawa. Izuku says, not understanding why he decided to be a good teacher today. Aizawa got the message. Class dismissed, do whatever you want. He says in a long sigh, hiding in his sleeping bag, bringing relief to all. Are we not going to get any more explanation? Kaminari finally asks, breaking the loud silence. Midoriya, what is actually happening? Todoroki asks blankly. It was rare he would be heard even less direct a question directly at someone. Why Midoriya? Why would he know? Zero asks, confused. He always seems to get caught up in everything that happens. He also didn't seem surprised in the slightest by the announcement confirming that he knew. He explains monotonously. Izuku looked at his desk, stopping to tap his fingers. He doesn't have to explain SHT to UFers. This is something that only concerns him. Katsuki spats at them, seeing the discomfort in Izuku. And for once Izuku didn't want to be a people-pleaser, he didn't want to explain. Don't we deserve any type of explanation? No need for details, but just so we know you are okay. Kirishima says, they were all curious, but Izuku was his friend, he wanted to make sure he was okay. I am targeted by someone, and he wants to bring harm to those close to me, which is why I would ask for all of you to avoid talking to me outside of class, not because I don't want to, but because I don't want anyone else to be dragged into this. He explains, trying to sound firm, but his breaking voice betrayed him. Shut the F up, nerd, will be more than okay. This time they're using their brain cells and thinking this through. So stop thinking of others and think about yourself, you idiot. Katsuki says, flicking his boyfriend's forehead, making the other flinch slightly. He's right, Midobro. It would be unmanly of us if we let you on your own for this. Kirishima grins to the brunette, who couldn't help but smile. We are all going to be heroes together. We are classmates and future colleagues. We will not let any of our peers down. Ida says, doing his iconic arm movement. Anyways, that's gonna be some hella good stories to say in the future. Kaminari says, cheerfully, making everyone laugh. The tension was slowly falling. Plus Aizawa was listening to this interaction and he couldn't help but crack a smile while hiding in his sleeping bag. All of them had the soul of a hero, each in their own special way. 9 Izuku was in the classroom with Aizawa, Yamada, and of course Katsuki Bakugo, who refuses to leave his boyfriend if it means he can be there. His own special way of saying that he misses spending time with him. Everything has been done. Are you two ready to move tomorrow? Yamada asks with a huge smile, and the two nod. But that wasn't the reason that they were there. In the diaries, there's something else I found. Izuku explains, taking out the book of his bag, not beating around the bush. Dear Diary, someone has been following me and Izuku around. He hasn't made any moves to attack whatsoever, he only observed. I've been becoming paranoid. I can't let Izuku know. His life at school is also getting worse. I work full-time and I wanted to ask for help, but that also meant telling the whole story. Something in me told me that it was a very bad idea, that it would only make things worse. He's a middle-aged man that's slightly built, pretty tall. He had glasses and gray hair. He has a creepy smile, and whenever we make eye contact, but he never tries to run, he is always at plain sight. But I remember his face. He was an old friend of my ex-husband. I'm at lost. I don't know what to do now. 6 Izuku looks at the 3. Later on, she mentions she wasn't able to spot him, but she still felt like she was being watched. He explains, making the 3 look at him concerned. Which means he could still be watching you. Katsuki asks, and he shrugs his shoulders, asking himself the same question. More like, he has people to spy, so he could have some on everyone in the class for all we know. I just don't understand. Izuku mumbles, handing them the diary. 5 You'll be put in the dorms tomorrow, so don't worry about it for now. Maybe he stopped already. When was this written anyways? Present MIC asks, looking at the dates. His eyes go wide after seeing that it was a week before Inko's death. The brunette looks at him, seeing that his parent finally understood why it was worrying Izuku so much. Aizawa looks at the page, annoyed. Izuku's a child, couldn't he catch a break? He lets out a long sigh, putting a bookmark at that page. 8-1 Izuku had decorated his dorm room and filled it with hero merch, making it more lively. Present MIC cried when he saw an alarm clock radio of himself. Aizawa internally laughed, realizing that Izuku had a lot more hero merch than he thought in his old house. He was a real fanboy. Katsuki's room was simple. The walls were empty. He had a desk where he placed different picture frames, and he had a nightstand where he carefully placed the picture of him and Izuku as children. Right now, they were both in Katsuki's room to study, since according to the blonde, he couldn't focus by being surrounded by heroes staring right through his soul. 10 people would have thought that they wouldn't continue classes, but since they were still high schoolers of the prestigious hero course in U, they won't stop their classes even with all the drama happening. 2 The freckled teen was humming the same chorus in loop, since it was the only part he memorized, and it was starting to tick Katsuki off. Deku, would you please shut up? I can't focus with your humming, and what Fing song is it? He questions Izuku, irritated. Sorry Kacchan, and I don't know. It passed on the radio this morning. Izuku explains, fidgeting with his pencil. Bakugo takes a deep breath, trying to not curse again. Deku is his boyfriend and he had to be patient. For those who haven't guessed, Katsuki wasn't having a good day. This morning Kaminari kept talking to him, which isn't new, except that he kept asking if Katsuki had a crush on Izuku, and Mina just had to overhear the conversation. Now they kept pestering him about it, and he was trying really hard to not murder them, bring them back to life and kill them again. Maybe killing them off only once would be enough though. 5 Kacchan, you've been acting more irritated than usual today. Is something wrong? Izuku asks, looking at the oddly silent blonde. I'm just thinking if I should kill Pinky and Dunce face once or twice. Maybe 10 times would be better. He grumbles, not realizing that he was actually answering until Izuku just look at him with a face full of concern. What did they do? The brunette asks, worried, more for his friend's sake than Katsuki's. They kept asking stupid questions on if I had a freaking crush on you, and even if I said no they kept asking. He clenches his teeth in pure annoyance. Izuku sighs, taking Katsuki's hand and giving it a small squeeze. It's okay, for all they know we're best friends and will continue telling that until the time comes. Also, the chances of them finding out are low. The only two that might actually figure it out are Todoroki and Zu, but they're both not the type to gossip, so we should be fine. Izuku tries to reassure him. And for Mina and Kaminari, we can try giving them something else to talk about, they're pretty easily distracted. He chuckles, trying to meet Katsuki's eyes that were looking at the ground. 7. They're like fing dogs playing catch. Katsuki snorts, making Izuku internally facepalm. Of course Kacchan would think of it that way. And yeah, those extras are way too dumb anyways. He says in a long sigh, and the smaller boy internally celebrates at succeeding to cheer him up. They both go back to their math homework when someone knocks on the door, and a bunch of laughters and chatter that manage to bring back Katsuki to a bad mood. Izuku wanted to yell from frustration, but he still got up, much to Katsuki's displeasure, and went to open the door. Midobro. We're doing a tour of all the dorms. Wanna join us? The redhead asks with his usual flashy grin. Izuku turned back to look at Katsuki, who was glaring at Kirishima. I don't see why not. Kacchan, are you coming? Izuku asks, and if Katsuki could, he'd kill him then and there for accepting. No, you can all F off. He spats at them. Izuku sighs, looking at Kirishima. 2 seconds, I'll join you guys, I'm just going to pick up my stuff. He smiles before closing the door. He looks at Katsuki, who was pouting, looking away from him. Kacchan, come on please. We'll continue our homework after, and if you don't want to, you don't have to show your room. He says, sitting to face Bakugo. I don't care, I'm not going. He grumbles, glaring at him. Cuddles in exchange. Izuku offers with a small hesitant smile. Katsuki looks away, embarrassed, the tip of his ears becoming red. Fine, you nerd. He says, getting up annoyed, and the brunette smiles, going to kiss his cheek quickly before putting his stuff away. Katsuki loved these little display of attention, even though he'd never admit it out loud, for the sake of the little dignity he has left in front of his boyfriend. For Katsuki pulls him for a bear hug before freeing him and leaving his dorm room. They didn't have to look for long, since they could clearly hear the loud chatters of their classmates. Katsuki glares at Izuku for dragging him into this. Midobro. Bakubro. You came. Kirishima grins, waving to the two frantically as they get closer. Hi Kirishima-kun, sorry we're late, at least I got Kacchan to come too. Izuku smiles, with Katsuki walking annoyed behind him. Everyone said their hellos, to which Izuku replied, and Katsuki glared at them, already regretting tagging along. Their tour was over and Katsuki pulled Izuku all the way to his room, which the freckled teen found cute. Kirishima took that occasion to run after them. Bakubro, Midobro. Wait up. Kirishima yells, catching up to them, and Katsuki stopped looking at him with a "this better be important" look. You might want to have this conversation privately. He laughs nervously, earning a low groan from Katsuki, who opened his door brusquely, motioning him that he could come in. They get inside, the door being slammed shut by Bakugo. He drops on his bed, soon followed by Izuku, who did the same, and Kirishima, who sat at the desk chair while discreetly looking at the blonde's dorm room since he had refused to show it earlier. What do you want, shitty hair? Katsuki asks, bringing the redhead back to reality. 3 right. You know the others are starting to think that you have a crush on Midobro, some even said the theory of you two being a thing. He explains cautiously, and he gulps, seeing the twitching eyebrow of Katsuki. I told them that it was bromance and all, which actually took out the idea of you two dating. But the fact that Bakubro has a crush is still out there. Maybe be more careful if you want it to be kept a secret for longer. He explains, getting mentally ready to get blown up to space, but he was surprised by a silent chuckle from the blonde. Shitty hair has brain cells. Katsuki smirks, having his own very special way of thanking Kirishima. 8. Thank you Kirishima-kun, we really appreciate it. We'll be more careful. Izuku smiles to the redhead, grateful for his help. That's what a wingman is there for. He grins proudly, hitting his fists together. 5. Izuku chuckles, and Katsuki was actually grateful for this extra, who has more appreciation points than other because he'll never admit that he's his closest friend after Izuku. 1. I'll head out then. I also have to do my homework dash, he admits, embarrassed. Truth be told, he actually hasn't even started it and only remembered after seeing their pile of homework. Good luck then. See you at dinner. Izuku waves to his friend who walked out, ran out of the room, going to his own room in a hurry. 2. That idiot forgot we had Fing homework. Katsuki snickers, grabbing Izuku, making him lie over him. Shouldn't we offer him help? Izuku asks, concerned, and Katsuki groan, holding him tighter. Cuddles, and I'll consider it after. He growls, and Izuku blushes, wrapping his arms around Katsuki. Okay. He smiles, nuzzling in his chest and listening to the quick heartbeat of the blonde. For they stay like that. Katsuki held Izuku with one hand playing with his hair and the other rubbing his back. Soon enough, he heard the soft snores of his sleeping boyfriend, and he can't help but smile, kissing the brunette's forehead. Before he knew it, he was also fast asleep. 8. Izuku was looking at the boy standing in front of him, staring, feels slightly irritated but still not saying a word. You have everyone's attention. All of you Class 1A students are a sorry excuse for heroes in training. The blonde spats at him. Izuku took a deep breath. 5. Are you finished with your tantrum now? Izuku asks in a long sigh, which infuriated the other, who felt completely mocked. Minoma, I know you most likely are a good guys, actually I know you are. You're always ready to help others, but right now, your hate against Class 1A is a little excessive. The brunette explains calmly, which ticked the other off. You have a great quirk and have a rather good control over it. Your direct combat is what we'll work on, since I noticed you are agile but don't necessarily fight back, only dodge. We'll work on that, and after I'll bring in more classmates so you can work on your quirk since you can't copy mine. Izuku explains, looking through his notes. 1. Minoma looks at him like he's an idiot. What do you mean I couldn't steal your quirk? Don't think yourself almighty and better than everyone. He spats at the Viridian boy, who looked at him confused. He's the exact copy of middle school Kacchan. 3. The brunette finally understand his statement. Not at all, you got it all wrong. Izuku chuckles, looking at the other. I'm quirkless, he explains with a small smile. That statement took aback the other. That's why I'd have to bring others for your quirk training, since I personally couldn't have you copy my quirk since it's non-existent. Izuku explains, getting up. Izuku had gotten used to the looks from the others whenever he'd tell them he was quirkless. What the, don't you have a hearing quirk or something? He questions, looking at Izuku shocked. Why would I have a hearing quirk? He asks, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know, maybe because you were able to hear a bomb that literally saved all the pros. He suggests sarcastically. Oh. Yeah, I was just hyper-vigilant of the surroundings, anyone could hear it if you focused. He explains, trying to make it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal. 1. Yeah right, a room full of pros and you're the only one who heard it. He scoffs. I call bull CRP. He says, firmly, making Izuku internally facepalm. 3. It's more complicated than you think, Minoma, but I'd like to focus on your training for now, and to answer your question, I don't know how to prove I'm quirkless other than all my documents and lack of quirk. He says in a joking way, and Minoma goes for a sneak attack, to which Izuku quickly reacted and moved out the way before kicking him in the back. 1. Izuku positions himself ready for the next attack. When Minoma moves to the left, trying to surprise him from the side, Izuku stayed still at first, but when he got close enough, he used the blonde's force against himself and throwing Minoma over his shoulder. Izuku stands back, waiting for him to get back up. Minoma was getting furious as he aggressively got back up, ready to attack Izuku, to which the freckled teen was easily able to dodge. Pause. Izuku orders, but the teen ignores, continuing to attack, which annoyed Izuku, causing him to be more brusque and push him harshly to the ground. When I say pause, you pause. Izuku orders, with a dark aura surrounding him, which could be enough to make anyone 𝘕𝗕𝘗𝘓 their breathes. 18. I'm going to let you go and you're gonna listen, if not I'll keep you like this until you listen to everything you did wrong. Do I make myself clear? He asks almost in a whisper which came out really threatening. Yeah. Minoma answers under his breath and Izuku lets him get back up. Izuku looks at him, now, more calm. You're good at improvising a technique, but the fact that you let your emotions take control makes it more complicated for you to stay fluid in your movements. He starts explaining. Using your emotions is good for motivation but not to use during the combat. He explains maintaining eye contact. Minoma was listening but he was still frowning while looking at Izuku. To continue training would be useless for today, thought the freckled teen. It's enough for today, and stop thinking that I think myself stronger than you. We have the same goal, don't go make yourself enemies already. Izuku says in a long sigh, taking his stuff and leaving the gymnasium. Minoma was frozen there as he looked at the boy leave the room. So what they say about him is true then. He has the mind of someone who could conquer the world, and yet here he is, not thinking himself as better but someone an equal. Minoma was impressed and was now looking forward to working with Izuku Midoriya again. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 was laying in his bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for Izuku to come back from training. Apparently he was helping a real brat today. He should finish in about half an hour, which is why he was surprised to hear someone knocking. He got up annoyed, thinking it would be another classmate. I swear to God if it's done dash. He stops mid-sentence, seeing a fuming Izuku. Didn't go well. Katsuki sways to a softer look as he saw his boyfriend. No. And he was just like middle school you for you to have an idea. Izuku growls, making Katsuki gulp. Was he that bad? Never mind, he was probably even worse. Need a hug. Katsuki offers, to which Izuku responds by hugging him. I'm sorry, I wish I wasn't like that. Katsuki mumbles, wondering how many times Izuku came back home in this state because of him. Izuku hums, not saying a word. Katsuki held him against his chest, rubbing his back with one hand and playing with his hair with the other. Izuku was feeling calmer as he relaxed in his boyfriend's arms. Thanks, Kacchan. He whispers, looking up at the blonde who kissed his forehead. Anytime. He smiles, bringing his hand to hold Izuku's cheek. Wanna do something? Katsuki asks, looking at Izuku, who was blushing against his own will. Maybe study. Izuku offers, and Katsuki can't help but laugh a little. We could anything, like cuddle, watch a movie, but you choose studying. Katsuki asks with a smirk, and Izuku looks away embarrassed. True. But if we don't do that, then we won't do our schoolwork. Izuku points out, and Katsuki groans, knowing he was right. Izuku took off his bag, that was still on his back, and took out his things, placing them on the floor, and gasps in surprise, being pulled between Katsuki's legs. Compromise, you do your SHT and I get to cuddle. Katsuki explains, wrapping his arms around him, and he nuzzles in the crook of his neck. Izuku can't help but giggle, using his legs as a table for his notebook. Okay, so. Izuku starts mumbling everything he can remember of his observations on Minoma during his training session. He might have annoyed Izuku, but the little greenette isn't the type to give up. Unlike Katsuki, he doesn't have all the same homework as them. He uses his studying time to work on his analysis. As for Katsuki, he had developed some sort of ability to block off his nerdy mumbling. It was a little before dinner when there was a knock on the door. Katsuki curses under his breath, slowly moving away from Izuku to go open the door. He opens the door, annoyed to kill whoever it was, but opens it fully, seeing who it was and letting Aizawa and Yamada come in. Feels weird to come in Bakugo's room. Present MIC says in or, making Katsuki growl as he sits back down with Izuku, who still hasn't notices their presence. He's been at it since he came from that shitty copycat BSD's training. Katsuki explains, annoyed as he touches Izuku's shoulder to get his attention, which works. He looks around confused and smiles, spotting his parents. Hey! The freckled boy smiles brightly, closing his notebook. They were both fascinated because they never came inside Bakugo's dorm room, so this is like a once-in-a-lifetime event. Was there a reason you two are here, or is it just to be annoying? Katsuki asks, glaring at them. Alright. Shota. To you the honor. Yamada laughs nervously. Aizawa glares at his husband before taking a deep breath. We tried everything to make them cancel, but they refused to cancel the sports festival. Aizawa finally admits in a long sigh and Izuku gets tense. Katsuki rubs Izuku's arm slowly. What part of stop to putting everyone in danger does that stupid rat not understand? Isn't his quirk make him smart? I know it affects human emotions, but Izuku, who was about to blow up, took a deep breath. 6 Silence. Izuku's reaction made everyone stay still, scared to do a wrong move to infuriate the Viridian boy even more. 1 Katsuki slowly starts pulling Izuku in a hug from behind. If he wants to trap them, then he can use me as a prey instead of the whole school. I hope I die and maybe he'll understand we aren't playing chess and this is real life. Izuku spats and they all look at him concerned. He was the one taking it most at heart here, since he was one of the main targets and that the villain is most likely his biological father. 6 Don't say that, Aizu. Katsuki mumbles, kissing Izuku's temple affectionately. Aizawa and Yamada were taken aback from Izuku's sudden outburst. I'm sorry. But Nezu's goal is for them to take bait, isn't it? Izuku asks under his breath, and Yamada was surprised that Izuku figured it out, as for Aizawa he wasn't. Yes. The black-haired teacher admits. Then I'll play bait. But not somewhere with so many people at risk. Izuku says firmly, making everyone in the room go silent. Don't even dare tell me that Nezu didn't put it in the ideas. Because I know he most likely did. He also probably suggested to put Kacchan too. Didn't he? Izuku asks a first time, but none of the two answered. Didn't he? Izuku asks, getting up, and everyone felt afraid. I'm going to take air. Izuku growls, taking his bag. You can't go out alone. Yamada says, and Izuku puts something on the desk harshly. The tracker. There's mine and Kacchan's location on it. Izuku grumbles, walking out without adding a word. They were all confused as Yamada quickly looked at the device and he saw it was a moving cross and also one that is still. Katsuki looks everywhere on him, completely panicked, trying to find a tracker, but he can't find none. What the hell? He mumbles, confused. He then gets a notification from Izuku. My nerd, the tracker is in your shoe. Sorry for invading privacy, I swear I wasn't going to look unless you were disappeared. To me, it's fine, nerd, but can you come back? We can do something else to change your ideas. Read at 17:23:7. He curses under his breath, seeing he just got left on read. Get out of my room, I'll go find that idiot. He grumbles, getting up. No you won't, the two of you out at the same time together isn't a good idea. I'll go. Aizawa says firmly, not letting any place for Katsuki to reply. Izuku was walking through the streets after he got off campus and he felt someone following him. He was ready for whatever there was to come since he already spotted the person. It was a middle-aged man and he filled all the physical attributes described in his mother's diary. He did recognize him though, he had seen him a few times after school before he had ran away. He continued walking the busy streets, knowing he won't attempt anything big as long as he stayed at plain sight where a bunch of pro heroes in patrol were. He sat on a bench waiting. This man wasn't necessarily hiding, like described by his mother, he was smiling, looking at him. Izuku was looking around when he spotted his black-haired guardian. Izuku shook his head no and exaggeratedly stretched his arms and pointed in the direction of the middle-aged man in the process. It took a few seconds for Aizawa to understand, but when he did he looked at Izuku with worry. The man came to Izuku and sat beside him. Izuku shook his head to Aizawa for him not to make any move. The man was staring at Izuku and the teen would be lying if he said he wasn't creeped out. Can I help you with something? Izuku asked, looking at the man in confusion. He couldn't make him think that he knew who he was. The man soon became more normal and shook his head. I was looking for someone and you look exactly like him. He had a smug smirk on his face. Oh, I understand, so you're looking for a kid. You know how weird that sounds. Izuku chuckles, moving from him slowly. So the rumors are true, you're smart. He says in a mocking tone. Izuku started a voice record audio on his phone discreetly. Why not come with me and make everyone's job easier? He asks in a low, menacing tone. You know why I'm here, why pretend you don't? He questions the freckled boy. Izuku finally looks at him, analyzing all physical attributes he can get up close. I won't follow for many reasons. What's your name? Izuku asks, also letting off a dark aura. The one and only Jiran. He grins, a smug expression still plastered on his face, but he looked creepy. He was giving off psychotic vibes. 12 Izuku hums, going to get up, but his shoulder is held back. He looks at Aizawa in distress and he sees he had activated his quirk. Leaving without saying goodbye. Inko really did raise you to be an ungrateful brat. I'm happy I killed her. Izuku turned his head slowly as his vision went red. You're the 𝗵𝘃𝗫. He asks under his breath, earning a cold-hearted laugh. What did you expect? She was in the way. She never would have gave you away. He exclaims, making the others' blood boil. Izuku was trying to not react. He can't do anything now. He's getting too emotional. A 𝗵𝘃𝗫, that's what you are. Izuku growls, moving brusquely out of his grip. Wanna know the best part? He smirks, evilly getting closer. You won't remember a single thing. He says, holding to Izuku's head, which too he got shoved away. 𝗵𝘃𝗫. Izuku yells, pushing him and hitting him in the jaw with all the force he could get. You 𝗵𝘃𝗫. You killed her. Izuku yells, tears streaming down his face as he punched again. Jiran was confused. He should have forgotten. Why did he remember? Izuku hit again, but this time Jiran moved back before getting another hit. Reinforcement arrived, getting to Jiran as Aizawa held back Izuku, who was still stirred up with anger. He killed her. He killed her. He kept yelling as he tried to leave the capture weapon's grip. Izuku, calm down. Aizawa orders, which came back useless as Izuku continued to try to being let go of. But what made everyone get confused was when the culprit turned into some sort of mud. The man known as Jiran was gone. Izuku went numb as he fell to the ground crying. Aizawa didn't know what to do. Izuku was crying in despair as his sobs were loud. He killed her. He killed her. He doesn't even regret it. He killed her. Izuku kept crying as his sobs grew more quiet as everyone looked at him with pity. The street was being put in lockdown, no one could leave or enter. So the citizens were watching from afar as he continued crying in Aizawa's arms. Sir, we'll need to interrogate the boy. An officer came along, but before Aizawa could yell at him for being so insensitive, Izuku gave him his phone. Just listen to the recording. He manages to say under his breath as he stopped the audio record. From the moment he sat down until now is there. He whispers, earning shocked looks from everyone. He could never stop impressing everyone with his quick thinking. It was almost frightening. 3. The officer nodded, taking the phone and leaving with it. Izuku was feeling numb. He was just sitting there with a blank expression as he stared into the void. Aizawa was silent. Izuku was smart, too smart for his age. Even the teacher himself wouldn't have thought of doing something like that. The black-haired man got up to speak to the officer. Can we leave? He asked as the officer consulted each other. We'll send the record to our investigator and you'll be allowed to leave right after. He explains, and the teacher nods, looking at Midoriya worriedly. One Katsuki was sitting in the common room, a rare sight since if he wasn't with Izuku, he would never come out, but he wanted to see the moment Izuku would come back to kill him for leaving like he did. It had been 3 hours and still not a sign. Dinner had passed and everyone had agreed to leave a plate for the two since Izuku was absent and Katsuki was unapproachable. Baku bro. He looks up, and to the red-haired boy's surprise, Katsuki didn't yell or have any aggressive reactions. What do you want, shitty hate? Katsuki asks under his breath. You don't look good, need to talk about it. He asks, sitting next to him calmly. No. He grumbles, getting up to leave, but Kirishima follows anyways. It's Midobro. Did something happened? He looked rather stressed earlier. The redhead questions, thinking the two got into a fight. Katsuki stays silent, hands shoved in his pockets as he walked to his dorm room. Kirishima followed all along, not saying a word. Katsuki opened the door, letting his friend in. Did you two fight or something? A hero asks, sitting on the desk chair. No, that idiot went off to take air. That shithead of a teacher we have is still looking for him. It shouldn't be taking this long. He grumbles, annoyed. Kirishima nods and also becomes anxious, remembering that Izuku was targeted for something. Need to talk about it more. I promise that I won't say a word to anyone, not even you. He offers, making Katsuki scoff. Wouldn't hurt. He sighs before explaining everything, from Izuku's first runaway, to the bullying, to the attack, everything. Kirishima was silent all along. He was shocked, but he couldn't help but feel sorry for Midoriya, and slightly mad at Bakugo for the bullying part. But now he could only focus on the fact that he was also worried. Something must have happened. It shouldn't be taking so long, especially since he has a tracker on him. Their conversation was cut by a loud knock on the door, and once opened, a teacher with black hair is revealed in front of the door. He was maintaining his panic, but Yamato was unable to hide the negative emotions that were flowing around him. Where's Deku? Katsuki asks, firmly, earning a worried look from both. Bakugo, Izuku disappeared. Aizawa says under his breath, and Katsuki froze. What does he mean disappear? Did he run away or something? For the teachers got in, making Katsuki sit down, Aizawa ready to intervene whatever reaction Katsuki may have at these news. Both teachers were about to ask the redhead to leave when Katsuki cut them short. He knows everything, so what do you mean disappeared? He ran away again or something? Katsuki asks, tapping his foot nervously as he sat on the edge of his bed. Bakugo, I went after Izuku. He was followed and he learned something. The man was the same man who followed him, is the same that killed his mother. Once they captured him, they learned he was only a replica of the real person. Aizawa explains, carefully letting all information process. I apparently was there to help Izuku and was bringing him back to the dorms. He explains, and Katsuki just looks at him confused. What the hell do you mean apparently? Katsuki asks, annoyed. Both teachers looked at each other in worry. Bakugo, me and Shota were together the whole time, and Yamada's voice betrays him as his last words became inaudible. Katsuki wasn't moving. He didn't even realize he had stopped breathing. He was waiting for him to continue talking. Bakugo, I wasn't even close to the scene when it happened. A blonde girl was jumping around, clapping her hands in excitement. I was so good out there. I never knew I was such a good actress. She squeals, looking at her friends in excitement. And the way the copy of Jiran pretended to use his quirk on him was perfect. She continues, making two of the squad, one being a scared man with black hair and the other was a reptile-looking man, get annoyed. The other members just let them be as they stared at the captive boy. For Izuku was looking around and it looked like an abandoned bar, and he was tied to a chair with a tick rope that was impossible to break. The blonde girl whose hair was put up in two messy buns, and she was in a school uniform. If Izuku's memory was right, she was the one who was impersonating Aizawa earlier. Another man that was wearing a full costume, covering him from head to toe, was also there, though Izuku couldn't tell his age. He could only guess he was probably a middle-aged man because of his voice. He was celebrating with the blonde girl. A young adult with black spiky hair that was covered in purplish scars and was wearing some sort of black leather jacket that could easily be mistaken for a robe. He was rather quiet, especially compared to the two others that were celebrating. There was a reptile-looking man sitting on one of the bench that was facing a mist man behind the bar, who Izuku immediately recognized as Kurogiri from the Yuji incident. Finally was a man with a mask with a weird design. It was the one who had captured Izuku in a marble earlier. Izuku recognized the place. It was the exact same room as in his dream or whatever it was, which meant the man who claimed being his biological father and Shigaraki were most likely there. Izuku stayed silent. He hadn't said a word since his arrival. He should have noticed something was off with Aizawa earlier, but he was so caught up in his anger that he wasn't paying as much attention than he should have. He missed an important detail. Aizawa would never ask for permission. He warns, but if he would have wanted to leave, he would have done so without waiting. Izuku Midoriya, is it? The blonde girl asks with a huge smile. The silence of the boy was irrelevant to her since she was just playing. Well, Izuku, I'm Himiko Toga. I'm happy to meet you. I've heard so many good things about you. She smiles excitedly, making the others cringe. Izuku was looking at her emotionless, like she wasn't even there, that he was looking at a shadow. Which wasn't a complete lie. Izuku was seeing blurry. He was hearing a constant buzzing sound. He was feeling cold as he swallowed a metallic taste. His vision was doubling and his breathing was becoming harder. Seriously. I didn't take too much buildie, did I? Himiko complains, looking at Izuku's shirt that was slowly getting drowned in blood. Izuku looked down, and that's when he realized the sharp pain in the abdomen, like he just got stabbed. Toga, you have a job, remember. Go get Katsuki Bakugo. Maybe it'll motivate this idiot of joining us. A blue-haired boy orders after entering the room and putting an accent on the Katsuki's last name. Izuku wasn't questioning it much until he heard a voice in his head. Bakugo. If he's half as smart as I think, he'll know it isn't you if she calls him by his last name. Izuku thought he was going crazy until he met Shigaraki's eyes. Leave Bakugo out of this. The greenette yells, taking them aback until they smirked, seeing they had a good bait. Who calls their childhood friend by their last name? Toga asks mockingly. Please leave Bakugo out of this. His last name felt so foreign to say to Izuku. Then join us and no one will get hurt. Shigaraki says, and Izuku's vision goes blurry once again. Whatever you do, don't join us. It was the same voice again. Izuku was confused. He didn't understand, but he couldn't show it since this was the only lead to help he had, so he couldn't risk it being known. I won't join any of you, Izuku says harshly. Toga claps her hand in excitement. Okay then. Let's go have some fun. I have to get prepared. She skips away, giggling, soon followed by the others. Kurogiri and Shigaraki were the only left in the room with the freckled teen. 𝗕𝗫𝗲 will want to speak with you, Shigaraki says, his voice raspy and low. Izuku noticed he was aggressively scratching his neck. Why does he want me so badly? Izuku finally asks. Shut up, I don't want to hear you. Shigaraki spats at him, making Izuku confused. He was nice a few seconds before, why the sudden change? Whatever you do, no one can know that you can hear me. So listen closely. Izuku looks down. He was feeling weaker by the second and his wound wasn't showing any sign of healing. I'm not a good guy, you are. I'm still going to do anything in my power to destroy the heroes, so don't think I'm a nice guy. But you are my half-brother. I won't allow you to have the same faith as me, so for now, play along. Heroes will come rescue you sooner or later. The hideout blocks any communication with the outside world, which is why your tracker isn't working. He explains to the boy, who was becoming more and more nervous. He wasn't sure if he could trust his said half-brother, but right now, it was his best option. The blonde bimbo he couldn't finish before a tall man entered the room. He was wearing a mask covering his entire face. The only skin shown was his hands, and he was wearing a tuxedo. Izuku, my son. We meet at last, he says in an oddly cheerful tone. Scratch that, it was sadistic. It was the voice of a maniac. He got closer to the boy and analyzed him up and down. You look exactly like your mother, he growls, taking Izuku's hair, forcing him to look at him. I should have killed that bitch a long time ago. Maybe you wouldn't be going on the path of those idiotic heroes if I did. He thinks out loud. It infuriated Izuku as he spat at him. Big mistake that he realized once the man put his finger inside the still open wound, making the teen let out a blood-curdling scream. The man could feel the organs of his son as he aggressively took his finger out after stretching the wound open. Izuku coughed out blood as the man laughed cold-heartedly in his face. Patch him up. We don't want him dead just yet. The boss orders to Tomura, who nodded. Izuku didn't want to faint, but sadly he couldn't fight it anymore when everything went black. 10-1. It had been almost 2 days that there were no signs of Izuku. Katsuki had to be locked in his dorm until he swore not to go after him. He didn't come out, not even for class. The classmates were also all affected by Izuku's disappearance. Kirishima could only try to cheer up his best friend, but it kept coming out unsuccessful. Katsuki stayed quiet as he stared at every message he had sent that were left unopened by his missing boyfriend. They could see where the tracker last was available, but it wasn't precise enough, so they didn't have more than the sector. It was in the red district, the only place where little amount of pros do any sort of patrolling. Aizawa was there at the moment, along with other pros who don't stand out too much, since the last thing they wanted was to attract unwanted attention. They had followed camera footage and they saw that Izuku was following Aizawa, until they met up with a masked man who made Izuku disappear in a single touch. He hadn't even had the chance to fight back. The boy was so lost in thought that he was unaware of his surroundings. Now here they were following any traces left until they found an unconscious body. They immediately recognized the green hair and the signature red sneakers. Aizawa had ran to take the boy and rushed for paramedics. Aizawa immediately called Yamada, telling him that they found their son, though Aizawa couldn't shake off the bad feeling he had. Like it was too easy. What he failed to notice was the proud smirk that appeared on the face of the Viridian boy. Everything was going according to plan. She told herself as she was transferred on a stretcher. Izuku was still tied to a chair, his abdomen had been teared open and stabbed while his arms were covered in bruises from all the hits he had gotten. He also had broken ribs and bones. His face had taken hits and cuts. All for One was trying to make him join, but nothing was working. Izuku wasn't budging, with the only hope that someone would come rescue him. It hurt badly and Shigaraki would stand there hoping that the torture would end. He remembered when it was happening to him, though for him, it was to make him stronger, unlike Izuku, which the goal was to make him join. One, he wanted to make his 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗏 stop, but he couldn't. He wasn't strong enough to surpass him just yet. The blood-curdling screams were drowning the place, but Izuku hasn't pleaded for mercy, not even once, because he didn't owe anything to him. Toga still hasn't come back. It hadn't been more than 2 days. Izuku couldn't help but be disappointed that they hadn't figured out her ruse yet. He was suffering and they were with another version of him. Maybe Katsuki was doing their usual couple stuff with her and he knew it was selfish, but it annoyed him. Though he was also scared for Katsuki's safety, he has been trying to find ways to escape, but none that would have a successful outcome. Hisoshi was trying to get in Midoriya's brain. They don't care about you, they never did and never will. You're quirkless, they're all there by pure pity and you know it. So join. Izuku cuts the man's talking. Shut up, no one asked. They don't care if I'm quirkless. When they hate me they say it, when they have a problem they say it. He spats at him. So don't you dare put words in their mouths. He growls, gritting his teeth, but it was soon followed by a loud slap. Izuku's face was only showing rage, no fear or whatsoever. He had pure hatred. Izuku saw him get closer with a metal rod that he brutally hit within his face, making him wince in pain. His body was trying to get used to the pain, but it was nearly impossible. The League were watching as spectators and they all thought that this was too much. This boy is his son, his own BLD, and yet here he was beating him, barely keeping him alive. Scratch that, if it wasn't for the League members the Viridian teen would be dead hours ago. 9. Shigaraki had explained to Izuku by telepathy that Toga would have to come back sooner or later for a refill since she couldn't stay permanently in the form. The more BLD she had, the longer it lasted. He simply had to wait. It had been 2 days already and Izuku couldn't bear it anymore. He was hungry, tired, thirsty and in agony. He wanted this to end, but he had to stay strong, if not for himself, for Katsuki, his parents and his classmates. His hair was covering his eyes as he looked up at the man he should call his father stood there laughing at his souffrance. Izuku wasn't afraid anymore, he felt numb. You're a pity excuse for a villain. Izuku chuckles, looking at him with emptiness. He looked cold. You know that. There's crazy and there's being a villain. You're stone cold crazy. A maniac with no life. Calling yourself a villain would be too much credit for what you are. He smirks in a mocking way. The man named Hisoshi Midoriya grabbed him by his hair and lifted him along with the chair. Is that all you got? Izuku laughs and everyone other than the two was standing there frozen. The freckled boy looked like a completely different person, like he had finally lost it. 6. What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed. Shigaraki yelled in Izuku's brain directly and he was still smirking. I'm just distracting him, they're here for me. I owe you one, so leave now. Oh, and say thanks to 𝗏𝗏 for not burning me last time. He looks at Shigaraki, who looked at him wide-eyed, feeling both fear and confusion. Why was he letting villains escape? But Izuku cuts him with a small sincere smile that could easily go unnoticed. This is a one-time thing, so until next time, Shiggy. Izuku looked back at All for One with a smirk. The rest of the room emptied and the older man was so focused on hurting Izuku, he wasn't noticing anything. 3. He took a gun, pointing it at Izuku. He shot and it went through Izuku's abdomen, earning probably the loudest scream he ever let out, and right on cue the front door busted open. Well, More like exploded to pieces. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗃 was next to the laying unconscious teen in the infirmary. But he couldn't bring himself to hold his hand. It didn't have the warmth of his boyfriend's hand. They were all skeptic. They were convinced they were missing a part of the story because he came back unharmed. Not one single scratch was on his body, so why was he unconscious? Katsuki jumped when he saw the body move a little and called for recovery girl as he saw his eyes open. Deku. You f***ing idiot. Katsuki says annoyed and Toga looks at him confused. Weren't they childhood friends? Now I get why he calls him by his last name. She thinks, smiling slightly. Hey Bakugo. She says, and Bakugo freezes looking at Izuku. That's not Deku. He groans looking at the imposter. Wait there, I'll go get recovery girl. He says coldly as he goes quickly to the desk of the nurse who was about to come to them. That ain't Deku. He whispers and the woman looked at him confused. I don't know who that mothif is, but it sure as hell isn't Deku. He says firmly, careful to not be heard by anyone else. The nurse looked at him confused. You told me he had no head injury, right? He asks. No, nothing had came out, she answers confused. Then let me ask the thing questions, bring Mr. Aizawa, because that ain't thing Deku. Katsuki says firmly. We'll do that Bakugo, you're the one who knows him most so I'll trust you. She says doing the call as he goes back to the person's side. He just stared at him, same eyes, different expression, could fool anyone if they didn't know Izuku, same freckles, same hair, every physical attributes were identical. Bakugo, how long was I out? They asked the blonde who was still holding a frown. That 𝘖𝗓𝗏 doesn't know the relationship me and Izuku have, so that 𝘖𝗓𝗏 doesn't deserve any respect. I don't think no, I'm not your babysitter. He says, gritting his teeth. Izuku had told him he had to work on thinking things through, he better be hella proud of him for not killing that fraud. 3 right. He mumbles looking at his hands that were gripping on the blanket. It was silent as Katsuki was leaning against the wall staring at the person with disgust. But he was worried, if this person isn't Izuku, that means his freckled boyfriend could still be in danger. He looked up at the man who came in and the person smiled at the sight. Dad. Toga smiles at him and Aizawa immediately knew that this wasn't his son. Izuku wouldn't have immediately trusted him, especially that the time before, it was a copy of the teacher who kidnapped him. One happy to see you alright. He gives a half smile before nodding in agreement to recovery girl that he was thinking the same as Katsuki. We'll just ask a few questions Midoriya, just to be sure you have no memory loss from cerebral damage. The nurse explains to the patient who nodded. Katsuki will ask since he's the one that knows you best. She says as the room went silent. One nerd, what's the name you gave me as kids? Katsuki asks, his arms crossed and not letting 1 ounce of emotions show. Kacchan. He answers cheerfully and Katsuki frowns. When did you stop calling me that? Katsuki asks. I don't remember, it just left over the years I guess. Toga was feeling under pressure, one wrong answer and the whole plan would go to waste. Why did I start calling you Deku? He asks, raising an eyebrow. Toga stays there thinking of any clue, anything that would make sense. I don't know. She says, not having a clue how the answer. To Katsuki scoffs, he would always remember the meaning of the name to Izuku every day in middle school, so there was no way he wouldn't know. Why did you storm off yesterday? Aizawa asks. It was silent. Toga had just realized that she didn't come prepared at all. What was Shiggy thinking? She asked herself, annoyed. I don't remember. She mumbles. They said they were checking for a head injury, maybe I could pretend my memory is hazy. The 3 looked at each other and Katsuki couldn't keep it inside when he grabbed the fraud by the collar. I don't know who the F you are, but you are not Deku. So stop your thing game. He says in almost a whisper as he glared inside her soul, and she pouted as some sort of muddy substance fell, revealing a blonde high school girl. Seriously. These idiots should have at least tried to make a better plan. She whines, soon a smile covering her face. So what gave it away? She giggles and Katsuki was more than annoyed. Deku never calls me Bakugo. That idiot never called me that since we met. He growls and the girl hums, taking out her phone, and her expression goes blank. Wait. This is too far. she says under her breath, looking at a half-conscious Izuku. His hair was sticky because of the dried BLD, his body covered in ecchymoses. The stab she had done was clearly getting worse and his body was only standing because of the straps holding him still. He isn't going to live if they continue like that. She whispers. Truth be told, she was in love with the boy, it was love at first sight. If she could, she'd keep him for herself forever, her own little toy, and his BLD tasted so good. So she wanted him alive, she was going along with it so he would stay with them forever, not so he'd die. One she had completely forgotten she was with a pro-hero who trapped her in his capture weapon, and Katsuki picked up the fallen phone, revealing an image who made him want to throw up. That was until he realized that tied to this chair was his boyfriend. When he did, he wanted to yell and cry. Recovery girl, who was looking at his face go pale, looked at the phone and she was also in shock. If Izuku is like that, then she was afraid he didn't have much more time to live. Where is he? Katsuki asks harshly. The girl always had a love for gore things, but this was too much even for her. Where the f is he? Katsuki asks again, and this time the girl reacts. Let me go and I'll show you, she says, and the pro was about to refuse until Recovery Girl showed him the image. What the hell? What did they do to him? He's about to die, he thought as he looked at the girl. Be quick and we aren't letting you out of our sight, he says firmly, taking out his phone. They were raiding the place now. Whatever pro was available had to get ready, because this was not going to be an easy one to win. Especially if Hisoshi Midoriya was the man who All Might had talked about. 3-1 Aizawa refused for Katsuki to tag along. The blonde was furious as he was thrown back in the dorms. He wasn't going to stand there and do nothing. His boyfriend was trapped and for all he knew he was already dead. No, Izuku is strong, he'll make it out with his usual smile. Yeah. 3 He was startled by the knock on his door. He wasn't going to open until it became more and more persistent. He swung it open, revealing a group of leaving save Mido bro without us. Kirishima grins and Katsuki frowns seeing the group. How did you? Katsuki didn't understand how the hell they knew. Judging by their expressions, they didn't know how bad Izuku looked though. I may have been spying on you guys in RG's office. What was the thing on the phone about anyways? Mirio explains, and his question may have been asked with a smile, but he was clearly full of concern. Deku isn't looking good, he was barely even alive. Katsuki was feeling demolished and everyone was looking at him in worry. Let's go Bakugo, we don't have time to waste, do we? Shinso questions and Katsuki quickly agrees. In this mission were Katsuki, Kirishima, Shinso, Mirio, Neijira and Tamaki. They were going and no one was going to change their minds. 5 missions saving Izuku starts. Izuku immediately recognized the explosion. His first thought was that his boyfriend was going to be scolded for coming because there was no way Aizawa, or any teacher, would have allowed him to come. It only took a few seconds for the place to be stocked with many pro-heroes. Most of them were quick to charge on the villain, but everyone that knew Izuku were shocked by the boy's state. It was worse in real life than on the picture. He had bruises, cuts, stabs and bullets all over his body. The BLD was dripping out of everywhere and it was a miracle Izuku hadn't died. His body was running on nothing but adrenaline. His stabbed wounds, his busted lip, black eye and BLD. BLD covering the boy, from the hair to the arms to the clothes. It was a terrorizing sight, it made you want to throw up. 5 Izuku gave a small relieved smile seeing them. All Might was going against All for One, which was letting the time to the students to take off Izuku's restraints and bring him out. Fing nerd, stay awake okay? You better stay the F awake. Katsuki whispers, his hands shaky as he tried to untie the boy without injuring him more. I love you Kacchan. He smiles looking at him with pure happiness and relief. I fing love you too, so shut up and keep your stupid air so you stay the F alive. He orders, and once the restraints were taken off, Izuku went limp, making him fall, his body too exhausted to use any muscle. Kirishima is the one to catch him as he slowly laid him to the ground. There was BLD everywhere. Katsuki was frozen looking at him. Guys. His heart is too slow. Kirishima says after taking his pulse on the wrist. which instantly brought Katsuki back to reality. He cursed under his breath as he took Izuku bridal style, making him whimper in pain. "Stay awake, whatever you thing do, stay awake, nerd," Katsuki says as he carefully goes through the big fight. Things were getting messy as the surrounding district was being evacuated. "I love you, Kacchan, don't forget that, okay?" Izuku smiles weakly, making Katsuki go quicker. "Shut the F up, nerd, you're saying that like you're going to die. You're going to be okay and we'll go on a thing date. The best thing date that will ever happened. But for that you have to stay awake," Katsuki says as he lays Izuku on a stretcher with the paramedics immediately going to treat him. "I'm sorry, Kacchan," he mumbles as is put on oxygen, and soon he was being transfused BLD. He was looking up at the sky since it made the breathing easier. "The stars are pretty tonight," he thought as he felt someone disinfecting his wound, which caused a sharp pain. 6-1 The pros were planning their ambush attack in front of the headquarters while the students secretly stayed on the side waiting for a moment to jump in. They were definitely going to get in deep trouble for doing this. Expulsion might be on the table, but that was the least of their worries for now. Katsuki had the image of his mutilated boyfriend in mind, which gave him more than enough motivation to go. "Let go of me, shitty hair," Katsuki yelled to his friend who was holding him back from raiding the place on his own. "Bakubro, a few more minutes," and 𝘕𝗫 stopped talking suddenly and getting in a fighting stance as he looked at the villain with light blue hair who came out of the side of the building. "You don't have minutes anymore," he says with a hint of annoyance before disappearing in a portal, and they noticed Toga jump inside as it closed. It was only after a few seconds that a gunshot and a scream were heard coming from the inside. It's all it took for all the nitroglycerine that had accumulated in the blonde's hands to spark, exploding the side of the building, exposing a large man and a severely harmed Izuku. The brunette smiled at the best of his force, but it came out like he was wincing in pain. Aizawa and All Might instantly recognized the explosion and cursed at the student who was most likely not alone. The man known as All for One was quick to start fighting, and he was easily putting the heroes down. Once All Might joins, Aizawa gave a nod to the kids for them to take care of Izuku. He swore to himself to kill them later for this. For Katsuki looked at Izuku, and if it weren't for his green hair, he wouldn't have recognized him. Even his eyes were empty, his bright emerald eyes looked numb. The sector was fully evacuated as number 1 hero All Might and All for One fought. The students had successfully got Izuku back, and they were with the paramedics who were trying to stabilize him before transporting him. "You're doing a great job, kid, stay awake." The paramedic praises the boy. He should be dead by now, and yet he was still alive, awake and resisting the pain. Katsuki watched with the squad who were also standing there anxiously, though none could compare to the blonde. "Okay, he's stable, let's go. Can someone accompany?" he asks in a hurry, and Katsuki immediately steps up and follows inside. "Name and relationship with the boy?" he asks as he fills some paper while the others focus on Izuku. "Katsuki Bakugo, boyfriend," he answers, eyes focused on Izuku who was barely awake. The paramedics were focusing fully on the Viridian teen. "Izuku Midoriya, you better stay the F awake," Katsuki orders to the brunette who smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Kacchan, you promised a date, remember? My expectations are high this time." He giggles softly, making Katsuki snort. The paramedics used the moment of distraction to treat Izuku's wound. "You're a thing idiot, I'm never letting you go out on your own again, you thing, hear me?" He glares at his boyfriend, slowly taking his hand after he got the okay from the medic. "And that blonde beach. She was a shitty actress, you know. She even called me Bakugo. It was so weird, so you better never thing call me that." Katsuki glares at him, making Izuku chuckles before coughing BLD inside the mask, which terrorized Katsuki even though he didn't let it show. "Idiot. You're a goddamn idiot who won't speak or laugh until further notice, because even though I miss it very much, I'd prefer you stay thing alive." He squeezes his hand as the medics work around him. Katsuki was slightly in the way, but the freckled boy was staying awake thanks to him, so they took the extra steps around. "I'm proud of you, nerd, not because you're an idiot who puts himself in danger the second he gets the chance to, but because you didn't budge. That idiotic 𝘕𝘃𝘗 should know not to mess with you." Katsuki smirks, kissing his forehead. No one can mess with you except me, because we're going to get stronger together, right? Katsuki smiles sadly as he watched the boy smile in agreement. What is his quirk? The medic asks and Izuku looks at Katsuki worried. His quirkless and I swear to all might if you stop treating him for that Katsuki stops talking after seeing the small smile of the man. I won't, I'm also quirkless. It'd be quite contradictory to not treat someone for that. I was just asking since sometimes it can affect the treatment. He says with a comforting smile which calmed the two teens. I also wanted to be a hero, but resolved to being a medic. I find it really admirable that you're working so hard for your dream. He says more to himself as he changes the BLD sack. Now let's just hope that that villain gets the punishment he deserves. He mumbles and Katsuki can't help but see a little part of Izuku in the man. For Haru, you're mumbling again. One of his colleagues points out, making the other nod slightly embarrassed. Sorry. He whispers, giving a quick smile to the boys. It's surprising you're alive, a miracle you're still awake, and unbelievable that you're stable. One of the paramedics says confused. Izuku should have died a long time ago, something was off. 6 He gave something. Izuku manages to say before wincing in pain. Something. Just nod yes or no. The medic asks worried. Was it by a quirk? He asks and he slight shakes his head no. Injection. This time he nods yes. Shigaraki was the one taking care of watching Izuku for the next 5 hours. You're going to bleed to death. Where are these idiots? Aren't they supposed to be heroes? He says telepathically to Izuku while anxiously scratching his neck. I don't know. Maybe they didn't figure it out. Izuku was slightly sad at that idea. Shigaraki has an idea and takes a picture of the half-alive boy who hadn't even noticed it. This was the same picture he sent to Toga. This was going too far, she would stop the act and come back if she saw this. At least he hoped so. The tall man known as Kurogiri enters the room with a small metallic box. Are you sure about this? You know what will happen if the misted man was cut when Shigaraki took the box with the injection in it. And if I don't do it, he dies. Shigaraki says, taking the syringe and filling it with a thick teal-colored liquid. Izuku was confused and he was slightly panicked, but he didn't have the energy to do anything. What's that? He asks under his breath. Shigaraki doesn't answer, only injecting the liquid. It'll produce extra adrenaline to your brain and heart so they don't stop functioning. It should last about 4 days. If those idiots still aren't there, I'll give you another shot. Won't stop the pain, but at least you're alive. He explains to the boy who nodded to the best of his capability. 16 They had arrived at the hospital and Izuku was rushed inside and was going to be put in the OR. They had to do some BLD tests to look at whatever he was given, since he could die if he were to get certain types of medications. The others are gonna be there after your surgery. Katsuki whispers, carefully holding Izuku's hand. I'll also be there the whole time. And you better come out alive, got that? Katsuki says harshly, a tear quietly falling. Izuku carefully raises his hand to wipe Katsuki's tear with his thumb. I'll be fine, Kacchan. Anyways, I have too much information to die. He smiles softly as Katsuki kisses him. And once you're out, we'll have to brush your teeth cause you taste like 𝘕𝗶𝘓𝘐. The blonde smirks, making Izuku chuckle silently. Sir, we're going to have to leave for the OR. Someone enters and Katsuki nods, looking at Izuku with a worried frown. I'll be waiting for you the whole time. Don't die on me, okay? He says, kissing Izuku one last time. I won't, I promise. He whispers as the doctors leave with him. Katsuki goes to the waiting room where he spotted the group of their small rescue squad, present Mic and Aizawa. But could Izuku really hold that promise? It had been 4 days that Izuku was put in an artificial coma. Katsuki was either at school or at the hospital. Izuku was slowly healing, but the pain would be impossible to handle if he were to be awake. But there was still some things to do, including the punishment for the reckless actions of the students. You children are in huge trouble, you know that, right? Aizawa sighs in annoyance while looking at the 6 students. You could have been injured, and on top of that you gave me more paperwork to do. He complains. There was also 3 agents from the Hero Public Safety Commission who were there to talk on the matter at hand. It also came to our attention that Izuku Midoriya shouldn't be in the hero course. He has proven that doing hero work as a quirkless student is dangerous and reckless. It is also a waste of time that could be put in more capable students. The officer says, and everyone who wasn't a part of his team got ticked off. He should have kept his mouth shut. For hero work. The nerd was kidnapped, not doing any hero work. His 14 got him it. Katsuki says, slamming his wrists on the table. Yes, but has he really brought any positive impact to this school? You can't have him as a student simply because he is related to a teacher. We believe he might cause more harm than good if he continues down this path. He would also only become a burden to other pro-heroes. The man explains nonchalantly, but before Katsuki could kill the man, Kirishima spoke up. That is an interesting point of view you have there, sir. Would you please mind elaborating? Kirishima questions with a forced smile, not hiding the disgust he had for the man. Yes, well, he starts his explication thinking he was talking some sense into them. Much to his dismay, Kirishima had more to say. Oh, but first, let's just ask everyone he helped so far. You know, just to see how useless he is to this school. He says mockingly as he texts someone. It didn't take long before Class 1A, 1B and other students from Hero Course come in the room with proud smirks as they stood around their classmates who were already present. The teachers were amused by the scene. As for the Hero Public Safety Commission, they were furious. Yeah, let's start with the time he was able to locate a bomb and made everyone evacuate, saving a dozen of pros and a whole class. Kirishima starts off with a mocking smirk. Or when he was able to get information out of a 𝘊𝘒𝘕 because he was quick enough to react to the situation. Katsuki adds with a sense of pride after seeing that Izuku had so many people ready to fight for him. And that he is helping every single one of us improve. He fights against us and so far, and if he's not strong enough to be here, then I guess we should all leave since no one won against him yet. Kaminari declares with a proud thumbs up. And he believes in us, no matter what. Another student from second year adds. 7 Everyone added their part and the teachers felt a sense of pride as they saw them come together. Now, since you have a quirk and belong to the superior class, mind telling me what would have happened if you were the one tied to the chair? Mirio asks with venom, a smile still plastered on his face. The agent stayed silent as he looked at Nezu in annoyance. What's happening? He's supposed to be on our side. He thought. 2 You'd be dead, you'd have gave up probably at the first thing scratch. Bakugo responds with a mocking smirk. We're here to discuss our punishments and not whether Deku has his place in UA or not. Katsuki says, going back to a menacing glare. If so, you just started an argument you'll lose miserably. He says, looking at him with disdain. Principal Nezu, do you really accept these type of behaviors? The man asks Nezu, finding all of this outrageous. It truly depends. In this case you are insulting our most treasured students, so it is only natural for them to become frustrated by these types of remarks about their dear comrade. So I do not believe they are out of place. You, on the other hand, have proven yourself quite disrespectful and useless. We will send a report to the commission explaining the next interventions we will be doing. You are now dismissed. It was truly a dishonor to meet you and I will not be seeing you again since I will request for a replacement. Nezu says, staying formal all along with a polite smile which infuriated the agent, who left in fury. Good day to you too. He waves goodbye as the students move for him to pass. 12 The students started cheering in victory except Katsuki, Shinso, and Tamaki, who saw the expressions of the teachers, not forgetting once the reason of their visit. Thank you, kids. I will now ask for you to leave so we may discuss the matter with these 6. Nezu says with his usual softness, and everyone nods, leaving. That's when those who had forgotten remembered. Could we skip the bull CRP and go straight to the point? Katsuki asks, annoyed. Thank you, Katsuki, for staying on the point at hand. As for the intervention method we will be taking, you are dismissed. I now have the urge to annoy the commission. You kids won't be getting any punishment this time. Nezu says, clapping his hands proudly, making everyone present blink as they look at him in disbelief. 33 Mirio was asked to head to the infirmary where All Might was staying. He was still in critical condition and he had almost no power left, and his civilian form was now known by all. 3. When Mirio entered, he was met by the skinny man who was sitting and looking outside the window. "Hello, All Might. Principal Nezu said you needed to see me, what's up?" Mirio asks with a smile as he joined the man's side. "Take a seat, kid," he says, giving a weak smile. 3. The student nods, doing so and joining the number 1 hero's side. "Mirio, like you may have guessed, my time is coming to an end. I will no longer be able to be the symbol of peace and someone will have to take my place," he explains sadly, and Mirio gives a sad smile to the man, knowing it mustn't be something he was looking forward to. "I will need a successor. I have a power. This power is transferred from generation to generation and young 𝗬𝗓. I truly believe you have the potential to become the next symbol of peace, so I wanted to see you today to ask a question," he explains anxiously. "𝗬𝗓 Mirio, will you please be my successor?" All Might asks pleadingly, and Mirio smiles brightly. 3. With all due respect, Mr. Toshinori, I will decline. I believe we both know who the real next symbol of peace should be," Mirio points out, making the man nod with a long sigh. 28. One Katsuki went to the hospital accompanied by Yamada since Aizawa still had paperwork to do. The blonde teacher was getting food since he wanted to leave them some alone time. So that's how Katsuki found himself in a hospital room next to his unconscious boyfriend, with the only noise of the heart monitor filling the room. He changed the water of the flowers he had brought the day prior before going to sit on the chair next to the bed and holding Izuku's hand. "You got the whole thing hero course to come defend you today after the 𝗕𝗓𝘃 thingy was saying bull crp about you. Everyone put him in his place and we won't be hearing of him anytime soon with the speech that old rat gave him." Katsuki snorts, looking at him lovingly. 2. Katsuki stayed silent as he watched his lover's chest rise up and back down at each breath. Tell your thing body to heal up so you wake up. I hate speaking to the void." Katsuki curses, hiding his face in the bed. "I just want to hear your voice, your nerdy, adorably annoying voice." He smirks, kissing the back of his hand. I miss you, please wake up soon," he whispers, feeling a pressure on his chest, like he was suffocating. "It's okay to cry, Bakugo. It's a perfectly normal thing, and like Izuku always says, it proves you're brave enough to show your feelings." Yamada explains gently, knowing the boy could be emotionally unstable at times. Katsuki lets out a long shaky breath as he watched his nerd, his Deku, laying there sleeping. He hadn't noticed the tears that were filling his eyes as he looked at his lover. "Yeah. That nerd's lucky that he's awesome enough to make me feel this shitty," he scoffs, bringing the greenette's hand to his cheek. One Yamada simply watches with a small smile as he sat on the other side of the bed with his food. Katsuki had his dinner packed in his bag, he just wasn't feeling like eating right now. Classes had to continue. Katsuki went to all of them and would rush to the hospital at the end of each day in hope to see that Izuku had woken up. It had been 1 week and a half since the last event, and yet it felt like years. Katsuki was with Aizawa and MIC as they headed to the hospital. They were also affected by all this. They're his parents after all. One, they had put him in an artificial coma to help him heal faster and so he's in less pain. They went to the front desk where they found a smiling nurse. Aizawa and MIC also looked calmer than they usually did. 2. Bakugo, go on, we'll join you shortly, we just need to get an update on his condition. Aizawa explains to the blonde, who started walking to the room. He opens the door, but he didn't see the freckled boy because of the closed curtain. He slowly opened it and he froze when he saw a smiling Izuku. "Hey Kacchan," he whispers, looking at his frozen boyfriend. Katsuki could barely process the information before he ran to hug the greenette. "It's okay, I'm okay." He tries to soothe the blonde, who looked completely shocked. How are you? Are you feeling better? Did I hurt you?" Izuku cuts him with a quick kiss. "I'm okay, Kacchan. Now that I'm awake, recovery girl will pass every day and soon, I'll be good as new." He smiles, looking at his boyfriend. "Apparently the drug Shiggy gave me did more than keep me alive. If mixed with another medication it could accelerate the healing process. That's why they put me in the coma, they didn't tell you in case it would work." Izuku explains softly to the blonde, who had million of questions. "You gave a nickname to Fing Handyman?" Katsuki asks, making Izuku chuckle nervously. He's the one who made sure I'd stay alive all along. He was able to telepathically talk to me and he made sure I wouldn't fall for 𝘊𝘆𝑜𝑟𝑒's traps. He explains. Him and Darby made it less painful. He whispers. What aren't they the thing villains? Katsuki asks confused. They only did it because Shigaraki is my half-brother and he didn't want me to become like them. Izuku mumbles looking at Katsuki's hand. You know how fed up that sounds, right? Katsuki grumbles and Izuku lets out a silent sob. You don't believe me? Do you? He mumbles and Katsuki can't help but scoff. I never said that, idiot. I just think it sounds fed up, 'cause the fact that you're still alive proves that they must have done something to save you. He answers, cupping his cheek. I'm sorry, I just feel dumb. I should have been more careful. I was scared, Kacchan. I was scared I would stay there. I couldn't do anything to escape. I was just sitting there unable to move. Maybe they were right. I can't be a hero without a quirk if I can't make it through that. I'm just a burden. Izuku cries and Katsuki took him in his arms, not knowing what to do. You know that probably no one would have made it out of there alive. On the plus side, thanks to all that we were able to arrest that SHT head. Katsuki says and Izuku looks at him wide-eyed. He got arrested? Izuku asks in shock. Of course he did. All Might beat his stupid butt. He's in Tartarus. If he moves one muscle he's dead. Katsuki smirks, letting out the part that the number one hero had been badly injured and his retirement. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief as he smiles at Katsuki. And did the League escape? Izuku asks unsure. All of them, but you already knew, didn't you? Katsuki asks with an annoyed frown. Izuku looks away ashamed. He wasn't a real hero. He let villains escape. Why? Katsuki asks, irritated, and Izuku's eyes slowly fill with water. I couldn't have stopped them, and they dish. Izuku didn't know how to explain it. It felt like it was the right thing to do, but he wasn't sure anymore. Darby didn't burn me. Shigaraki kept me alive, twice gave me food and water. I didn't want to owe them anything. Katsuki cuts Izuku. By letting villains escape. What did you Bakugo enough? Aizawa enters the room. Midoriya had already answered every question and all information he had. Including this. Of course it wasn't the right thing to do, but he wasn't in his right mind either. So they couldn't put all the blame on him. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know. Izuku was having a panic attack, the monitor showing that his heartbeat was escalating quickly. Little listener, calm down. MIC says, going to touch his shoulder, but Izuku pushes him away with force. Don't touch me. Nobody. Don't He was hyperventilating and his eyes were filled with terror. We need you to MC continues, but Izuku's heartbeat just got quicker. No. I won't. No. The greenette was moving around looking at the room wide-eyed. He wasn't in the hospital room anymore. There was standing in front of him the man who he should call a father. Aizawa left the room to go get a doctor. It would have been too good to be true that he'd stay cheerful as ever. But he spent hours of constant torture. No one gets out of that unscathed. Katsuki had backed away shocked, and so did Yamada. Izuku was moving around and saying things that didn't make sense, but Katsuki had gotten more worried seeing one of his stitches start to open. Without thinking twice, he took Izuku tightly, holding his wrists and wrapping his legs around his waist. Let go. He was cut when nurses arrived with doctors and injected him something. No. Izuku kept squirming and Katsuki just held him tighter. Zuku, breathe, you're safe. We're not mad at you, we're all worried for you, okay? You went through a lot, we just want to help you. You're completely safe now. Katsuki soothes him, looking directly at his eyes. So breathe and relax. I don't want your wounds to reopen. I want to spend time with you. I missed you a lot in the last weeks. So please, Zuku, just try breathing for me, okay? He soothes him, feeling relief when his breathing started calming down and that he stopped squirming around. Close your eyes and rest. I'll be there when you wake up. He kisses his scalp, carefully letting go of his wrists and moving so he could lay him down on the bed correctly. As he was about to get off the bed, Izuku tugs on his sleeve. Stay. He mumbles, looking at Katsuki pleadingly. The blonde looks at the adults waiting for approval. The doctor nods. Okay. He whispers, laying next to him and letting the greenette rest on his chest. Everyone stayed vigilant in case of another outburst until they could hear his soft snores. What happened? Katsuki asks in a whisper, rubbing his lover's back. Panic attack. I was surprised he hadn't have one before. He went through a lot of physical and psychological trauma. He might have more of these. What we injected basically makes his brain temporarily shut down so he can rest, sort of like a reset. He explains to the group, who nodded, still startled by what had just took place. He should be out for 1 or 2 hours. Press the call button if something happens. He bows politely before leaving along with the nurses. Aizawa and MIC sat down, still disturbed by what just happened. Katsuki, on the other hand, felt guilty. He had provoked the panic attack. This is crazy. Hisashi thinks out loud. Is it a good idea for him to continue? He could hurt himself again, or Katsuki cuts him. Do you think it's a good idea to pull him away of his dream and let him defenseless now? The only reason he's here isn't because he's a hero in training, but because he was targeted. Katsuki says, annoyed. Removing him would make matters worse. We all want to protect him, but he's stubborn. If he wants to become a hero, he'll find a way. Better keep him in the safe route. Katsuki resonates them, pulling his boyfriend closer to his chest. He's a real problem child. Aizawa grumbles, leaning back on the chair he was on. 6-1. The two guardians had went to grab food since they didn't eat dinner yet, when Izuku started opening his eyes. Hey! Katsuki whispers, moving a strand of hair behind his lover's ear. What happened? He asks, half asleep, and Katsuki gives an affectionate smile to the boy. You had a panic attack. They gave you something for you to relax. He explains, looking at his eyes. Your eyes are gorgeous. I missed looking at them. Katsuki smirks, kissing the tip of his nose, making Izuku blush. I'm sort of proud of your dumbass. He smirks, gently pinching his cheek. Izuku giggles, looking up at his boyfriend lovingly. I'm proud of you too. He smiles, making Katsuki frown. What did I do? He asks, confused, making Izuku laugh. You let your pride aside for me. It makes me feel special. He giggles, looking at the loud blonde, which made him blush. F off, don't get too full of yourself. Katsuki grumbles, embarrassed, making Izuku laugh. I won't. He grins proudly, making Katsuki smirk, and a flash is seen across the room. They look in the direction of the door, where Aizawa hits the back of his husband's head. Oi! What the hell? Katsuki scolds, looking at them. Memory pictures. Yamada says, more as a question than a statement. In case we need blackmail for Bakugo. Aizawa answers with a smirk, earning a strong nudge from Hisashi on his side. Before Bakugo could yell more, Izuku starts laughing. I'm sure I could get a bunch of blackmail for Kacchan. He giggles, looking up at his boyfriend. Oi! Aren't you supposed to be on my side? Katsuki asks, falsely offended. But I am. See? Right next to you. Izuku laughs at his own joke as he gets closer to Katsuki, if that was even possible. 5 idiot. A complete total idiot. Katsuki smirks, kissing his forehead, and another camera flash goes off. 2 Seriously? Couldn't you at least put the flash off? Aizawa asks, discouraged, as Katsuki's eyebrow starts twitching. What the actual F? Delete all the E, Katsuki orders, trying to hold in the blush, which didn't work, earning him another picture. Stop that. Katsuki orders, making them laugh. Even Aizawa cracked a smile at Katsuki's annoyance. Shish, kill them later, now I want cuddles. Izuku orders, hugging Katsuki, making him go bright red. Is that nerd that DMN shameless? 2. Don't worry, Katsuki, his brain is still a little fuzzy from all the medication. He might not have all the logic in the world right now. Aizawa explains with a mocking smirk. Which means more pictures. Yamada adds, showing off his phone. Dad, stop, I want Kacchan to be calm, my head hurts. Izuku grumbles, starting to doze back to sleep. 2. Katsuki looks at them smugly, watching the blonde father pout, and Aizawa sighed in discouragement. Izuku was still extremely tired. Recovery girl came every day helping the healing process, but she couldn't heal all in one shot because of the extent of the injuries. Katsuki went to visit everyday, which started to come as suspicious to their classmates. Are you and Deku-kun dating? Okako asks the blonde the second she spotted him. Why the hell would I be dating that idiot? He's my friend, nothing more to it. He snaps back, annoyed about people putting their nose in his personal matter. 2. Because we all are his friends, but you live it to another extent. She explains, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in frustration. Kirishima, that was at the other side of the room, felt alerted by this conversation and decided to intervene before things got ugly, leaving Kaminari alone and confused. 4. So Bakubro, still okay for me to come with to see Midobro with you later on? Kirishima questions with a huge grin. Whatever shitty hair, I don't give a f. Katsuki glares at him, annoyed but hiding a hint of gratitude. Oh Kirishima-kun. Don't you think Katsuki and Izuku look like more than friends? Okako asks the redhead, trying to prove her point. 2. Of course they do. They're childhood best friends. They're bound to be close. Kirishima laughs. I mean in a romantic way. She specifies, and Kirishima pretends to think about it. Not really, I mean they're good bros, but I wouldn't imagine them as more. He admits, and to Katsuki's surprise, he actually looked convincing. 3. I think I get it, so both of you are open to dating? She asks, making Katsuki cough. What the hell do you mean? He asks, annoyed. I ain't dating no extra. Which leaves Deku-kun. Anyways, that's all I needed to know. Bye. She waves as she skips away, making Katsuki frustrated. That bitch better not be making any moves on 𝘕𝘏𝑑eku. Katsuki growls, glaring at the brunette from afar. 11. Kirishima made a mental note to help his friends with their secret and keep people out of the way. Seriously though, can I come with to visit Midobro? He asks. He was actually missing his friend, and he knew that the big 3 plus Shinso had went to visit him multiple times. I don't give a f, but only 1 hour cause that nerd doesn't know his limits. 1. Thanks bro. I'll go with you after school. CYA. He grins, running back to Kaminari, that he had abandoned minutes before. Katsuki takes out his phone discreetly and smirks. My Deku, good morning Kacchan, have a nice day at school Illy, love too cute. He thought as he read the message. Izuku had been sending those messages every day, along with a few others, like making sure he ate and all. The best FKGBF, morning nerd, love you too. Rest well, shitty hair is coming with me to visit you later. 6. My Deku, okay. T201. He closes his phone, putting it away, seeing the tired teacher walk in, looking more tired than usual. Like he was caught in a decision that took away his precious sleeping hours. For 3 days prior, All Might was let off and was back on his feet, but he couldn't use his power like he used to. His time to find a successor was counted. He had finally gathered the courage to stop by Aizawa's office for a little talk about the problem child. 2. Just go in Yagi, you look dumb just standing there. All Might turns, embarrassed to face his colleague come up to him with a cup in his hand. Aizawa had went to get coffee and speak to his husband. He wasn't expecting Yagi Toshinori's visit. Since the event, the real name of All Might was revealed to the school staff. Right. He says, going to open the door, but it was locked, making him even more embarrassed. How much Aizawa loved to annoy his colleague. Having trouble there? He mocks as he unlocks the door tiredly. 1. Toshinori enters and takes a seat, feeling more nervous than usual, which didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa. Talk, I have things to do. He says, taking a seat, thinking this was going another dumb thing the teacher was stressing over uselessly. He was one of the worst teachers, if not the worst, he had ever met. Right. This is confidential information, please restrain to speak to this. I accept for you to speak about it to your husband, but that is it. The blonde starts off, making Aizawa scoff, still confident that it was going to be something stupid. But he still nodded in agreement, wanting to get this over with. 1. I have a quirk, it is passed down generation after generation. It was originally created to go against all for one. Toshinori explains, and suddenly Shoto was more attentive after the mention of the name. It is named One for All. Like you might already know, I had to retire with the last events. We will be needing a new symbol of peace, someone who will be able to ensure that if All for One is free again, he will be able to destroy him. He proceeds explaining, watching Izawa's face turn into a frown. Where are you going with this? Why are you telling me this? He questions, scared of where this is going. I believe young Midoriya is the best candidate to become the next wielder. 5-1 Izuku was laying in the hospital bed staring at the roof, feeling bored but unable to close his eyes again. The monitor was staring to annoy him, the announcements on the intercom, the nurses that came to check his vitals multiple times per day. It was all driving him crazy. He was focusing on the few courses he had, but since he wasn't a part of the regular program where there was classes like English, he only had the hero classes. He had catch up on everything and was out of things to do. He never thought he'd want to have classes with Ymada, and yet, there he was, hoping to get something interesting to do. He had looked at the fight between All Might and All for One, and that's how he learned about the fall of All Might. He felt like it was his fault, that if he wasn't so weak, he wouldn't have fallen. No, it's not true. I'm not the reason he had to retire. Well, I am. But not completely. But. No, Izuku, stop. You're going to hurt your brain if you keep it up, and Kacchan won't be happy. He starts mumbling, but he ended up shaking his head, trying to change his train of thoughts. He hasn't noticed that a certain blonde was watching at him with a sad frown. You're right about that. I'll kick your butt if you continue thinking that. Izuku looks up to see Katsuki and Kirishima there, making him blush in embarrassment. Hi. I'm happy to see why you guys. Izuku stutters, feeling like a crazy person talking to himself. You are crazy person, you always talk to yourself. Katsuki teases, kissing his forehead, making him blush, realizing he keeps mumbling. Alright. Hi Kirishima. How are you? Izuku asks, desperate for a change of subject. I'm great. Happy to see you look a lot better. It felt like seeing a bird squashed in two on the side of the road last time I saw you, so I was kinda worried, he says nervously, making Izuku smile sadly. 3. It's true, you were also there to save me, thank you a lot Kirishima. I'm really sorry if it was disturbing to see. He bows, feeling slightly uncomfortable. He had seen pictures that were taken for evidence. He was also startled by the image. Oi, shitty hair, don't talk about that, Katsuki orders, recalling that he was told about Izuku's nightmares. Speaking of it was definitely not a good idea. Sorry, didn't think before talking. He smiles apologetically at the brunette, who immediately reassured him, saying it was alright. Kirishima left, leaving Katsuki alone with Izuku. The blonde wanted to speak of earlier, but not in front of their friend. It isn't your fault. What happened to the old geezer was bound to happen sooner or later. And if it's anyone's fault, it's that shithead's fault. That all for SHT guy. Katsuki whispers, sitting next to Izuku and holding his hand. Izuku smiles at the way he called him. 11 Are Izawa and Hisashi mad at me? They haven't visited that much, and when they do they act weird and distant. Izuku questions, confused on the situation. Katsuki shakes his head. No. I really don't think so, they've been acting weird in school too, maybe ask them. They'll be more capable of answering you than me. He suggests. Katsuki agrees that his boyfriend's guardians have been acting weird recently, like they were constantly thinking of something else. Yeah. You're probably right. I'm just overreacting again. He whispers to himself, and Katsuki sighs, moving to lay next to Izuku. No, you're not, you're just worried. For better or for worse, it's a normal thing, emotion. Katsuki chuckles, holding him in his arms. And no one can stay mad at you. He kisses his temple gently. They must think I'm also a villain. I'm the son of one of the worst villains to exist. But I'm not. I'm not one, and I said no when they wanted me to join, and it's still no. I'm not a villain. I want to be a hero. I don't want them to leave me. Izuku starts crying. You're already a hero, Deku. We all know you don't have an ounce of bad intentions inside of you. You're still going to become number 2 hero. I'd say 1, but that's going to be me. Katsuki smirks, bringing Izuku closer in his arms. 6. The brunette laughs, nuzzling in his lover's chest. Of course you will, Kacchan. Izuku focuses on the breathing of Katsuki, trying to stay calm. Want to eat? I made katsudon for you. Katsuki asks, looking at Izuku, sit-up stars in his eyes. 1 Yes please. He almost yells, making the blonde laugh as he goes to grab the food he kept in his bag. It was still warm. When do you have time to cook? Izuku asks, taking his plate. I prepare it before going to sleep and finish the cooking before coming here. He explains, leaving the part that he has to go to bed later since he has homework to do on top of that. Itsudakimasu, Izuku whispers, putting his hands together before starting to eat. I don't want you to go out of your way for me, Kacchan. I really appreciate it, don't get me wrong, but I don't want you to force yourself to do so. Izuku says after taking a bite of his food. For you should know by now I don't force myself to do SHT. I do it cause I want to, plus, what do you want me to do? Ain't no way I'm hanging out with the other extras. He smirks. Honestly, he didn't mind doing those extra steps for Izuku, if it meant he could see that smile of his. Okay, Kacchan, I love you. He whispers the last part, taking a bite of his food, making Katsuki blush. Nerd, being cute and he grumbles, trying to hide his embarrassment. Izuku giggles as they both eat in a peaceful silence. Katsuki had put Izuku on a wheelchair to walk him around. So you're supposed to be discharged next week? Katsuki asks him, trying to make conversation. Yeah, I'll be able to continue my program, minus the bigger training sessions. Izuku explains, laying his head back to look up at the taller male. You won't be doing any type of physical training until you don't have a 𝘕𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 But how am I supposed to help the others improve? Izuku questions worried. By doing better, you won't be of any help if you're injured. Katsuki retorts. But that's literally my whole program. Izuku replies. Then I'll do the fighting part and you do the nerdy part. I don't care what we do, but you're not going on the field yet. Katsuki replies. He sighs in defeat as he looks around. Do you want me to spend the night? Since it's the weekend and all, I can sleep on the couch if you want. Katsuki offers. And miss the chance to cuddle. You're crazy. Izuku jokes. Is it okay with Auntie though? Izuku asks worried. Yep, it's also okay with your old men. Katsuki reassures him. Izuku nods before yawning. Nerd, tell me when you're feeling tired, you're being healed and in rehab, we don't want you passing out here. Katsuki scolds, making Izuku chuckle. Okay then, Kacchan, I'm tired, can we go sleep? Izuku asks softly, making the loud blonde scoff in discouragement. Yeah nerd, it's almost my bedtime anyways. He grumbles, starting to head back. 15 He always takes the time for me, even if it means he comes out his comfort zone. He changed, maybe not to everyone, but I like to see that he cares for me. Even if he'll deny it, I know he's been going out of his way a lot recently, but it seems to make him so happy, I couldn't bring myself to ask him to stop. Izuku thought as he smiled like an idiot. What you smiling about? Katsuki asks, confused. How much I love you and that I'm happy that you're with me. He giggles as Katsuki goes bright red. Idiot. Katsuki grumbles, annoyed, a small smile appearing for half a second before disappearing once again. I love you too nerd. Katsuki was the first to wake up and he had Izuku laying on his arm, which was uncomfortable, but he didn't mind as he watched him sleep. When he saw his eyes slowly open, he smiled at him. Morning nerd, slept well. Katsuki whispers, giving him a peck on the forehead. Morning Kacchan. He yawns, hugging him tightly as an attempt to stretch his arms in the process. And yes, Kacchan was here, how could I not sleep well? The brunette giggles. What about you? He smiles sweetly to his blushing boyfriend. Stop being so adorable, you dumbass. Of course I slept well, I had my human-sized teddy bear with me. He smirks, proud to see the blush form on the smaller boy's cheeks. 7 Your dads wanted to talk to you, they went to grab breakfast and all might should join after. The blonde explains. He groans, sitting up carefully. Stop whining, I'm the one with a sleeping arm because of your dumbass. Katsuki teases, pretending to be annoyed. It's not my fault you're comfortable. He retorts, puffing out his cheek. And it's not my fault you're too adorable to move. Katsuki teases, pinching his cheek. Oh. Izuku whines adorably and Katsuki smirks, slowly bringing their lips together. Like I said, 𝘤𝘳𝘕 adorable. He smirks against his lips. 1. Stop kissing me when I'm mad, it's unfair. Izuku mumbles flustered. They both back away, hearing a cough coming from the entrance of the room to be met with the two parents and All Might, who was at loss of words. 2. You two are. Toshinori blinks at multiple times as he processes what he just saw. They both blush even more than they already were, realizing that their teacher didn't know about their relationship and had just found out by walking in on them. 24. Hi All Might, happy to see you. Midoriya smiles nervously, trying to do a change in subjects. I can't say I'm surprised though. Young Midoriya is the only one who gets to be close to Bakugo for more than 10 seconds without being blown out to space. 𝘕𝗫𝘐𝗫 laughs nervously. Katsuki is there as he looks away, still embarrassed that they walked in when he was kissing Deku. You better not say 𝘳𝗧𝗍 or I'll kill you. Katsuki threatens with a death glare. Don't worry, I had already assumed that part. He reassures. 1. Izuku looks at his parents, who were oddly quiet. The same feeling that he did something bad came back. Did I do something wrong? Izuku asks lowly, which confused the three teacher. Why do you think that, little listener? Yamada asks, going to hug him, seeing his tears form. I. Izuku sobs, unable to finish his sentence because of the lump in his throat. You two have been acting distant with him, like you're hiding some essay, Katsuki explains with a scold. The look on the two parents soften and soon filled with guilt. And now you're saying that you want to talk to him and his dumbass brain is telling him the worst scenarios. 1. The three teachers look at each other and nod, silently agreeing that it was time. It's true, we've been hiding something, but it's not about something you did. Aizawa explains. Izuku nods, unsure as he backs from the hug of 𝘕𝗫𝘐𝗫. I'm sorry, I've just been oddly sensitive recently. He admits, ashamed. They all felt bad for not noticing his emotional state sooner, except Katsuki, who flicked his forehead. Idiot, you've been through traumatic 𝘕𝗫𝘐𝗫, don't beat yourself up about it. Katsuki scolds him. 1. Izuku nods, unsure as he looks at the three adults. So, what did you want to talk about? He asks nervously. Yamada sits on the end of the bed looking at the freckled teen. Izuku, this isn't something easy, and we won't force you to anything. Me and Shota don't really think of it as a good idea, but you deserve to have the final word. Whatever the decision is, we'll support you. Yamada starts, which worried Izuku. You're scaring me, what is it? He laughs nervously. Toshinori sighs loudly. Young Midoriya, if you were given a chance to get a quirk strong enough to end All for One, how would you feel? 2. 1. All Might sat on the chair nervously as he looked at Aizawa, who was holding a blank expression, not showing any answers away. So you want him to become a weapon? A vessel to a power? Aizawa asks with venom, which made Toshinori sink in guilt. I'm not accepting that. The black-haired teacher scoffs. I understand, but please take the time to think about it. Young Midoriya has the soul of someone who could take the role. And Aizawa cuts him, speaking louder this time. Izuku won't be a weapon, you know just as much as me that he won't listen to his limit if it means he can help. Aizawa retorts, annoyed. What happened to the guy who didn't think Izuku would be able to become a hero? Why is he suddenly a good candidate? Why did you choose now of all times? He's finally feeling more confident and he has a goal. To prove that he could become a hero, even without a quirk. You really want to make him change that? Aizawa spats with venom. So tell me why I should even listen. Because this is only the beginning. This man, he's a mastermind, he'll escape sooner or later, he'll come after Midoriya again. He'll stop at nothing, with this power he'll be able to protect himself. And after the last events, it proved Midoriya's determination to not go to the dark side. I never said he couldn't become a hero, I said he would get severely injured. It did happen, but not because he was quirkless. Young Midoriya has the determination in him, I know he does, and I know that he could be the one to end all of this 𝘕𝗫𝘐𝗫. Please Aizawa, I simply wish for you and Yamada to consider it, I won't ask young Midoriya until I have your approval. He pleads, letting aside his dignity. 2. What will happen? Aizawa asks, leaving Toshinori confused. What are the negative points? What are you not telling me? He questions. Toshinori sighs loudly. A lot, I'll be honest. This quirk weakens his body, he will need adapting to it, which may lead to injuries, some will be major. And if he were to be faced with 𝗈𝗏𝗏 again and he refuses to give the quirk, it would put him in a kill or be killed situation. He explains truthfully. Write it down, all of it good and bad. Do that and we'll discuss it more. But like I said, it's his choice and his alone. Aizawa says firmly. I will. Thank you, 𝘰𝘳𝘐𝗍. Yagi bows, making Aizawa scoff. Let one information out of that paper and I will murder you. Aizawa warns. I know you will, that's why not one single thing will be left out. He answers confidently. For reluctant. Izuku answers truthfully. When 𝗈𝗏𝗏 offered to give me a quirk, I thought of it and it felt so wrong to suddenly have one. Plus, I also don't know if I would emotionally able to end anyone. He admits. But I also had time to think about something. He looked oddly calm when he was arrested, he most likely already has an escape plan. Izuku concludes. To be honest, I think that if innocent lives were on the line, then I might do it. He mumbles uncertain. But there must be an origin story to this. If it's possible to create something like his quirk, it means there must have some curse to go against it. I'm sorry, Mr. Toshinori, but I found it weird that you found yourself destroyed by your own quirk, which normally would be okay, when you're still in training and all, except that you have the control of your quirk. So I searched more on your past. Izuku admits ashamed that his curiosity got the best of him. All Might on the other hand went pale. When I was in the warehouse, I read some very old articles. I searched it up and they were completely deleted. Not one single trace of the information, anywhere. So I looked at the notes I took and I noticed something. You must have more than one quirk considering that your different way of activating it and different effects. You also lost control of your quirk once. It was during the sports festival in your first year. You emitted some sort of mist. It was easy to cover up by the school who said it was a malfunction from the arena, but it was you, I'm pretty convinced of that. Izuku explains, looking at All Might with a blank expression. Which means you have more than one quirk, something not possible, and in your public record it says your quirk is super strength, which is a lie because there are clearly more. Which initially brought me to think that 𝗈𝗏𝗏 gave you multiple quirks. Izuku takes a small break, holding his chin between his thumb and index as he thought. But like I said, there must be a quirk that could go against him, which brought me to the most recent fight. You were the only one to keep up to him. You made sure everyone was gone because you knew that the fight was something you had to do. Izuku mumbles with a frown. So why are you speaking of me having a quirk to defeat him? You're the one who has it. He questions, confused, unable to get to more conclusions. For the rest of the room was silent, shocked about all the information that just came out and just how accurate it was. Except for Bakugo, he thought Izuku's brain had permanent damage and that he lost it. You're correct, young Midoriya, to the point I find it quite terrifying. Yagi admits with a nervous laugh which made Izuku smile slightly. Also, you were born quirkless, isn't it a little controversial to what you told me at our first meeting? Izuku questions, remembering his recent discovery which had left him shocked. How? All Might couldn't bring himself to understand how he had just been exposed by a kid. I'm sorry again, it was part of my research. Izuku bows apologetically. I went through the system, up to your middle school, and in all legal documents, you were declared as being quirkless. Izuku explains. To Izuku Midoriya, please tell me you didn't hack the system. Katsuki growls, looking at the smaller boy who gulped. I didn't hack the system. He answers uncertainly. When he saw the look on the blonde's face, he sighed in defeat. It was done safely. I made sure to erase any evidence of my presence and modified the programming defense in case someone else did what I did. Since it's so old, it was not secured at all. If the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 were to find out, well, you know what could happen. Izuku mumbles. The teachers were perplexed but impressed about his programming skills. Deku, to figure out which school he went to, did you hack 𝗬𝗏𝗏's system? Katsuki asks, discouraged. I already told Nezu. He said it was fine since I went unnoticed, but I have to show him how I did so he can fix the leak. Izuku reassures them. He also wants me to try other zones to see for different weaknesses in the system. Izuku thinks out loud. Right. Back on track, everything you say is true. Which will avoid some of the explanation. All Might mumbles. Just say it, Yagi. Aizawa orders. Young Midoriya. This quirk, it can be passed down to a successor. With the recent events I need to find a new wielder and I'd like it to be you. Young Midoriya. This quirk, it can be passed down to a successor. With the recent events I need to find a new wielder and I'd like it to be you. 3. Izuku blinks a couple times processing the information. What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand. Izuku asks, slowly processing the information. 2A paper is given to him and Izuku reads it with Katsuki peeking over his shoulder. Katsuki frowns, finally looking up to face Yagi Toshinori, who was feeling miserable. So, you're asking me to go against my biological father, kill him before getting killed and get my body destroyed because of the quirk. All that plus I have to train intensively because he could manage to escape anytime and cause world end. Izuku questions. That's a brutal way of explaining it, but yes. That's about it. Yagi says in a long sigh. And once I defeat All for One, the quirk will leave my body. Izuku asks. It isn't certain, but that's what all my researches lead to. He answers truthfully, earning a hum from Izuku. And I will be developing multiple quirks in the future that could appear at any given moment. Yes, I will hear voices of the past wielders and will possibly also have visions of them. Yes, and you will have no control over them or when they appear. All that, and but I have to eat your hair to transfer the quirk. Izuku asks, perplexed by the last point. 3. He has to what? Yamada asks, choking on air. He will not be eating your hair. Katsuki retorts, also startled. Is that really the only information you pulled out of this? Aizawa questions the duo, discouraged. 11. They both look at Izuku with blank expressions. And I'll have to kill him. Izuku mumbles. I can't save him. They all stay silent, losing themselves in the infinite possible outcomes. Can I think about it? Izuku asks him, which was already better than a no. Of course, young Midoriya, it's a big responsibility to take that could bring many consequences, so I prefer you think of this thoroughly. He explains, and Izuku hums in response. Thank you, All Might. It's really nice though. What am I supposed to say to our classmates? If it's supposed to stay a secret, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to explain why I came back with some quirk. Izuku questions, and the teacher just freezes, realizing he didn't think of that. You didn't think that far, did you? Aizawa asks, discouraged. Well, to be honest. Not one bit. He admits, ashamed. 2. Izuku can't help but let out a short laugh. This is definitely your type of mistake. I could always say that with the recent events my quirk awakened, I do have the predispositions for a quirk, so it would be a long shot, but still believable. Izuku suggests. Aizawa has my number. If you ever have questions, I'll leave you guys at it. I hope you rest well, young Midoriya, and please think this through. I believe that if you don't, Aizawa will be murdering me. He bows with a nervous laugh which made them laugh while the teacher nodded in agreement. Well, then, I'm also counting on your discretion on all this, young Bakugo. All Might says with a small smile. Yeah. Katsuki agrees. Toshinori nods before leaving the room. So he was born quirkless? Yamada asks. Yeah. I have to say I was disappointed to learn that, considering that he was against me being in hero course for that very cause. He admits in a long sigh. Katsuki had been oddly silent all along, which hadn't gone unnoticed for the rest of the room. Kacchan, what do you think of all this? Izuku asks his boyfriend, who was looking down with a scold. I hate it. Yeah, it's great, you'll have a quirk, but at what cost? Will you even be able to attack him? I'm not saying you're weak, but DMN Izuku. You can't even hurt a fly, now you're asked to kill someone. It's full of SE, Katsuki explains, annoyed. The room is silent for a few seconds, that felt like hours, before Yamada spoke. I sadly have to agree with Bakugo. Young listener, would you really be ready to live with the guilt of a life on your hands? Izuku stays silent while laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder, slowly processing the information. I don't know. And that's what scares me most. Izuku admits, looking in front of him. I may train and everything, but it would all come to waste if I can't do it emotionally. And I don't want to die. He whispers. 3 Class 1A were at a game night that Mina had organized with 𝘕𝗔𝘁 to lighten the mood. Having their friend in a hospital bed and not knowing much about the situation was stressful for them too. Okay guys. Let's do a truth or dare. Mina squeals in excitement, which earned a bunch of complaints. Sit down in a circle now. Mina orders. Firmly, which made the class react. 1 yes 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Kaminari says, sitting down, soon followed by the rest of the classmates. 1 okay. I'll start. She smiles, clapping her hands. Todoroki. Truth or dare? She asks to the classmate who had miraculously agreed to join. I do not know the rules of this game. He answers truthfully, earning gasps from the class. What? What did you do of your childhood? 𝘕𝗫𝘁 asks in shock. 7 Isolation by my father, who was obsessed with making me the best, so I would surpass all might. I was not allowed to leave the house or have any communication with the outside world, especially not kids my age. He answers monotonously, resulting in the awkward silence of the classmates. Bro, Kirishima mumbles. Todoroki. Are you okay? Kaminari asks, not bothering to lower his voice. 15. At this moment I am feeling rather well, thank you. He answers formally. But if you are speaking of my everyday life, it is rather disastrous. He was still showing no interest in the conversation. 3 Well mon ami, if you need to talk, je suis là pour toi. 𝗕𝗫𝗄 responds rather dramatically. Si n'est pas nécessaire, ton support is tout de même très apprécié. Todoroki responds in French, which confused the whole classroom. It's not necessary, though your support really is appreciated. Is there a Google Translate here? I don't speak baguette. 𝘕𝗫𝗀 asks, confused. Todobro. I had no clue you spoke baguette. Kirishima exclaims. Yes, I studied French, English and Spanish in my free time. He explains. 21 Isos genial. Si tengo preguntas en los exámenes puedo preguntarles 𝘊𝘩𝘐𝑦 lo entendería. 𝘕𝗫𝗀 exclaims in excitement. Wow, that's so cool. If I have questions in exams I can ask you and no one would understand. No. He answers shortly, eating a shocked gasp from 𝘕𝗫𝗀. What? We need a Google Translate. Uraraka complains. 2 Not that this is not amusing, but weren't we playing a game? Todoroki asks with a straight face. You're finding this amusing? You look like you're coming out of a funeral. Most of the class thought. 1 Yeah. Basically, truth or dare is simple. You have to choose between truth or dare and accomplish the task of answer the question. You cannot lie or bail out without a consequence. Mina explains. In that case I choose truth. Todoroki answers the question of earlier. Okay. Todoroki. Who do you think the most attractive person in Class 1A is? Mina asks, wanting some spicy information about her classmates. 2 I would have to say 𝘕𝗫𝗀. He answers bluntly, which broke and made 𝘕𝗫𝗀 go bright red. 17 Gay. Mina yells, making the classmates laugh as the 2 students start blushing. Todoroki was just realizing what that could let out as an impression. Not that he minded though. 8 Well, now I wish to do a drastic change in subjects, so may I please know how to continue the game? Todoroki asks, trying to keep a straight face. Yeah. Just ask anyone truth or dare and you can make the decision from there. Mina explains. In that case, 𝘕𝗫𝗁, truth or dare? Todoroki asks. Truth. She says cheerfully. Have you ever gone to the dentist? He asks, which made the class either gasps or laugh. 1 Does my breath stink? She asks in embarrassment. Not at all, I simply wonder, since technically no one can see you, so the dentist couldn't examine you properly. He explains, relieving the class. 1 Well, they use a product to stain my teeth and work from there. She explains, embarrassed, to which Todoroki answers with a hum. Kirishima. Truth or dare? She asks, the redhead beaming in excitement. Dare. He answers with a toothy grin. I dare you to call Bakugo and declare your undying love for him on speaker. She orders, which made Kirishima tense up. Right. He grins, hiding his anxiety. 6. He takes out his phone nervously. Can I tell him afterwards that it's for a prank? Kirishima asks, scared of ruining his friendship with his two friends that are dating each other. Sure. She agrees. He presses the contact button, hearing the dialing sound. Katsuki, what do you want, shitty hair? To Kirishima, I have feelings for you and I beep 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 5. Kirishima blinks a couple times before wanting to die. He hanged up on me. He's surprised by another call, this time from Izuku. Kirishima, hey Midobro, listen Izuku, no. Imagine Kacchan had feelings for you. If you like him, don't say it over the phone. 1. The class blinks a few times, not expecting this type of reaction. Kirishima, Midoriya, take me off speaker. He gulps, hearing that Izuku sounded actually mad. Kirishima does so, gulping nervously. Suddenly it was back to a more cheerful tone. Midoriya, I heard from my dads that there was a game night, so I'm assuming it was a dare or something. 1. Kirishima, yeah, sorry Midoriya, giggles, don't worry Kirishima. Kacchan knows too, it's just we were cuddling so he was mad to be interrupted. 1. Kirishima, I see. I'm sorry. It was for the game, I didn't want to back up and all. Midoriya, don't worry, well, have fun because Kacchan looks like he's about to blow up. 1. Kirishima, okay thanks bro, beep beep beep. The class looks at him expectingly, waiting for an explanation. Mido was just playing, he knew there was a game night and wanted to joke a little. Kirishima explains in a long sigh, making everyone laugh, also relieved. After the class calmed down, Kirishima finally goes back to a cheery self. Uraraka. Truth or dare? He asks with a toothy grin. Truth. She says with a smile. Please Kiri. Choose something spicy. Mina pleads, searching for more drama. Who do you have a crush on? He asks, looking for approval towards Mina, who gave him thumbs up. 2. Her already pink cheeks became bright. It's MD. The rest of the sentence was blurry as she wasn't talking loud enough. 3. Who? Kirishima asks. Dekuwhatif. She says loudly, closing her eyes tightly in embarrassment. 5. I ship it. Mina squeals, making Kirishima tense up. 10. The redhead thought as he watched the class encourage her to confess soon.